We got 10 minutes for you on the presentation side. Are you ready? All right, go for it.
Good morning, judges, fellow competitors, and future home buyers. Close your eyes for just a second. Picture the perfect home. Not just any home, but the one that stops you in your tracks, makes your neighbors jealous, and your in-laws rethink their life decisions. The kind that makes you whisper, wow. Now open them. This is the pinnacle of luxury living, a masterpiece in Greeley, where the only thing sharper than our design is our execution. At Spartan Summits, we didn't just design a house, we sculpted an experience. Every line, every texture, every finish, crafted for those who demand excellence. A home that doesn't just stand in a neighborhood, but defines it. At Spartan, luxury isn't about excess, it's about intentionality. The way natural light moves through a space, the way a perfectly designed floor plan just feels right, the way every single detail works in harmony to create something undeniably special. At Spartan Summits, we build for the visionaries. We craft experiences, and we deliver success. So take a good look, because after today, you won't just remember this home, you'll wish you lived in it. Here's a brief overview covering the vision, the plan, the execution, and the investment. At Spartan Summits, we're here to set new standards. Our mission is simple: build with purpose, innovate with intention, and deliver homes that don't just stand, but inspire. I'm LaShawn Ruffin, scheduler.
I'm Miles Woods, market analyst.
I'm Angela Little, product design.
I'm Willie Harrell, project manager.
I'm Michael Warren, financial analyst.
I'm Talia Scott, marketing manager.
Greeley, Colorado is a vibrant city that unites small-town charm with the energy of a growing community. Located just an hour north of Denver, Greeley combines the best of scenic beauty and accessibility. With an abundance of rivers, trails, and lakes, it's an outdoor lover's paradise. Whether you're looking for a tranquil way of life or growing career prospects, Greeley is an ideal place to call home. With a population of just over 116,000, Greeley offers a wide range of opportunities in oil, gas, construction, and agriculture. Our target market will be expanding families looking for roomy, kid-friendly spaces, luxury home buyers seeking elegant top-tier living, and couples who are in search of a comfortable, inviting home. Now I will pass it off to Angelo with product design.
Thank you, Miles. We here at Spartan Summits have partnered with the great minds and architects over at Kip Flores to introduce to you a Hill Country contemporary home design, which we believe to be perfect for an area such as Greeley, Colorado. With a base sales price of a little under $1.8 million, a livable square footage of a little over 3,600, this one-story home has plenty to offer. From 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, integrated living, kitchen, and dining space, walk-in pantry, laundry room, study, game room, 3-car garage, and an outdoor kitchen patio. This home was designed for a luxury estate community, and for this reason in mind, we chose to place this home in the overlook lot section for easy access to the nearby amenity center. This area also has the added benefit of the nearby school, trails and city park, and nice relaxing views of Greeley, Colorado's natural beauty. Next, as we move on to exterior features, its main defining feature is its large assortment of windows and glass doors to let in plenty of natural light. Next, the outdoor kitchen patio is perfect for outdoor family dinner gatherings, complete with a TV, grill, sink, and fireplace to keep you nice and warm. Next, as we move indoors to the interior features, as soon as you walk in, you are immediately greeted with the open floor plan that combines living, kitchen, and dining space all into one, while also connecting to the walk-in pantry and laundry room. Next, as we move into bed and bath, the master bedroom and master bathroom are connected, with the master bathroom housing double sinks, perfect for you and your partner, a large freestanding tub, and walk-in shower for ease of accessibility. Last, and certainly not least, the study and the game room. Whether you want to chill out in the study while you kick your feet up on the desk and read a book, or maybe get some work done. You also have the game room, which is perfect to chill out and have some fun while you play games and connect with your family. Now I'll be passing it back over to LaShawn with scheduling.
Thank you, Angelo. They say timing is everything, and we couldn't agree more. We break ground April 2nd. In just 1 week, the site is cleared, graded, and prepped for foundation work. By May, framing is up. Walls, ceilings, and roof trusses getting the structure enclosed fast to avoid weather delays. Conducting internal and municipal inspections, ensuring efficiency. June and July are all about the critical systems: plumbing, electrical, and HVAC. Plumbing, electrical, and HVAC. We don't wait for one task to finish before the next begins. By late summer, drywall, trim, and millwork all take center stage, truly bringing this home to life. By October, we plan to put the finishing touches on this home: landscaping, flooring, and painting, ensuring every last detail is perfected. On November 14th, we plan to do the final walkthrough. December 1st, keys are in hand. This isn't just a fast build. This is a flawless execution of a vision. Every great build starts with a rock-solid pre-development phase. Next, I'll hand it over to Willie.
Yeah, thanks, LaShawn. The pre-development planning phase of Spartan Summits includes special planning for site logistics, sustainability, and inspections. The site will have a covered storage area to keep all materials clean, as well as bathrooms and security and regular cleanups for safety and organization. The project focuses on sustainability by using eco-friendly materials, as well as reducing water usage and saving energy. The inspections will ensure that the home is being built safely and correctly, and that it will be special key stages where we will inspect at foundation, framing, plumbing, and electrical work before final approval of the house. Next, Michael will talk about the financial risk and the financial statements.
Thank you, Willie. Here we have our financial statement slide. As you can see to our left, we have our expenses chart, which break down the overall cost of what was spent throughout the construction process of our home, such as site work, framing, millwork, landscaping, etc. What I would mainly like to talk about is the cost breakdown, as you can see to your right. Here it shows our loan of just over $1.3 million. With that loan, we purchased a lot for around $415,000, with the hard construction cost coming in at just over $800,000, a soft interest and a carry cost coming in at just $75,000. This brings our total construction cost to just over $1.3 million. With the sales cost of just under $1.8 million, a commission and closing cost of just over $106,000, and an operating overhead expense cost of just over $124,000. This brings our net profit margin to 13%, or around $231,000. Next, we have our financial risk slide. Here I've listed some of the most common financial risks that can occur during our construction process, such as environmental and weather delays, regulatory changes, unforeseen design changes, and others. These are all the most common financial risks that can occur during our project that can halt construction up to a couple weeks and reduce our net profit between 1% and 3%, but we still would be maintaining a 10% net profit. And with that being said, I would like to pass it to Talia with marketing.
Thanks, Michael. With marketing our home, we are looking to plan collaborations with bigger real estate companies and agents from the area. The most important part of this process is going to be getting our names out there with our social networking and community outreach, thus putting our names out there in the magazine, The 5 to 80, which is a local magazine from the area, and getting out there on everyday apps like Facebook, Instagram, and commonly used platforms like Redfin and Zillow is going to make all the difference. Next, with our sales strategy, we want to keep it short and simple with a 3-phase plan. Firstly, we're going to start with tours to open the floor for a Q&A for any potential buyers. Next, we have our second phase, which consists of hopefully speedy credit checks and any other needed inquiries. Lastly, we have our final approval phase, which consists of our client selection and all the contract signings and closing. And that wraps up to you our home presented to you by Spartan Summits, where the only thing sharper than our design is our execution. Thank you guys again for your time. We will now be opening the floor for any questions.
Great.
Perfect.
Great timing.
Yes.
Sarah, would you like to go first?
Okay.
Put you on the
Put
spot.
me on the spot.
Yeah.
My goodness. First of all, a wonderful presentation. You can tell the time and effort that you put into it. It was well rehearsed. You can just see the practice and the time that went into your presentation today. So thank you so much for that. It's very evident to us, and we certainly notice it. Also, this is a great tool. I thought that was very creative, and the design of it is great. You've listed everything that you should, and so this is fantastic, above and beyond. I also had notes on your sales and marketing strategy. I think that it was very clear. It was, you considered the cost in closing costs and commissions, which is great. So I think that you did a really good job of just being straightforward with that. Question, I guess, for you, why did you choose the lot that you chose?
Thank you for asking that question. So the reason why we chose the Overlook lot was simply just because we chose to partner with Kip Flores, which is an architect out in Texas, and we were given different plans to choose from, so that way we didn't have to come up with our own design for a home. It just was easier for us. And we ended up choosing lot 26 simply because it was the best lot choice that not only fit our home, didn't have too many topography issues or like leveling issues, and then it also just fit our home perfectly, even with all the different setbacks that it have. As you can see, this might not be a faithful or accurate recreation of placing the home onto the lot, but that is why we chose Overlook lot number 26.
Perfect. I think it's a great fit, very saleable home in terms of design, bedroom, bathroom count. I think the market would react very well to that home. So fantastic job. Yeah.
Great presentation. Did I learn correctly this is your first time here?
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir.
You should be very proud.
Yes.
The intro was exceptional. It grabbed my attention. I appreciate the interaction. So that was unique. I thought from the estimating and scheduling portion, from what I can gather here, I noticed on the original submittal that I didn't see a square footage, so it's difficult for me to understand the estimation, but you guys have cleaned that up. And I think your price point on the $825,000 for the 3623 square foot of conditioned space is right within market at $228 per square foot, so I think you're right where you need to be for ranch. Your permit cost was right where that needs to be as well. So your margin, hopefully you're right there. At 15, I think, is what most builders want to achieve in that environment, but you're very close. And for your first time here and putting these numbers together, picking this lot, I think you did exceptional with your research, and thank you for putting that time in. On the permitting, who did you plan to do your permitting process with? How did you find that information out?
Unfortunately, I can't remember right off the top of my head how we did that. I know what we did a lot of research just looking through the different permits, especially through the city, as like how to acquire that as well. But just right off the top of my head, I can't exactly think about that. But thank you for asking that question.
Sure, yeah, no problem. And the other question on the overlots, is this slab-on grade construction, or is there an unfinished basement? I didn't hear anything about that.
It's slab on grade. Thank you, though.
Awesome. The other things I thought that were very attractive that you guys brought to the table here, on the exterior features, I think you hit that spot on with the earth tones. The exterior glazing and the renderings were very attractive, as well as the interior products. That's what we're installing on a regular basis in our community. So I don't know where you found all the information, but it's very accurate, and it's attractive products, so nice job. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
I would not have guessed this was your first time here. That was really, really good. Really well put together. You did a great job illustrating what it's going to feel like to live here and be a part of this community, and that's a really valuable thing to have. So love to see that intro. That was a really great way to kick things off this morning, so thanks for bringing that energy. Like Ryan mentioned, your costs are definitely in line or even conservative. You've got some really hefty budgets for high-end finishes. I think I saw over $100,000 for millwork and cabinetry, which in a home this size is really special and supports your sales price. As you thought about your sales price, were there some local communities and competitive sets that you looked at to help justify that a $1.8 million sale price would be feasible in that area?
Yes, we actually did take into consideration not only our income range, our average household income range, but also some other houses and how they were priced in common areas, not only Greeley, but just outside of Greeley, we have Windsor and Fort Collins. So not only is there a bunch of houses in our range, but there was some kind of shooting up there, I thought. But that's another way we kind of backed our pricing.
Sure. No, that's a great answer. And even next time, you can even hone in on that a little more and even point out specific homes like you did with your group's experience of here's another comparable home in a nearby community that just sold for this amount. And that just instills confidence in your audience that that kind of price, when we're talking about luxury custom homes at, $500 a foot almost, that's not unprecedented. This is within kind of market norms, and that just helps instill confidence in that execution story that you're sharing. The only other comment I had would be to pay attention to some of those finer details of your budget. Sometimes in a spec home, you may not need, or I should ask rather, what was the thought process investing in some of those higher end finishes?
I can take that question. Thank you for asking that. We really wanted to just cater to more of like the luxury home, like kind of like community or whatnot, especially for an overlook lot. We just thought that it would be best to go into high-end finishes just to sell the house a bit more, to feel a bit more homey, to feel like a bit more more personalized to the buyer or whoever would be. Especially with the price point, we thought it was just best to like have high-end luxury aesthetics, accents, or whatnot, so that way you get what you're buying. So thank you for that question.
Great answer. Thank you.
I'm going to echo what my fellow judges said. That was an outstanding introduction, I think. Really helped selling the vision of what you're looking to do here. So really appreciate that side. I really like the schedule that you put together. You were thinking through things. You're articulating as well that you're overlapping. We're not just waiting for one thing to get done and then going to another. That's exactly what we need to do in this overall makeup of our world here. So a couple questions on your risk side. You mentioned some of those elements of environmental. What in particular were you thinking about on the environmental side that may be a risk factor?
Thank you for that question. So the main like environmental changes we were thinking about were mainly just snow and rain. Obviously, we know Colorado, being so high up in elevation, snow is a big problem. I know specifically for me, I'm from Detroit, Michigan, so snow was obviously a big factor that impacts construction. So we did definitely want to take that into consideration as to how it would impact our building, especially since we're going late into, early December. Obviously, it could snow around that time, so we just want to make sure that we're able to close the house out at that time. Especially, we just wanted to factor that into consideration. So thank you for that question.
Yeah, appreciate it. And then on the selection as well, you went with a slab on grade. Presume you had a chance to go through the geotechnical. Is there concerns that you have or anything special that you may have needed to do with the soils for that particular lot or the foundation design itself?
Off the top of my head, I can't exactly remember it. I remember looking through it, and we just chose slab on grade specifically because our home didn't have a basement, and it just helped a lot easier for our home specifically, especially for the chosen lot. But thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Yeah, great job, guys. Really appreciate the presentation. Can tell you guys put a lot of work into it, and it shows, so nice work. Also loved all your slides and your imagery. In terms of choosing to partner with an architect, which a lot of builders do, what was your process in finding the architect that you wanted to use to pair up with? You chose a Texas architect. Is there any reason you didn't choose a Colorado architect maybe to pair with?
Thank you for that question. So we chose with a Texas architect specifically because one of our mentors who was helping us with this project has direct ties to the architects over at Kip Flores in Texas. And so they were able to provide us different plans of different types of homes. And the Hill Country Contemporary Home Design is one of the ones they're most famous for and specializing in. So we decided to go with that one. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's great. You picked a great house. The architecture fits really well within the community. It's one of the styles that's in the design guidelines, and if anybody does it well, Texas does it well. So that was a great one to pick. So great answer on that one. The other question was, in that process, you probably had a number of houses that you were looking through. Can you tell me what it was that was your criteria for the houses that you were looking at to kind of hit this target buyer that you were looking for?
Hey, thank you for that question. As we went through the presentation, we showed pictures of our house. The things that we sought out to be most important to us was the windows. As I said earlier, the natural light flowing through the house, and then the outdoor features as well. We felt as this would be an important selling point for a home in Colorado.
Yeah, great answer. Completely agree. Indoor-outdoor living is huge in Colorado. The windows, you got some great views from this site. I think that the house also fits the buyer profile really well with the bedroom and bathroom count. You have very high-end finishes for this price point, so I think you guys did a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, everyone.
Thanks.
All right, got 10 minutes. Go for it.
Good morning, judges. My name is Sebastian Witten, and we are Woodmont Homes. Today, we will be discussing the feasibility of our home build in the Cache subdivision. And then this is our beautiful team. So here's going to be our target market. We are doing a single-family home build with the average household size of 3 to 5. Our target age range for our home buyers is 30 to 60 years old, and then these are typically going to be college-educated individuals and the upper middle class and the lower upper class. And then here we have our market analysis. In Weld County, which encompasses Greeley, Colorado, is experiencing a lot of growth right now due to the capital of Colorado, Denver. At the moment, there are 1,011 single-family building permits issued in 2024 alone in Weld County. There are 1,749 annual closings of single-family home builds in Weld County, and based on our comparative market analysis using a 3-1-1 approach, our average sales price our average sales price in that area is going to be upwards of $650,000. The average is going to be around 40 days on the market, and then the average price per square foot is going to be around $280. And then the square footage of these homes is going to be upwards of 2,500. So the area overview of Greeley, Colorado. Greeley is located 49 miles northeast of Denver. Greeley has a population of over 116,000, with Weld County's population currently sitting at 360,000, and this is projected to reach over 386,000 by 2026, so this is a fast-growing county. The median age range in Greeley, Colorado is around 33 years old, with the average household income for Greeley being upwards of $95,000. And then here we just have a few beautiful landmarks that are sure to bring in residents all year round. And now, judges, I'd like to pass it off to our pre-construction manager.
Hello, everyone. My name is Diego Renteria. I am the Superintendent Pre-Construction Manager for Woodmont Homes. So firstly, we have our site overview. We chose Lot 23, Road A of the overlook section. This undeveloped site is sloping and covered with heavy vegetation. The reason being for why we chose this is because we had the idea of building a 3-layer home. Our lot size is 16,117 square foot, and our utilities are located on site. And the land purchase will be complete as of March 3rd, 2025 for $170,000. So here before you, we have our project schedule. As of March 3rd, like I said, we will start pre-construction and procurement. And then here are some of our other milestones. And then we should be able to finish out with this project as of February 16th, 2026, which gives us about an 11-month period to finish this home. So here at Woodmont, this will be our project team, which goes over the owner, construction project manager, the assistant construction manager, and the NAHB student interns. And then here at Woodmont Homes, here are some key goals for our project management. For example, we have site management, which will be on-site and local offices. And we believe that safety is our #1 priority. With this understanding, we are committed to following all of OSHA's rules and guidelines with a minimum of OSHA 10. And at Woodmont, we believe quality is everything. That's why this home will be inspected by Woodmont personnel. Now passing it off to our design manager, Robert.
Hello, my name is Robert, and I am Woodmont's project designer. And I'm thrilled to express the ideas we've come up with. But before that, what is a Woodmont home? Because here at Woodmont, we don't just build houses, we build permanent homes. Through our commitment to quality and uniqueness, we're able to provide our home buyers anything they want. Product design. Here at Woodmont, we offer various specialties and amenities dealing with exterior and interior. Now, here before you is our Woodmont home, equipped with 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, and 4,700 livable square footage, and most importantly, our asking price of $1.5 million. Now, before we go inside, we need to talk about some of these exterior specialties, because this year's event, and especially in Colorado, here at Woodmont, we understand that Colorado, their community is very physically engaging. And here at Woodmont, we just want to say we encourage that outdoor living style. Now, going into our floor plans, we have an ambitious, different, and unique floor plan. Looking at the first floor and basement, we took a very similar approach designing these floors, prioritizing maximizing space and open concepts. Our family room and kitchen and dining areas, as well as our game room and kid room, as well as media room. Now, in contrast, if we go up to the second floor, is our private sector. This is where all the bedrooms are. It's closed concepts. You're greeted with the T shape once you go up the stairs. And for added convenience, we added our laundry room in close proximity to these bedrooms because nobody wants to haul laundry upstairs. Absolutely nobody. Here are some interior views and renderings. Kitchen, dining room, livable space. That window's from the study. And pictures from the game and kid room, and even our media room. And to even add just a slight wrinkle, that snapshot is from a movie called The Senior, and it's about a football player at Sarah State University. And it's set to release March 7th of this year, actually. So if you love cinema, it's a great watch. Here's some notable finishes. King James tile, pretty standard. And boutique primary closet, chandeliers, gold fixtures, and pretty trendy are smart controls connected via Wi-Fi. You can unlock your door, turn on your lights, add music, garage door, all through a click of your phone. And here's our buyer selection sheet. Now for each customer, every buyer selection sheet is going to be different. But for this project, this style is mountain modern, stone finishes, wood finishes, and prioritizing exterior. Now passing it to our financial specialist, Casey.
Good morning, judges. My name's Casey Pate, and I'm the financial analyst here at Woodmont Homes. So if you'll take a look up at the screen, we have our financial analysis summary. We're going to assume that all interest on loans is going to be 7.75%. Our land acquisition is $170,000, and the hard construction cost is going to be $53,300, and the soft cost approximately $144,000, which means that our projected total cost of construction of this home is going to be $968,175 approximately. Our target sales price is going to be $1.5 million, and our project duration is going to be 11 months start to finish, meaning that our estimated profit is going to be around $531,825. We're hoping for a 34.45% return on investment. A few things that will impact our financial analysis is going to be the fact that our equitable return on investment will vary a little bit just depending on the package that the customer chooses. Another contributing factor is the close proximity to the Denver metro area. And another side note about our financial analysis is the healthy housing market without the oversaturation. Now passing it over to marketing.
Hello everyone, my name is Pablo Redondo, and I'm gonna talk to y'all about how we're gonna sell and promote our home. First, after we obtain our permit approval, we'll list our home in local MLS with floor plan and detailed specifications. After our drywall is completed, we'll be offering in-person tours where clients will be able to select final finishes and upgrades. On our final stages, we'll finalize local partnerships and agreements. We decided to use digital marketing strategies such as social media and web pages, and also traditional marketing strategies due to our targeted customers' age range. It's between 30 and 60 years, so we decided these two approaches are the best one. We'll also be offering floor plan video tours, so our customers can have a better experience looking at our home from the distance at any time, anywhere. Here at Woodmont Homes, we'll be offering several incentives. If buyers select offer packages from our preferred vendors, Woodmont will provide a credit for landscaping up to $12,500. Our closing cost contribution by Woodmont Homes is up to 3% with our preferred lending partners. We also offer a Heroes program that offers military, teachers, fire, police, nurses, and homeland security personnel. This is our way to giving back to those who serve and protect us. This is it from our part. If y'all have any questions, now is the moment. Thank you.
Fantastic job, Woodmont Homes. I love the logo and the branding. I thought that was really attractive. It looked really sharp on a business card. Nice sign out front of your build site. It would catch a lot of eyes. So that was really great branding. I've been striving for that myself, and I thought right away that looks really great. So nice job there. And I appreciate that you brought out the utilities will be on site. That's always a question, especially in northern Colorado, especially building in rural locations. Is there electricity nearby? Are we using septic systems? Are we having to use propane systems? And you did the research to know that your utilities are available to you at the site where you're building, which is a large cost item. So good job there. You referenced, I wish Sarah was kind of going first. I don't want to take her real estate questions, but you referenced your buyer at 30 to 60 years of customer range, and the house has a 3-car garage and 4,700 square feet conditioned and 5-bed and 5-bath, which is amazing, can meet a lot of buyers. So who do you see when you're building or selecting your products, everything, who is the person you thought would be buying this home?
That's an excellent question, and thank you very much. So yes, we do have a very large home plan, and that was due to that 30 to 60 range, and then also because we know that a lot of families are coming into that area. And you know, again, with the floor plan, we have that laundry room up there because we know that these people are, you know, gonna have a few kids and 1, 2, 3 kids, and so we wanted to have a bigger floor plan to accommodate that, as well as going back to our basement, that large media room and space for the kids to be able to play. But yeah, we knew that Colorado was a very active community, and that age range is perfect for families.
Great, thank you. Yeah, it looks like an amazing home, a great place for a family. Let's see. I noticed I was trying to make the budget align. I saw some paint grade products on the interior that were conserved. Your selections look like they're attractive in quality, but not out of control as far as what they cost. I think that from what I can gather based on our market and what we have to spend, just a little bit of constructive criticism, that the budget might be slightly low, but your margin is very high. So that might balance to where you're right within range. It just may take some revisiting on the estimate is all. Generally speaking, in our market, ranch-style building is the most expensive, and basement is the most affordable, and second story falls in between the two. So that's kind of how that balances out. But I think you all did a fantastic job. I love the house. I love all the function for the family, and thank you so much for presenting today.
Definitely echo those comments. Was a great proposal. Love to hear the recognition of the outdoor living component of your project as well. You know, a lot of people move to Colorado because of outdoor recreation, because of that lifestyle, and you've really incorporated that into your design and project. So hats off for that. Great presentation. You know, Ryan mentioned, I think you might revisit your budget a little bit next time. Did you have a chance to talk to kind of any local Colorado builders, contractors about your budget?
No, we did not. We did not specifically go out for Colorado lenders and construction companies and see what that budget would come to play.
Yeah, that might be a next step next time to just help firm up some of those numbers. It's not that far off, but I think the main thing that we should bring up and make sure that we're on the same page with is your lot price. Now, you were given kind of fixed lot prices for each of these 4 sections. What was kind of the reasoning with coming up with your own lot price, and how did you get there?
some of the reasoning for choosing the lot price that we did was to contribute with the lot size, right? And I'm sorry, I would have to get back to you on this and think ahead. I just don't want to give you an incorrect answer right now.
Of course, yeah, no worries. So just something to maybe ask in our Q&A with the judges next time if there's a question on that, or even, make sure you're not missing it. But yeah, we gave you specific prices for each kind of lot. For this lot, that's $415,000. So that brings your overall cost and your margin way more in line with where it should be, which is usually 10 to 20%. So your margin is actually like 55%, because that's usually calculated on your cost, like your $1 million, not your sale price, your 1.5 million. So that being kind of outside of the usual should tell you something that, okay, maybe let's revisit these assumptions. So another pass at that will help, but that single item would bring your whole project financially much more in line with kind of where it normally would be. So that tells me that you did everything else, a really great job on everything else, so.
Thank you. Thank you for all your feedback.
Great job. I was also going to the question on that Owen just touched on too. Just coming from the developer standpoint, we would be looking more towards that 20% range. When you get into larger lot premiums, it distorts a little bit, and you'll see that. But I think that's great feedback for you guys to just look at that one more time from that side. I like the buyer selection sheet too. You're really understanding, what that consumer is looking for. And I think the house is appropriate too, from that perspective. That's great. Maybe just digging into the logistics on the site and the construction side. What are the things that you think you'll be, that could impact you through the construction of this home in a place like Colorado? And what are the elements of stormwater management that we really have to look out for in the site?
Give us 1 minute to discuss that.
No problem.
Yes, what we came up with and decided on is that we had this 11-month period in with the idea of being like, there is going to be weather issues. It is Colorado. There is some rural spots that are harder to get to. So we took all this for accountability already. And so we believe if we stick to our schedule of that 11-month period and just hit every milestone on the way, we should be able to finish this project on time with the correct materials, no issues.
Good. So you were taking into consideration the weather that we get, those types of things.
Yes, sir.
Through the year. So
Yes, sir.
Great. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I just want to echo what everybody else said. You guys did a great job. Love the presentation. I think the product that you picked for this lot is very appropriate, especially for your buyer type being a family buyer. That was one of my questions, and since that is what it is, it makes sense that you put all the bedrooms upstairs. The parents will be near the kids. I love the laundry room being up there. One thing that you could take advantage of is that you're right next to the walk-in closet for the master. You could put a door right there, so excellent location of where you put it. People love that kind of connection, so you're very spot on with your design and everything. Really like it. Can you talk about why you chose the exterior style that you did? I think it's very fitting for this neighborhood, but just want to hear your thought process of how you achieved that.
For the exterior style, after doing research, a lot of the houses in Colorado look very similar, so why change what sells at that point? exterior stone finishes, wood finishes. There's a big emphasis on curb appeals as well. We plan to install pavers as well. But I would answer your question like that, sir. If it sells, why change it?
Sure, yeah, and I think it is a very attractive home. I think it fits within the design guidelines, and it does fit within Colorado very well. I also like that you guys did a 3-car garage. I think that's very important for this buyer type and for being in Greeley. A lot of people would really appreciate that and having the extra storage. And you took advantage of the lot doing a walkout and getting outdoor living and living off the back of the home. So just want to commend you. It was really good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There you go.
Hi there. Want to commend you on a great market analysis, a great deep dive into the Greeley and surrounding markets. I think that was very strong. Also, I think that you did a great job kind of on the cadence of your sales and marketing schedule in that you'll begin MLS when you have the permit, that you'll begin tours with drywall, and on from there. I think that that's a great schedule in terms of marketing the product. Just a quick question for clarification. Will your sales be conducted in-house then, or will you be utilizing outside realtors?
We would like to discuss that real quick.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
Thank you for your question, Sarah. As we were showing in our slide, we do offer incentives for people to work with us in-house. So it's not necessarily a requirement for Woodmont Homes, but it is something that, we do push. We have very loyal people that we work with, and so we would like for our customers to work with those people. So those incentives are, so that people would prefer to work with us in-house.
Okay, perfect. No, I think that that's a great concept, and just something that I want to make sure you're thinking through as a team, because those commission costs and things like that can really add up. So if you can be doing those, marketing strategies in-house and then cooperating with buyers agents, I think that that's a great strategy, just one that it's really important to think about. So great job overall. I think you did a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thanks.
Good morning, executives. Thank you all for this opportunity. We are Hartsfield Inc., a custom home builder based out of Atlanta, Georgia. We're excited to present to you the Horizon, but before we do, I am proud to introduce the team that has made this all possible. To start off, my name is Miller Patterson, Senior Builder.
Martin Zanos, Project Manager.
Eric Rivera, Director of Pre-Con.
Daniel Hoots, Director of Sustainability.
Drew Williams, Vice President.
Samantha Rosas, Sales and Marketing Director. Let's kick things off with our project overview. Hartsfield is excited to introduce the Horizon, a luxury 4-bed, 3.5-bath home located in Greeley, Colorado, offering over 4,500 square feet on a cul-de-sac lot. Just an hour's drive from Denver, it's priced right over $2 million, including an unfinished basement, which provides buyers with the opportunity to customize the space to their needs. With 120 working days, returns are projected to exceed over $500,000. This puts us in a 24% profit margin. Our build is supported by a $2 million loan. Now let's take a look at the market conditions that make Greeley, Colorado an ideal location for development. Greeley is a fast-growing city in Weld County, offering urban convenience near Denver. As of 2024, Greeley is home to over 100,000 residents. Homes sit in the mid-400 range, and typical household annual incomes are $65,000 a year. Driven by agriculture, healthcare, education, and oil production, it's a key economic hub. Places like the University of Northern Colorado and its parks and trails contribute to its quality of life. Now I'll hand it off to Drew with our product design.
Thank you, Samantha. From a design standpoint, our home blends the living and architectural design with the warmth that defines Colorado's architecture. The home offers just over 4,600 square feet of total space, including a 3-car garage and an unfinished basement. From the garage, from the outside, you'll immediately notice the bright red door. It's a nod to early American tradition. The exterior is wrapped in cedar plank siding, complemented by concrete with a modern cast pattern and a durable metal roof with wide overhangs which ground the home in its environment. Now, our landscaping blends function and beauty, while still managing to meet community guidelines and keep low-maintenance greenery. This too complements the terrace design, which transforms the slope into a potential space for entertainment or even growing crops. Now, our interior is just as functional as it is stylish. The home's design follows the sun with overhangs for shade and windows that bring in natural light. The open floor plan seamlessly connects the kitchen, dining, and living spaces. Cedar wood and slate tile add texture to the living room, while the gas fireplace provides warmth and ambiance. Now, overall, by leveraging strategic roof overhangs, optimized glazing, and high-performance insulation, the home significantly reduces the need for mechanical heating and cooling. This approach has resulted in an energy intensity usage less than typical homes in Colorado, making the Horizon both sustainable and comfortable for its owner. Now, moving on, I'd like to pass it on to Daniel.
Thank you, Drew. Here at Hartsfield Inc., we value sustainability in our hearts. From pre-construction to final execution, we focus on minimizing the environmental impact while maximizing efficiency. Before construction begins, we assess the site's soil composition and topography to minimize land disturbances. Our materials are locally sourced with high durability and low maintenance to ensure long-term sustainability. The Horizon Estate is designed for energy efficiency with ENERGY STAR-rated appliances, low-flow water fixtures, a thermal barrier, and high-end HVAC systems to reduce energy usage. To further implement sustainability in construction, we selected green concrete for our foundation to reduce the carbon footprint and overall environmental impact. Many materials in our proposal aim to improve the indoor air quality. And our waste diversion plan focuses on recycling and reducing the landfill waste. With all these sustainable goals in mind, we at Hartsfield strive to meet the gold certification requirements for the NAHB Green Building Standard. Now, to further go over pre-construction, here's Miller.
Thank you, Daniel. During the pre-construction phase of our project, we have implemented multiple plans to provide our team with the best preparation for quality homes. Among these plans are a site laydown plan, the SWIP, and safety protocols. This slide provides a visual of our site laydown plan, detailing the strategic layout and organization of our job site. The CASH has granted us permission to store materials in the undeveloped neighboring lot. To enforce field safety, a weekly meeting will take place covering content including fall safety, excavation, and proper PPE usage. Our focus on these key areas is driven by our company's strong commitment to environmental safety and the safety of all stakeholders. By addressing these elements early in the process, we're not only minimizing potential risk and disruptions, but also setting a strong foundation for our company's core values of responsibility, efficiency, and long-term environmental preservation. Now on to Eric with the finances.
Thank you, Miller. Let's review the financials for the Horizon. As we continue pouring our hearts into a strong foundation, we created a cost breakdown, sensitivity analysis, and a cash flow, ensuring us financial flexibility. As we begin off with the overview, we have our land acquisition, Lot 49, within overview at $415,000. Given a total construction being projected at $943,000 for our construction, gives us an overall total of $1.6 million, allowing us for a selling price of $2.1 million, giving us a return on investment of 23%, with the profit resulting in a profit total at $495,000. This is important as we take a closer look for our sensitivity analysis, as the scenarios that we take into account for market fluctuation not necessarily go into our favor. As we have our conservative scenario, it's a scenario of a 10% decrease in our total construction costs or a 10% decrease in our selling price. With these conditions into account, we'll still make a profit amount of $285,000. As we take the optimistic side of things, with the similar scenarios of a 2% increase in our selling price or a 2% decrease in our total construction costs, results of a $569,000 of a 2% difference. Onto our loan and draw schedule. As we aim for a $2 million loan, we have 4 evenly withdrawals of our schedule, allowing us to minimize financial gaps and allowing us to stay financially on track. As we take a closer look to our cash flow, we have early and mid expense, as we have material ordering upfront and labor intensive in order to meet these requirements for our construction milestone. Now I'll pass it on to Martin for the schedule.
Thank you, Eric. Now, let us take a look at the timeline behind making a beautiful home. As building professionals, our goal is to provide top quality homes by implementing careful planning, on-time delivery, and the best practices in the project. We begin on March 3rd of 2025 with our property acquisition complete by April 25th. From there, we shift our focus to the pre-con phase, where we will work with all stakeholders to secure our permits, finalize our drawings, and pre-draw materials. This will allow us to survey and grade our lot on July 1st before we get materials on site. For our key milestones, we'll finish our foundation and slab by December 4th, followed by our drying on the 25th. With this completed, we can start doing interior work, minimizing weather-related risks and damages. Throughout our schedule, we'll also perform inspections to ensure quality control insurance, and over the course of our 120 working day project, the schedule will include a 5-day work week. But we will also consider weekends to address any delays such as labor, and furthermore, we will also overlap key activities to maintain our progress. And finally, in a closeout phase, we will finish our final building inspection and handover with an end date of January 22nd of 2026. And with that, I pass over to Samantha for sales and marketing.
Thank you, Martin. Let's take a look at the key components of our marketing strategy. Our target market includes financially qualified buyers who are positioned to invest in this home. Buyers must demonstrate a minimum annual income of $500,000 or provide a net worth assessment in order to proceed. The target market includes specific buyer profiles, such as empty nesters, retirees, and move-up buyers who prioritize the features that our home provides. The marketing strategy targets these buyers through a curated database. Partnerships with local exclusive clubs allow us to promote and reach our desired demographics. Digitally, the property will be listed on MLS with renderings, floor plans, and a project timeline, and an online website and targeted ads enhance visibility. The sales process begins with pre-qualification. Qualified buyers can bid as soon as we acquire the lot and even select pre-approved custom features during the pre-construction phase. To finalize, buyers will then place a 10% deposit into a title company account, which is applied at the final closing. This allows for a clear and streamlined transaction. This concludes our presentation. They say home is where the heart is, and we've poured hours into this design. Thank you for your time, and we now open the floor for any questions.
Good morning. That was a really fantastic presentation. Is this your first time in the custom home competition? Did I see that?
It is, yes.
Wow, that is, I would never have guessed that. It was a very impressive presentation, very thorough and comprehensive, and a lot of nice little features, even this video that's still playing right now. I mean, that's stellar work, so hats off to you all for a truly an incredible first time in this specific program. That was outstanding across the board. in the finance and risk section, the main thing that I key in on is your sale price for over $2.1 million with an unfinished basement. Can you describe some market support for that price?
Yes, absolutely. So as mentioned before, we are marketing towards financially qualified buyers. And with doing so, we suspect that these buyers, whether they're retirees or empty nesters, this unfinished basement provides them the opportunity to customize the space to their needs. So whether that be expanding for their family or making room for anything else that they may see fit.
So do you have some communities and sale comps you can point to support a price above $2 million with an unfinished basement?
Right, so we are partnering with local organizations such as Pelicans Golf Club and Greeley Country Club in order to promote this home and secure a sale within these desired demographics.
Okay, I would say that you need to make sure your price is market supported. And I mean, this is going to be an outstanding home in a remarkable community with, you know, next to great amenities. You're right next to the amenity center, all those things going for it. But maybe for next time, a good thing to dig a little bit more into is just make sure that your sale price is supported. There's absolutely high sale prices in the area, but most would certainly, I believe, have a finished basement. That would be an additional cost, right? So if you're comparing it to a same size home with a finished basement, I mean, maybe that's 2.5 or something, but that's still something that empty nester, that step-up buyer has to go do and expend. So, so it's not you know, not nothing. It's good flexibility, but just probably the biggest thing in your finances to look into. Can you quickly describe your loan assumptions beyond the interest rate that you mentioned?
Yes, absolutely. I'll pass this off to my teammate.
Thank you. For a loan assumption, we didn't really briefly talk about it. As we did say, we aim for a $2 million loan, and that's obviously overdoing it. You know, our bank, we know that bankers don't obviously give you the necessary amount for the loan. As we take a closer look to the cash flow, we have aligned with our schedule, overall schedule, allowing us to fund this. So we take into account for a $1.2 million, but we always nice to aim higher for any fluctuations for the construction costs. So with the $1.2 million loan is a carrying cost for the scheduling.
Got it. So you have a total budget of 1.6, something like that, and a total loan of 1.2?
Yes, the 1.6 is after tax and paying off interest, I believe $78,000 with the closing in, and yeah.
Okay. Well, no, that's a great job on you for figuring out those assumptions as well. Again, as a first-time competitor to ask those type of questions, you're getting a lot of the right answers. So really good job. Hats off.
Thank you.
I'm going to echo Owen's comments to you on the presentation. It was really outstanding, and even the proposal that you gave us was great from that perspective, too. I really like in this particular plan that you put together how you've designed a house that fits the topography. Rather than us going out and doing a bunch of grading and leveling things off, you come up with something that actually fits the topography that's out there, and you're taking advantage of the views, and you're taking advantage of that grade to help emphasize that. So I think that's a great feature that you have within your design. When you looked at risk management on the project, just a question for you on that side is, because you're in this for 12 months, roughly 11, 12 months, what are those signs that you're going to be looking for if the market does maybe soften a little bit, on how you might be able to pivot, or maybe even the other way, or the market is getting stronger, and other things that you might do to help push that level up?
For that question, are you specifically talking about the selling price? Like
Yes, sorry. Yeah.
All right, yes, good question. We have taken into consideration on that. If the market, let's say, it's not going our way, we have taken into account for a carrying cost, which is on page 19 on our financial plan. And that's just basically saying each month as it goes, this will be the carrying out cost that we possibly could be going down. So we target for a 23 return on investment. So with the carrying cost of each month taken into account, it drops down, I believe, to 21% or 20%, still meeting that target range. And if it's going in our favor, then we'll be pushing for the sales, marketing, and selling the home sooner. So we'll make even a greater amount investment.
Great. And then the lot selection, why did you actually pick this lot within the Overlook area?
That's a great question. I would like to pass it on to my teammate.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, that is a great question. So our lot 49 you're referring to, it's in a cul-de-sac. So for one, that ensures privacy, and as well as that, it's on a slope, as we mentioned. So it has that great view of that water source that's near the northern towards the cache. But yeah, the privacy, the views, it all boils down to that.
Yeah, everybody loves a cul-de-sac. It's a great answer. So, thank you.
Yeah, just like everybody said, I agree. You guys did a great job. Very, very impressed. Love the video. Definitely can visualize living in this house. I think it really sells your concept. I think the architecture is great. It is high-end architecture. I don't really have a lot of comments on that because you guys did such a good job. I think it's appropriate for this price point. I do echo Owen's comment on the finished basement, but I think one thing that you could do is maybe if you find a buyer, you could option to finish it and let them do some custom finishes down there or help them design it. And so maybe knowing what your price per square foot to finish it would be a selling point to whoever came in if you were to sell it before you finished buying it. Obviously, there's certain times that you got to make decisions by to be able to do that, but that might help even sell it more as a custom home to customize it for whoever might be purchasing it. So I think that's kind of a cool marketing feature that you could throw in there as well. One question I did have is that you had your competition as looks like Bridgewater Homes, Horizon View Homes, and DR Horton Homes. Can you talk to me a little bit about why you chose those as your competitors?
Yeah, no doubt. So the DR Horton, they have a neighborhood that's maybe, I don't know, what, 1 to 2 miles. That's on it's to the right of the Cash project. The rest of them, they're in Greeley or they're either in Denver. So we just wanted to take into account all markets and all our competition within a broad range, if I'm being fair.
Sure. I think that's good to look in the local area and stuff. You guys, I think, build a much higher end home than what these guys do. So in the future, I'd look at like your competitors as being higher end home builders and see kind of how you compete with them. I think that these guys aren't in your league, so you could find better competition. So. Sure. But hey, great job. Loved it.
Yes, I agree. Wonderful presentation. You can tell that you put a lot of time and a lot of effort into this, and it's certainly noticeable. So I think you can be very proud of your presentation today. I think the fly-through is a wonderful feature that you've done here, and it's certainly helpful for visual buyers to get the concept of, you know, the flow of the house and things like that. In terms of your design, I think I agree with Alex. I think it's fantastic design. The use of your windows, the shed roof, utilizing all of those things to really capitalize on those views that you mentioned, all very well done. A very saleable home in this market. I would love to list this house, and I just think it's fantastic. I also think you did a good deep dive into Greeley in terms of the general market, and appreciate the time that you've put into your target buyer and really thinking through their needs. I do agree with Owen and Alex in terms of the basement finish. I think that's a pretty hefty price point to offer an unfinished basement. However, I also see the thought process behind allowing a buyer to customize that. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, but all very well, you know, thought through, but just might want to reconsider in that price point a little bit. Can you explain a little bit more to me just in terms of your sales and marketing strategy? I know you touched on it, but will you be handling sales in-house or will you be utilizing outside brokerage firms? Have you thought through that process?
Yeah, so that's a great question that I'd like to pass to another member.
Sure.
Yes, that is a great question. So we are based out of Atlanta, Georgia, and as we expand over here, we would like to partner up with local realtors. While we haven't contacted any personally, we look forward to building relationships with real estate agents and brokers such as the Kittle Company or Land Company.
Great answer. That's a very good answer. And clearly you've done your research because Kittle is a brokerage firm that is very active in our community. So I'm happy to hear that you've looked into that and considered it, certainly in terms of your bottom line, because it is a hefty thing to consider in terms of commissions and things like that. So great job.
Certainly cannot tell that you have not been here before. That's a perfect product, I believe, for the Overlook. We love seeing these creative designs here and the customized homes that we hope to see come to life in the next couple years here. As I keep watching this video, that 1/3 swing door and the monorail staircase and some of the really high-end features, I think those are all exceptional. You picked some really great areas to spend your budget on your, as far as your estimate goes, which was in alignment with where I think costs are. I feel like generally looking at these presentations, it feels like our costs in Colorado are climbing, and it's difficult to achieve margin, so you guys have done very well there. I'm really attracted to the exterior cladding, so that was one of my questions, is what is that? I've seen that you've brought it to the interior as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. I'll be passing this off to my teammate.
Yeah. So you said the exterior, what, I'm sorry?
The exterior siding product that I also see inside, like there in the staircase. What is that material?
It's cedar.
Okay, so it's a wood cedar product?
It's a wood cedar product, and we also considered putting a film over the cedar as well, some protecting it, because we know it gets cold in Colorado in the snow. And
Sure. Well, that's a great species to pick. It's very resistant to the UV that Colorado has, so it's a great purpose for it, and it's beautiful wood as well. Three things I thought were really strong. I mentioned the architectural features, but the sustainability approach, nice job with that in your presentation. There's some really good items there that I think are very functional and cost-effective to put in place. The permission to store, that's important. You don't own the land next to you, so it's always good to ask permission for that, so that was great there. The 120-day schedule that I saw there, it looks like we're finishing in kind of close to winter months or holiday. I just wanted to ask, I fight that. When we get the landscaping in, do we have enough to put things in October to get things rooted? It's tough. We can't control what the winters are going to bring. So did you guys have any kind of plan? It can't always be the right plan, but did you have a plan for that?
yeah, no doubt, we thoughtfully considered this, and I'd like to pass it over to Martin.
So looking at the schedule here, we have considered that. So since our project has a progressive schedule, we will overlap key activities and try to get that done maybe closer before Christmas.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Great presentation.
Great job.
Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. We are Boiler Build Collective, and we are presenting on the Marlowe and the Cash Estate. My name is Eric McCarty, and I'm project executive.
My name is Adam Molenkamp, and I'm the superintendent.
I'm Josh Rao, and I'm the chief estimator.
I'm Chloe Chandler. I'm our design coordinator.
I'm Leighton Winther. I'm the project manager.
And I'm Olivia Clemens, our design lead.
So starting off with our community engagement in Greeley is the forefront of everyday life. With top-notch schools and the presence of University of Northern Colorado, Greeley ensures that learning and opportunity flourish for residents of all ages. Beyond the academics, we can find that our residents are typically spending their weekends exploring their local farmers markets or joining in on lively local festivals such as the Greeley Stampede Market. Greeley also offers ample opportunities for those outdoor adventures in the Rocky Mountains, as I have listed up here. Moving into our market analysis, we can see that the population of Greeley is currently 113.7 thousand. However, it has a steady growth rate of 4.7% since 2020. This is because their ranking in the agricultural producing is #1 in the state and #9 in the nation. And as this continues to grow, the growth rate is hopefully supposed to go up as well. Their average household income is $97,000, with the average home selling for $550,000. This has a year-over-year increase of 1.5%. This shows us that there's a need for those mid-tier and higher-tier homes, and because of that demand, Greeley's actually experiencing a shortage of those luxury integrated lifestyles that the Marlowe can offer. I'd now like to pass it to Olivia for our design.
Thank you, Chloe. The Marlowe is a 4,100 square foot home with 4 beds and 3.5 baths. This home is designed to be spacious, adaptable, and customizable with the help of our in-house design team. Our concept of seamless connectivity pairs warm tones with an open circulation to create an inviting space. Now let me take you through the design of our home. Starting with the front exterior, you'll see a long walkway framed with native Colorado plants, and then we'll step right into our living room, which features a stone fireplace, skylights, and a seamless transitional flooring. Right off of this room, we've got our sunroom, which is a perfect place for relaxing throughout the day, and then we'll head right into our kitchen. You'll see that we've designed with aging-in-place elements as well as universal design techniques to ensure that our home can evolve with the needs of its residents. In the dining room, we've created a unique space that captures the character of the home while connecting it with the beautiful outdoor views of Greeley, Colorado. Our pantry is conveniently located right underneath our staircase, so it offers easy access to both the kitchen and the dining room. Heading into our primary bedroom, this is a great place to get away from the rest of the home. It offers expansive sunlight. And then heading right into our primary ensuite, this offers a spa-like experience with dual vanities, a walk-in shower, a tub, as well as a spacious walk-in closet. And then we've designed this to be connected right into our mudroom and laundry room just for easy laundry tasks. Then we'll head up into our second floor. We'll use our open staircase to get up there. And this area is our spacious flex area. This is great for family entertaining and activities. And in the second level linen closet, we've also included a small laundry up here. Adjacent to this space are 3 generously sized bedrooms, along with a flex room that can be used for a guest room, home office, or additional storage. All 4 of these rooms share 2 full-size bathrooms on this floor. Then we'll head out into our backyard. You can see that we've prioritized maximizing the outdoor spaces since we are on that lakefront lot. All right, now let's talk about some sustainability. So this was one of our goals during the design phase. We wanted to make sure that our home orientation and our window placement allow for passive solar heating, which is going to significantly reduce the energy cost for the home buyer, especially during those cold winter months. Boiler Build Collective is committed to using energy-efficient appliances, LED lighting throughout the home, as well as sustainably sourced interior finishes. I'd now like to pass it off to Adam to talk about site logistics and safety.
Thank you, Olivia. Here at Boiler Built Collective, safety is our #1 focus, as we want all of our workers to go home each and every day to their families. On the first day of the job site, all workers will have to go through a job site orientation so they know how the site logistics lay out. We will be following all federal and state OSHA laws, and all tasks being completed, proper PPE will be worn. Lot 37 is the lot we chose to build on. We'll be using the lot next to us for material storage, equipment storage, and parking. Since we have a material storage area, we will be able to order long lead time items during the design phase with the design team. A silt fence and a straw wattle will be placed around the perimeter of our site to control the construction debris and the runoff on site. Boiler Built Collective has long-lasting relationships with many subcontractors and suppliers in the Greeley, Colorado area. We believe that these past experiences with these subcontractors and suppliers will help us the success of our project. Permitting will begin during the design phase, and inspections will be conducted during construction on site by myself and coordinated through the schedule, or I will be scheduling the inspections and coordinating them with our design team, or not our myself and my project management team. I'll be passing off to Leighton for the schedule.
Thank you, Adam. So taking a look at the construction schedule, there are 5 main construction milestones with a total duration of 209 days or 8.5 months. We will start January 1st with our design phase, and which will roughly last 75 days. And this gives us, our management team, time to finalize designs, acquire permits, and complete any pre-construction work before the project starts. April 15th, we will break ground on site, marking the beginning of the construction phase, which will have a duration of 134 days. In the schedule, we plan to have our foundations, framing, and dry-in complete by May 30th, our rough-in MEP complete by July 10th, followed by a MEP and pre-drywall inspection, and our interior and exterior finishes near completion with our initial punch list complete by September 22nd, and finally, our project complete and turnover date of October 20th. Next up is Josh to look over the estimate.
Thank you, Leighton. Our estimating team has carefully developed this report, and we are confident in the accuracy of our final price. With that being said, the cost of construction for the Marlowe is $806,000 at $197 per square foot. Our extensive experience and long-lasting relationships in Greeley, Colorado ensures competitive pricing and the highest quality standards. Now, our lot price was given to us by the cash at $525,000, bringing our total cost to $1.3 million at $325 per square foot. Now, looking at the cost breakdown, this does not include our lot price, and as you can see, our interiors are our largest cost at 22%, exteriors at 14.1%, framing at 12.9%, and MEP at 11.3%. I'll now be passing along to Eric to talk about our financials.
Thank you, Josh. So taking a look at the financials for the Marlowe, with a projected sales cost about $1.6 million, we believe that this falls right into the demand that Greeley has for this high-end and luxury home market. Total project cost about $1.3 million. We are seeking a $1 million loan, which equates to about 80% of the total construction and lot acquisition cost. The remaining 20% will be covered through in-house cash equity and company cash reserves. We have designed a 5-loan draw schedule. We believe that this will minimize accrued interest throughout construction while also maximizing our profit margin. So let's go through some risk analysis that we have taken through the financials. We have estimated a 7.5% interest rate for the loan in the Greeley area. We believe this to be accurate but conservative. However, if this fluctuates with the market up or down, we will still be able to maintain most of our profit margin within a very small error. Then we look at price fluctuation. For some reason, if we have to lower the price of the homes if the market has slowed down, we will still be able to maintain a very healthy profit margin, even with considerable price drops. And then we look at time on market. An ideal situation will be selling this home prior to the conclusion of construction. However, if this is not possible, even with several months on the market post-construction, we will still be maintaining most of that profit margin that we are targeting. Now on for Chloe for sales and marketing strategies.
Thank you, Eric. So as Eric has mentioned, we want to sell the Marlowe for $1.625 million. Now, this is falling in that higher price range in the Greeley market, therefore we need to be strategic in doing so. We will utilize 3 main aspects that we can offer, first being our post-construction services. At Boiler Build, we hold our construction team with the highest regards, ensuring they will build with the highest quality. Therefore, we're proud to offer each buyer a 6-year home warranty program. We also will be utilizing our in-house realty team that will offer seamless communication between both parties, specialized expertise on our floor designs and price structures within the area, and the targeted marketing. So our targeted marketing is we are looking for a very well-established buyer, somebody who's looking for that luxury, maybe a second vacation home. We also will have a large digital marketing presence, first starting with our easy access website where you can find our virtual walkthroughs and interior perspectives online. We also will be using our third-party listing websites such as Zillow, Redfin, and Realtor.com, as our goal here is to get this home on and off the market as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Great job. Appreciate the presentation. And a couple questions for you on our side. The selection of the lot, where, out of all the lots that we have on the waterfront, why are you picking this one for your selection?
So lot 37 gives you an angle to the waterfront. You get the largest waterfront view possible. You can kind of see it. Go back one more. Yep, right there. So as we can see, that road is curving through, and the lots next to it are a little bit smaller, and that lot's a little bit bigger for some reason. So we just kind of thought that would be the best place to put it.
Okay, great. And we think any lot on the water is going to be great, right? From that perspective, it's a very unique feature in Colorado that we don't really get, especially in a custom side like this. As a developer of the area, the 1.6 number that you're shooting for, I'm sure you'll get a couple questions on that, the support on that side. Have you looked at options that if we wanted to work with you a little closer on maybe trying to push that up a little higher because of other homes that may be going to construction that we've seen, coming in, because as the owner, we would have the ability to review and approve all of the plans. Is that something that you'd be open to, or are there options in your plans maybe to help push that price higher, if the market supported it, of course?
Yeah, we think we're going to be flexible with that price if there's that home buyer. And our main thing is just we want to be competitive, yet still sell the home at the end of the day to make sure we're maximizing our profit.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Hey, I just want to say you guys did a great job. The presentation was very seamless, worked really well, got to see what your vision was. So nice job on that. Who was the intended buyer type for this home when thinking about the design of the floor plan and the house?
So we wanted it to be that second home, that luxury home, because like you said, it is in that higher price range, and working with local builders, it could be pushed up. But we also wanted it to be very family oriented, and we didn't want cold feelings or anything like that within, that's why we used a lot of that natural lighting in there. So a very well-established buyer who's maybe going on vacation and bringing back their older families and having everybody has a place to stay within this home.
Great answer. I think the floor plan supports that. I like how that you have the primary bedroom downstairs and the secondary bedrooms upstairs. If it were a young family, that might be a struggle, but with your buyer type that you're going after, this seems to work really well for that. Did you guys consider possibly doing a 3-car garage without a basement? Typically, a lot of homes have basements in this price point. And then understanding that the high water table doesn't really support putting basements on these lots. Did you consider having extra storage for anything, or additional cars or toys or whatever people might have?
Yeah, so each closet within the bathrooms are much larger than what an average closet would be for those vacations. Even if families are bringing other families, they have those smaller kids that need kind of a pack and play. We didn't add a 3rd-car garage because it would have pushed our setbacks too close to where we are going property line to property line, and that's just not really comfortable for anybody. We didn't want to push. We don't know what's building on that lot next to us exactly, and we didn't want to push their boundaries as well.
Okay, great answer. And then the only other question I had, what was your thought process behind the exterior design? What was your inspiration on that?
Yeah, so we looked at surrounding homes to kind of figure out the vibe of the area. We were kind of going for that mountain-esque exterior with the stone and the mixture of the wood. And then we wanted to bring that into the interior as well, bringing in warm tones as well as wood throughout the home.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, overall, I think your layout is really good. I loved the fly-through that you did. It really kind of sold the house. On a future one, I think I would put furniture on your floor plan to kind of explain that, since we didn't have that fly-through, to see how it would live and everything. So putting furniture on there kind of explains how you might use each of the rooms. But overall, great design. Loved what you did.
Hi, guys. I couldn't agree more. I think you did a fantastic job in your presentation today. Also, enjoyed the fly-through. I think that really helps a buyer visually to kind of see the space and envision themselves in it. You didn't really mention it here today, but in your presentation that you submitted, I like the meaning of your name, the Marlowe, and I actually made a note, which I haven't talked to Todd about yet, but would love to potentially name a street that. I just thought that the thought process there was very nice, and it was a great touch. So good job on those little details. Also agree that the floor plan is great, very saleable. The use of windows and light, it's a beautiful home. And when staged, it would show beautifully. I think any buyer would be really excited about this home. To Todd's point, I agree that you could potentially push that price point a little bit higher. I think with the quality of finishes that you're showing, the location and things like that, I understand being conservative, and I think that that's a great approach, but I do tend to think that you could get a little bit more for this home. Appreciate that in your sales and marketing strategy, you've indicated that you'd be using an in-house realtor. It's good to think through that process. Have you thought about how you would be compensating potential buyer's agents, or if you would be compensating them at all?
So our estimate includes what the percentage would be for that realty team. So we have a little bit percentage, but obviously it would kind of come down to contracts and how that would fall into it.
Okay, perfect. I apologize that I missed that, but it's certainly glad you considered it, as that can really, be a huge factor in your bottom line. So love the emphasis on digital marketing, and your, sales presentation in general, I think looks really strong. So great job.
Really enjoyed the presentation. Thank you so much. I thought the home was one of the most beautiful, or personally attractive to me. You referenced the calming walls, and I wrote that down. Calming walls with beautiful stained wooden trim. That's one of my favorite features to bring. I think it's very relaxing in a home and attractive to buyers in our market. The one thing, the fascia material, I just haven't seen it before. Do you guys have that spec'd out? It's really unique.
What was
The fascia material that's on the side of the rendering, I don't know if it's specifically called out as a material, or just a question. It's not really critical at all. It just looks unique.
So all of our materials they're all spec'd, but they're all like staging materials. We can definitely get back to you on the specifics of each material.
Yeah, no problem. It's just unique and looked interesting, so wanted to learn. I think to the point, well, first on the construction logistics and the scheduling, the site management, the adjacent storage plan is great. I like the reference to the long lead time items. That's really important and was much more important in COVID. Also protecting those materials as they're there, because Colorado sun is very strong for wood-based products and can alter them. So you guys are ahead of that. You thought of that. The 6-month schedule is right there for being really efficient. So it may need 30, 45 days, but it sounds like you guys are ordering your materials just for the quality of the home that you're building. Sometimes we have to slow down a little bit, but I mean, if you can get that in 6 months, that's the best for your profit margin. And you do have a strong margin at 14.5. To the point of everyone here, I think you should feel confident in the quality of construction that you're providing and raise that asking price, because you have beautiful built-in closets. That hood was amazing. The architecture of the home, everything about it just seems really, really attractive and high-end. So I wouldn't be afraid to not necessarily look at the market, but look at the margin that you want and maybe go towards that and consider that. Really, it was hard for me to find things that I didn't like about it. One question I had was, what's the subsurface or the foundation for this home? Is this, what are we building this structure on?
Yeah, so we have footers on the perimeter, and then a just 4-inch slab.
Okay, very good. And then permitting, I may have just missed it. What's your plan for permitting? Who will we be working with? And what were the fees that you had accounted for in estimating?
So I can't talk about the estimating part about that, but we are working day one to acquire permits. So that January 1st, just constantly checking up on permits, getting them as quickly as we can, just to make sure we have them and that there's no delay in our construction time.
Okay, great.
I can bounce off of that. All the permitting fees were included in the estimate. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but they are pretty high for this cash estate. But those will all be, we'll jump on those January 1 when we buy our lot, and then hopefully get done by the time we break ground.
It sounds like you've accounted for it, because they are high, and that's why we ask, because they should be accounted for.
Yep.
They can affect quite a bit on construction costs, so.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Nice job.
Yeah, I'll echo a lot of those comments, struggling to come up with much. This is a really well put together proposal, and the team in front of us is calm, cool, and collected, and we love to see that. So thank you for the flow. This obviously takes a lot of effort, and we know this has been top of mind for several months for you, if not longer than that. So just hats off. This is really incredible. And without any major points, you earned some more detailed questions, so congratulations on that. On your permit costs, it looks like in your estimate it's $61,900. Do you have an idea of the breakdown in that permit cost?
Breakdown as far as which permit is which in that cost, or?
Roughly kind of what are those bigger items, the permit costs included in that number?
I would have to go back and look at the estimate for the city about which exact permits, but I just know it's a significant cost at 7.6% of that total construction cost, so.
Sure, yep, and those might be a tad light, but.
I know a couple of them, just off the top of my head, there was like different, to the fire department, police safety, as well as like sewer and sanitary hookups and your water hookups. That's all I can think of off the top of my head, but yeah, once again, we'd have to go back and look at that.
Yep, no, great answer. Water is top of mind for us in Colorado. We don't have as much water as you guys. So that fee can be really pricey. You know, that fee can be as much as the total you have allocated in here for fees and permits. So that's one very minor thing you might have a second call on for next time. You know, we've talked a lot about your sale price. I agree it feels low, especially for the product you're delivering on the waterfront. These are exclusive estate lots in a really premier new community to Greeley. So I would love to see you guys push that. Your sensitivity didn't have any upside in that. Did you consider if you were to sell for 5–10% more, the impact that would have to your margin?
I didn't have it laid out on there because I was just showing our most conservative, baseline model. But yes, it would significantly increase our profit margins and obviously best case scenario.
Sure.
Kind of with that, the reason for our price being at $1.62 million is we really based it off the market as well, as we didn't know what else is happening in the cash, as all we have is what we are presenting right now. And our fear was for it to be a too high of price and then we have no market to sell to, or we're kind of reaching too far. So we did stay with the conservative route of $1.625 million.
Understandable.
Like to hear it, just don't be afraid to make money.
Yeah.
Okay?
I think the general takeaway is that we all think you're bringing a really exceptional product to the market, so you're exceeding your competition, and you should be rewarded for that.
And to your point, because I'm in the thick of it right now, it is a very difficult project to comp because it's, for Greeley, we're pushing the market. So I'm, again, in the middle of it, and I can understand the sensitivity I just have a sensitivity rather to trying to comp those houses. It can be difficult, but to Ryan's point, you have a beautiful home, so.
Two more quick things to try and catch you flat-footed. With your loan, you mentioned you're seeking an 80% loan. Can you describe your flow of funds, debt and equity?
So we're seeking 80% with the initial draw being at the very beginning since the lot price is so high. So initially, our debt is very high with that $600,000 initial draw, but it should even out, and hopefully if we sell after drywall, we should be able to maintain high profit margins.
Did you talk to some local lenders?
We didn't talk to anybody specifically, but we did extensive research in the area, and we believe that rate to be very spot on.
Okay. Have you considered kind of most banks and lenders requiring equity in upfront to support that lot purchase, even bring the lot entirely?
We considered that, but we felt this was our best avenue to tackle this project.
Okay. Usually you'll see equity required in 100% upfront before any debt outlay. Now that, of course, gets combined on a lot like this, but something to consider that will actually help lower your interest cost throughout the project. You mentioned a 6-year warranty. We haven't heard much about warranties so far. Where in your budget is your cost, if there is one, for that warranty, be it insurance or something else? How are you thinking about that?
That warranty cost is just built into our general requirements through the company. There's not a specific allocation in the estimate, but it's just funded through the company general requirements and extra money.
So is that an insurance that you're purchasing, or what risk is there to you guys as the builder for providing that?
It is all in-house. It's all funded in-house.
Okay, so you don't have a third-party insurance to cover your warranty that you're providing to your buyer?
I'd have to go back and consult with my warranty team in-house. So, thank you.
Great job.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, good morning. We are Peak Construction, a Northern Colorado custom home builder, and today we're presenting to you the Pooter Estate. My name's Gabby Lowry. I'm the project executive here, and I will now pass it along to the rest of Peak's management team to further talk about this build.
Hi there, I'm Aiden Boyle. I'm Peak's marketing manager, and today I'm here to walk you guys through the market analysis. So one of the first things we found that I want to share with you guys is the average price per square foot in Greeley's luxury segment is $252. Now most of those are resale homes, so compared to our price of $290 per square foot for our new construction home, we found that it's very competitive as you're getting modern amenities, you're getting a more modern layout, and you're getting that sophisticated low maintenance lifestyle that many buyers prefer, with 36% of those buyers preferring move-in ready properties such as ours. Our target demographic for this home is more experienced home buyers, aged, couples aged 45 to 65, typically with combined salaries of $250,000 to $500,000. There are many major employers in the area in Greeley that can provide salaries consistent with the homing and lifestyle expectations for this target demographic. Some of those major employers include JBS USA, North Colorado Medical Center, as well as the University of North Colorado. Touching on the Pooter Estate's location, it's about 15 minutes from downtown Greeley, which provides the privacy that more mature homeowners might prefer, while keeping you nice and within range of that nice, vibrant downtown life in Greeley. It's also close to two major cities in Fort Collins and Denver, so it keeps you within about an hour's range of plenty of activities for a weekend trip. We chose patio lot 113 for the Pooter Estate, as you can see denoted by the red pin on the map, and I'm going to pass it off to our design manager to further elaborate on that.
Thanks, Aid. I'm Tommy Brownfield. So when first coming up with our design and looking at lot selections, we knew that we wanted a corner lot. We chose lot 113 because of its large size and orientation, and knew that we could maximize natural light and outdoor living space. So on that lot, we designed the Pooter Estate. The Pooter Estate's a 4,600 square foot home featuring 4 bedrooms and 3.5 bathrooms. With our design, we wanted to blend functionality with aesthetics. So with that, we've incorporated many key features throughout our home. When it comes to entertaining, the living room, kitchen, and dining room are distinct but interrelated spaces. The game room upstairs, which calls for a more casual hosting environment, has an adjacent bunk room that sleeps up to 6. When it comes to the more everyday setting, the primary suite is located on the first floor. The bedroom wing is complete with a spa-like bathroom, a walk-in closet, and direct access directly into the laundry room. Moving upstairs, there's an oversized bedroom with a walk-in closet and an ensuite bathroom that's perfect for guests. Additionally, 2 symmetrical bedrooms with built-in wardrobes and desks are perfect for children. Lastly, we've taken great efforts to make our home universally accessible to all. We've incorporated a 2 stacked closets on the first and second floor that can later be turned into an elevator later in the home's life cycle. Additionally, we've included 36-inch wide doors and hallways, making the home accessible to all. Here you can see 3 interior renders. The kitchen includes custom cabinetry, quartz countertops and backsplash, and panel-ready appliances. The dining room has a bold stone accent wall, bringing the stone facade outside inside. And lastly, in our living room, expansive windows, custom casework, and an 18-foot ceiling makes it a very inviting space. I'd now like to pass it to our superintendent.
Alrighty, thank you, Tommy. My name's Johnny Taylor, and I'd love to give props to our design team for picking materials and methods that fit within our budget and schedule, whilst also boosting the IEQ of this home. First off, we like to look at keeping it cozy, as it could get kind of cold in Colorado. We did this by implementing our innovative thermal comfort insulation system, which involves a R19 foam barrier with closed cell spray foam on top of that, bringing the R value up to 26. Next, we do have insulated windows, which are low-E gas-filled windows, which will keep cold Colorado winds out whilst bringing light into the house. Next, we wanted to keep this home one with nature. This is why we chose to locally source beautiful prairie gold sandstone for the exterior of the house. And lastly, we wanted this home to be powered by earth with a deep well geothermal system, which grants the owner 65% annual energy savings and also grants them a 30% tax credit under the Inflation Reduction Act. I'd like to pass it off to our project executive.
Sweet, thanks, Johnny. Now to jump into the project timeline. We were informed that the earliest we could acquire this lot is July 1st, so we strategically placed our pre-construction to have a construction start of July 8th of 2025. Moving forward, we're aiming to achieve dry-in by late September. drywall by mid-November, all final MEP inspections by mid-December, with then substantial completion coming to February 2nd of 2026. This schedule was made to maximize market opportunities while also hopefully avoiding those weather-sensitive seasonal delays. With pre-construction, construction, and closeout all considered, our final project duration comes out to 184 working days. And then moving forward, our team also pulled together a trade partner materials and procurement plan. Once our project specifications are more narrowed down, we will send out detailed bid packages using the Northern Colorado HBA to those trades and suppliers that we wish to pursue, with them performing scope comparisons to pick the best fit for the Pooter estate. Additionally, our team is making a project-specific procurement schedule, which will track things like lead times and delivery dates to make sure everything is ordered on time, and also ensuring that the project site is well equipped for anything that is to come. I'll now pass it back to our superintendent.
Alrighty, thanks again. On page 17, you can find a full list of the inspections. The inspections will be performed by the city's building division through the software eTrackIt. We do make sure to use Greeley's codes as of 2021. The permitting information can be found on page 13. This does include a footing and foundation permit as well as a new construction permit. We make sure to bake both our permits and inspections into the schedule to make sure that the construction process can flow smoothly. As for safety, we do require everyone on the job site to wear PPE. This is addressed in a pre-on-site meeting. In addition to that, we do have these three core concepts. At our toolbox talks, we want to talk about mental well-being as well as physical well-being. We do also want to talk about our good catch policy, any near misses or incidences that happen on the job site, and any way we could solve it for the future. And we do like to keep updated safety data sheets to maintain proper documentation throughout the entire project. Now I'd like to pass it off to our construction manager.
Awesome, thank you, Johnny. My name is Max Wilson, and I'm here to tell you a little about our site logistics and SWIP plan. As you see on the right side, we have our legend calling out some main items. I'd really like to emphasize the track out control mats. Those are really to clean off the dirt and debris from the vehicles coming in and out. We really want to emphasize keeping our roads as clean as possible. Moving on to our dust control, we plan on revegetating phase throughout the construction process. And then we'll be also having gravel applied to those haul roads. Finally, we are going to be using a soil binding agent and dust suppressant for that area. We really want to emphasize keeping that dust to a minimum. Now pass it off to our lead estimator.
Thank you, Max. I'm Alex Cole, lead estimator here at Peak Construction. We estimated a total selling price of $1.35 million, with coming in at $290 per square foot. Adding up our line items here listed on the right, our project subtotal comes in just above $1.1 million. Coming in with 37% equity, we're looking for a $690,000 loan at 8.5% APR. This will leave us with a 17% profit. To the right is our draw schedule. In between each of these dates, we're looking to pull $137,000. In each of these graphs, we've simulated different instances where there's fluctuation in either material price, interest rate, or dates sold. We found that an 8.5% interest rate is more than desirable for this project, and we hope to sell the home early December. Even if material prices soar above 10%, we're still looking at over $150,000 in profit. We've done a lot of research here at Peak Construction, and we can say with certainty that the reward outweighs any risk that this project poses. On to our marketing manager.
Thank you, Alex. So in formulating our sales strategy for this project, we had one word in mind, and that was efficiency. So to save time and money, I'll be serving as our in-house realtor. We will be listing the home during May in the pre-construction phase for two reasons. One, that's going to allow for any design changes should we find a buyer early on in the project. Throughout the construction process, we can change any of those. And also, homes just sell faster in the warmer months in Greeley through our market research. To maximize exposure to this project, we are going to be doing SEO-driven website optimization, as well as hosting virtual tours pre-construction on that website. We'll be also launching an ad campaign on social media with engaging posts on websites such as Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, as well as listing on all local MLSs and a featured listing in the Greeley Tribune. That wraps up our project, and I'd like to open up the floor with any questions.
Great job on the presentation. You really sold your vision here. You explained everything really well, so good job on that. On the architecture side, I find these lots, the patio homes, very intriguing. They're kind of a unique lot. It's an alley load product. Can you speak to why you decided to go with these lots over some of the other lots?
When doing our past research or of the market analysis of just the area, we're just more comfortable choosing these lots just with the price range of the loan and then the build price of what the loan was given to us. So we were just comfortable with choosing these during our research for the market.
One thing that I really like that you guys did in the home design with these is that you chose a corner lot and you're doing your side living off of that open side there. With alley load product, it's a difficult thing to kind of find outdoor living, and it's so important in Colorado. So I think you were very successful at that. I think in your images you could even show more of outdoor living in that space, be a fire pit or some kind of cool thing that you can do out there.
Yeah, on the north side, or because our outdoor living is both on the south and north side, so at the top right there, we have a lot of more outdoor living on that back side of the house.
Yep. And I think that's great. It works well. You have part of it covered, part of it uncovered. You could even probably provide a better connection from your living space, having doors off the great room there and do that. But overall, very, very good concept. One of the things I really liked too that you guys did was the universal design, and you're thinking about that. You're capturing some buyers, who might want to stay in this home forever. And so to be able to put in an elevator or have those wire doors for them, I think is very attractive for that. The other thing I really liked that you guys talked about was the geothermal. I think this site is perfect for that. You're not going to have a basement in here. You got a high water table. You're going to take advantage of some of the things that you can do there with the ground underneath you instead of having a basement or something. So overall, really, really good project. Like the architecture. I think you did a good job.
I agree. I think it's a fantastic presentation. You can tell that you've done a lot of work in preparing for today, and it's certainly noticeable to us. So we commend you on that and the hours spent, I'm sure, over the last few months. I think it's a great lot choice. I think it's a great home design. You're pushing it on the 4,600 square foot in a good way. I don't think it's too much, but you're definitely getting a lot of square footage in there. But I think your price point supports that, or vice versa. The square footage supports your price point. So I think it'd be a great home to show. It would show beautifully. The windows and the placement of them, that indoor-outdoor space, I think it all flows really nicely. Love the idea, particularly for an aging-in-place buyer, of the elevator. We've not seen that, and it's something that I think makes perfect sense for this buyer. So I commend you on that. That's something that is really insightful to prepare for a buyer. So really great job there. In your presentation, you had talked about a vetting process for your buyers. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that?
So yeah, we take pride in our vetting process, so we want to make sure that we are getting the most qualified and the most reliable buyers. So we have many market partners that we work with to have an extensive vetting process before the buying of the home.
Okay, perfect. And you're handling sales in-house, correct?
Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect. And then in terms of cooperation with outside brokers, have you considered that and what that looks like?
We overall have used our inside sales team, and we've seen that has worked for us, but we're always working on our market analysis and just observing the market, so we're never not open to something.
Good answer. Well, overall, I think, again, great job, great presentation, and I think it looks really nice.
Very well done. I think we're all going to go back and say Purdue Gold, really cool design with the elevator. So back to that page, where does the door go? I was looking at that. It's really cool. I think that is very unique.
For the elevator?
Yes.
So where it says closet,
Mhm.
I mean, that's the door, and then up there, it's like a, like door on both sides of the elevator.
Okay,
Yeah, just like later in the home's life, so, yeah, and then right there.
very cool.
Very cool.
In the closet, so, perfect. That's a really unique design. Way to think outside the box there, use your creativity. Get outside of the project, kind of look 30,000 feet up and think bigger picture. Great job. I'd love the interior renderings. Since, well, you guys are at 4,600 square foot, which to Sarah's point, I mean, if you're building out the lot, you chose a large lot, you're building out that space, you're probably gonna be one of the higher price points in sale in the patio lots due to that. You have a beautiful home, and I'm not doubting you can push that price point and be the highest sale in those patios. I like the 3-car garage with that. I think that layout fits just fine. I have $567,000 in construction costs. So for that, that puts me at $125,000. Am I tracking that correctly? Per cost per square foot? 125, yeah.
I'd have to look back at that. So your construction costs are where?
Yeah, for me, I mean, I'm just the builder guy, right? So if I take 4,600 square foot and divide it by the hard cost, that gets me at 125 a square foot. Your total.
Oh, yeah. So our 290 is our selling cost per square foot?
With lot.
Yeah.
And everything else. So are the hard costs are slightly low, or is there other soft costs that are maybe permit fees or overhead items?
Yeah, so there are overhead items listed in the estimate. I'd have to go back and point those out for you, but we can certainly do so.
Perfect. That would justify that. Just, it's slightly low, and there could be some, things are categorized differently that would create that. So, great job with permitting, E-Track, in looking that up. That's exactly where you need to go. That's how you'll need to communicate. They'll list all your inspections. That's how you can generate your fee. On the closed sale, you're one of the few that made any reference to trying to meet R30 values, so good on you for that. We're here tomorrow to go walk and try to find out how to meet those R30 values effectively ourselves with the use of foam and continuous exterior insulation. So I think there was a lot of hard work that you guys put in, and you should be proud of what you did, so great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, echo those comments. You guys did a really, really good job. Really well thought through and comprehensive proposal, and the house looks great. That's a great lot, and this would be a great feature for it. Can you talk to me a little bit about how you came to those final construction costs?
Yeah, so we did some market research in the area using multiple different databases and finding our material costs. We had a long spreadsheet of all of our different costs and just a lot of databases local to Greeley, Colorado.
Okay, those were local Greeley databases you were able to find?
For some of the materials, not all.
I see. Okay. Those costs do feel a little light.
Yeah.
So maybe something to look into next time, maybe talk to some local builders and subs of kind of where they're seeing things.
Absolutely, yeah.
Same with your sale price. Your sale price feels like there's room in it. Off the top of your head, can you maybe bring to memory some of the competing communities where you might be able to pull some sale comps and support from?
So off the top of my head, I'm not able to pull from any nearby communities, but we did do extensive market research, and we looked at all the houses in Greeley's luxury segment that sold within the past year. And so we tried to make sure our sales price was competitive with those homes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Definitely conservative, which is good.
Yeah.
You had an interesting kind of capital stack. I think it had 37% equity. Can you talk through your thought process with that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We wanted to come in with as much equity as possible to ensure that we can get as low as interest rate as possible and kind of just be confident that we have enough money to carry us throughout the whole project.
Okay. Can you talk about your flow of funds with debt and equity? What money comes in first, and then I saw it was like even draws, something to that effect?
Yeah, so with the 37% equity, we come in with around, I think it's $400,000. And then that should carry us through the first couple months of the construction process. And then after that, we start taking draws at around $135,000 every month or so. And then those draws will end at October 2nd.
Okay, so it's all your equity is in upfront and for a couple months, and then you start drawing on the project?
Yes.
I see. Perfect. That's a good assumption and good catch on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I would say, I would just ask you kind of what you consider your equity, cash equity cost of capital is when you're getting a very conservative loan.
Okay.
Have you given that any thought?
I'd have to go back and look more into that, but I could get you an answer for that as soon as possible.
Sure. Maybe just as you're thinking about how that all comes together, again, a very conservative approach generally, and we love to see that. But cash isn't free, money isn't free, and neither is time.
Yeah.
So having more money in upfront will save on your interest costs, but that's not free. You know, that's time and risk that you're losing. So very conservative approach, but just something to think about. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Awesome. And we tried to include those fluctuation costs that Alex was talking about with interest rate and that sort of thing, but definitely we'll be sure to think about that in the future. Thank you.
Great job. Love these answers that you're giving us today. And I love a couple of details that you actually have in this house. We haven't seen yet, I don't believe, the elevator. I love that part. I love the aging in place because I think forever homes to some extent are definitely a growing trend. And we would love something like that, especially at this price point and in this location in the project as well. I'm just going to get into one detail I'd love to have you guys give me a little more information on, because we haven't seen this one yet either, is the geothermal side of it. What is that footprint? We do have high groundwater, and have you done that research to figure out if it really does perform here, the efficiencies get as high as you may get in other parts maybe of the site or other areas?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. We definitely have done extensive research, research about the geothermal, and something that we want to include in this project just to keep it as sustainable as possible. To get the exact numbers, I think we need to do a little bit more research and go back and kind of assess the land that we're building on. But I could get back to you on that.
Yeah, were you guys considering just one well, or is it a field somewhere that you're thinking about?
Probably just considering one well.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Really great job. 10 minutes. Are we ready?
We are.
All right, go.
Awesome. Greetings. I am Junie St. Justy, the Construction Engineering Director here at Ridgewood Building & Co. Today, my team and I will be presenting to you the Highland Estate. With me today, I have Sanaya Lewis, our Sustainability Consultant, and Demaya Jenkins, our Design Engineer. Demaya will begin with our market analysis.
Thank you, Junie. Greenlee has experienced significant growth with a population of 116,000 residents as of 2024. Known for its affordability compared to neighboring areas like Denver and Boulder, Greenlee attracts families, professionals, and retirees looking for high-quality living without excessive cost. The city's diverse economic base spanning healthcare, agriculture, and technology ensures a stable job market and consistent demand for housing. Additionally, 41% of Greenlee's population falls between 20 to 50 years age range, a key demographic for home ownership. With scenic beauty, top-tier schools, and ample amenities, Greenlee is an ideal location for the Highland Estates. Now I'm going to pass it on to Sanaya.
Thank you, Demaya. Now I will outline our pre-construction management plans, starting with procurement. For the Highland Estate, we balance luxury with eco-consciousness by using environmentally friendly appliances to reduce our carbon footprint and utility costs. We also prioritize sustainability by partnering with Woodland Home Marketplace for reclaimed wood flooring and Weaver Stone Company for countertops made from locally sourced stone. Our methods combine durability and elegance, all while supporting regional artisans. When it comes to permitting, we secured all permits early to prevent any delays and ensure a smooth construction process. This proactive approach reflects our commitment to above-code workmanship, prioritizing quality, compliance, and a seamless experience for future homeowners. Regarding site logistics, the Highland Estate is located on Lot 4 of the Project Cash Overlook development. The property spans less than 1/4 of an acre and sits on a slight slope, helping to reduce construction costs. Northern Colorado's unique soils demand careful consideration for site management. We store materials on elevated terrain to prevent contamination, stage equipment on stable ground to avoid soil compaction, and design pathways to minimize soil erosion and protect vegetation. These practices ensure efficiency while preserving the land. Our stormwater pollution prevention plan is tailored to Northern Colorado's diverse soil composition to protect its local waterways. We employ silt fencing, sediment basins, temporary seeding, and mulching to control runoff and erosion. Spill prevention includes absorbent materials and spill kits, while weekly inspections, detailed records, and staff training ensure compliance with EPA and Colorado standards. By adapting to changing conditions and conducting regular evaluations, we maintain the highest standards of environmental protection. In this windy region, dust control is crucial. We use water, soil stabilizers, and mulching to reduce dust, along with limited ground disturbance. Prompt revegetation and minimizing operations during high winds also help protect both the community and the environment. At Ridgewood Building & Co., safety is our foundation. We strictly follow OSHA standards, holding ongoing safety meetings to keep our teams vigilant. We enforce programs such as Strike for Safety and host regular toolbox talks. Workers are equipped with the proper PPE, and we provide water stations, warming spaces, and shaded areas to combat extreme weather. By reviewing and mitigating risk in all work zones, we ensure a safe and responsible environment on every project. Sustainability guides our every decision here at Ridgewood Building & Co. In Weld County, where energy efficiency and water conservation are vital, we integrate sustainable design features such as gray water systems for water recycling and xeriscaping with drought-resistant plants such as the ones featured here. By combining innovation, cost-effectiveness, and a commitment to the environment, we deliver homes that align with both our economic and ecological goals. Now I will pass it to Junie.
Thank you, Sanaya. Now that you've heard from Sanaya and Demaya, let's dive into the beauty of the Highland Estate. We're thrilled to share this stunning home designed for those seeking a classic mix of country living and modern luxury. The Highland Estate blends the hill country and mountain modern design styles to create the perfect solace here in the Cash Project. Our overlook home of 1,695 square feet of livable space has its classic design characterized by rustic details that blend perfectly into the surrounding Colorado environment. With its clean lines and outstanding material use, this home features a front and back porch, perfect for chatting with the neighbors on a Sunday afternoon or hosting a barbecue for Labor Day. Not only do the porches enhance the property's charm, but they also offer a recluse from everyday life. Let's take a look inside. The Highland Estate features a carefully curated interior that maximizes comfort and functionality. The home features a sprawling living area, state-of-the-art chef's kitchen, and a productive office space. There are 3 spacious bedrooms and 2.5 bathrooms, each crafted with unique touches that embody traditional country hominess, by following a warm, earthy scheme and ensuring modern conveniences. Large glass windows flood each room with natural light, while high ceilings create an expansive and airy room throughout the house. And don't forget about the garage, which accommodates 2 vehicles and plenty of space for extra storage for fishing gear or holiday decorations. The Highland Estate at Ridgewood Building & Co. isn't just a house. It's a unique opportunity for luxury country lifestyle. We can't wait to welcome any families or retirees looking to create unforgettable memories here in this home. Now, Demaya will continue with our marketing strategy.
Thank you, Junie. Now let's move on to our marketing strategy. Our approach is strategically aligned with our primary target audience, strengthened by partnerships with establishments such as Greenlee Wine and Greenlee Country Club. These partnerships give us a strong foothold in the market, ensuring we reach high-value buyers who appreciate luxury, exclusivity, and community living. One of the highlights of our marketing approach is our exceptional open house events with our in-house agents. These aren't just typical walkthroughs. Our guided tours and themed experiences will allow potential buyers to truly immerse themselves in everything Highland Estates has to offer. Now for our sales strategy. To effectively reach our clientele, we're implementing a multifaceted sales strategy that blends both digital and traditional marketing methods. For our digital strategy, we will leverage platforms like Zillow, Google, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok to showcase our high-quality video tours, drone footage, and powerful testimonials from satisfied buyers. This engaging content will drive traffic to our website where viewers can immerse in our 3D and 360 tours, allowing them to visualize the home from anywhere in the world. In addition to our digital efforts, we are incorporating traditional marketing strategies to ensure we connect with the right buyers. Newspaper ads, local community flyers, and direct outreach will help us engage families, retirees, and investors looking for the perfect home in Greeley. With this comprehensive marketing plan, we are confident that the stunning property will find its perfect owner. Now on to Sanaya with my favorite part of the presentation.
Thank you, Demaya. I'm excited to present our Ridgewood Retreat Package. For only $1,100, you can experience the luxurious lifestyle of the Highland Estate for 24 hours to see if this home is right for you. This unique offering allows prospective buyers to live on site temporarily, experiencing the estate firsthand. From guided tours to personalized consultations, this package immerses you in our life-changing Highland Estate. Now, I will pass it back to Junie.
Thank you, Sanaya. I'm pleased to enter our financial portion of our presentation. Our home will be listed at a selling price of $1,080,000 with a total construction cost of $1,005,710. This leaves us with a rough profit margin of 7%. Our construction begins with phase 1, our pre-construction, which totals just over $29,000, including our design work, permitting, and site work and utilities. Phase 2 begins our rough construction, totaling just over $30,000, with excavation, foundation work, and material procurement. Our MEP phases total just over $81,000, and they also include labor costs for that phase. Phase 4 enters our interior and exterior, which create the feel and modern home that we're looking to present here. This totals just under $150,000. Closing out with Phase 5, our landscaping and closing costs, that will finish just above $17,000. Moving on to our scheduling, we plan on following a meticulous 222-day timeline, beginning on December 9th, 2024, and concluding on April 15th, 2025. This schedule incorporates risk mitigation for weather-related incidents and ensures a proper and timely build. Our commitment to punctuality and quality underscores Ridgewood's dedication to excellence. In conclusion, the Highland Estate isn't just a home. It's the statement of elegance, sustainability, and modern living. By choosing Ridgewood, you're not only choosing an investment in property, you're inviting a lifestyle that blends modern luxury with country timelessness. I would like to extend a special thanks to our support team, staff, and sponsors who made this trip possible. And now the floor will be open for questions.
All right, wonderful presentation. I think that you can tell that you've put a lot of time and energy into practicing, and that's certainly evident today, so great job. I think in terms of the visuals, your fly-through is very helpful. It helps us see, get a walk through the space. I think for buyers, that is certainly helpful, especially, if you're trying to sell something during the construction process. So I think that that's fantastic. curious on your sales and marketing strategy. Can you expand a little bit on the package that you're offering and kind of the thought process behind that? The package in terms of like the overnight stay?
Yes, so with our package, it does cost $1,100, and if you decide to purchase our house, that will go towards your closing home costs. As far as what the package entails, again, it's guided tours, personalized consultations. The house will come staged with furniture, and you will have all utilities from Wi-Fi to water to AC.
I think that's really creative. I've not seen that in our market. I've never done that before. I think it's certainly thinking outside of the box, and I commend you on that. I wonder a little bit if my only hesitation on it would be the potentially buyers, especially in this price point, like a home that's brand new that nobody has been in before. You know, there's no scuffs on the walls or little things like that. They really zone in on those things. So it's my only, you know, potential thought on that. But I do think it's a very creative way to market the home. So I commend you on that.
Thank you.
And also, I loved that you looked into partnerships with like Greeley Country Club and things like that. It shows that you really looked into the market, into, you know, local companies that we are dealing with all the time. And also appreciate your nod to kind of the underutilized traditional ways of marketing in terms of flyers and direct outreach. I know that a lot happens today on social media, and all of that is great and I think very useful as well. But I think that a lot of times brokers can underestimate, you know, just going out and doing traditional outreach. So I think that you definitely looked at the gamut of ways to connect with your buyer, and I think that that's very well done. So good job.
Thank you so much for coming here and presenting. Who did the interior and exterior selections? They're beautiful.
That was our design team. They are fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, these selections are really attractive to a lot of clients right now. It's a very saleable product that you have on the screen there. Great job in that regard. And your trade partners with our sister company, with the Reclaim items, with Weaver Stone, you've done your homework there. There's some very reputable sources you have there. I have a lot of confidence in your construction there with your, just if you're taking into consideration the slope of your lot and how much backfill product you need to bring in, things like that. I think that's, and the dust control practice, being a good neighbor in construction, that's very professional. So I commend you on that.
Thank you.
The Hill Country and Mountain Modern sells like crazy at this moment, especially in that type of development.
That lot is beautiful for that, right?
That's a really nice product that's gonna sell. Is this on an unfinished basement, or are we crawl space?
We decided not to go with the basement for this build due to the destination, the elevation, and the location on the bluff. We decided that for our first build in this community, we wanted to play it safe and go with no basement for this build. So this is a beautiful one-story home.
Perfect. So for the overlook concept, this would be a slightly smaller square footage product offering in that overlook, but it's very well represented. To your point, it's conservative. And the products inside there are quality. I think the 220-day schedule, I guess I'd ask how many working days, if you are financing, with that being a single-story ranch, there's probably some room for you to gain some ground there, if possible, and that would save you some money and generate some more income. So I don't know how many of the 220 days are working days from, you know, excavation until final CO.
Yeah, definitely. So one thing that we factored in was if we accumulated a client that wanted the house completed on a quicker timeline than that, we kind of allowed some time in our schedule for a faster build. So let's say we wanted to push the schedule and kind of compress it a little bit, we have that option with the time that we have here.
Okay. And one thing for this beautiful product that you have here, who are you thinking is your end user or your buyer?
So our market, our target market is going to be retirees or new home buyers looking to begin a family here in Greeley, Colorado. It's definitely a family-friendly environment. There are wonderful schools in the area, and it's definitely a place where a family can definitely grow and thrive here.
Awesome. Very well done. You did your homework. Nice job.
Yeah, really nice job. The very good put together presentation, great flow. You spent a lot of time, the right amount of time on every little piece of it. So it was great storytelling of the project and your vision for it. Also, love the matching outfits and the iPads. I feel like I'm on a tour. Show me where and I'll sign it right now. Let's get it going. So nice little touches with that, and the video's great. The live fireplace all really helps sell the project, and as Ryan mentioned, the finishes, and a lot of good work here. Do you have an idea of where you came to your construction costs for this home?
Definitely. Thank you, Flora. That's perfect. So this is our financial breakdown, and this details everything from the windows and doors, doorknobs, the drywall, painting costs, and this is how we decided with our financial department to put together our building costs for this project.
Okay, awesome. Well, I think they're definitely conservative, and hopefully you could maybe even trim back some of those numbers to help get a little better margin. You know, usually we're seeing kind of in the teens, kind of anywhere in the teens for a lot of projects, so below 10 is maybe there's some opportunity for room in there. You know, another even very local condition is we don't usually need termite treatment. I saw that in the budget. So some attention to detail on the budget would help save some costs and make the project margin a little more compelling.
Definitely.
You know, that would help there. Love to hear about the weather delays, the partnerships with country clubs. Those are all, again, nice touches. Did you have some thought on your sale price, how you came to that assumption?
So our sale price, we wanted to make sure that we did make at least a minimum profit margin, which is why our sale price is where it is. But upon more market analysis, we found that houses in this style typically sell for above $800,000. And so considering that in our target market, we decided that our price point of a little over $1 million is just right for our home and the location that we have it in.
Okay, great answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. I love the architecture, actually, and this is coming from a non-architect, right? So one question for you, though, on the house siting and the lot fit to that point. I noticed that it appears you have a side load garage, or what we would call a side load garage, so you're not orientating that garage towards the front. And could you just clarify for me, is that the intent of this layout? Where we'd be coming off the street, where you've got the 17-foot dimension there, and we go around the side? There you go.
Yes, the garage is on the side, so it would connect to the street.
Okay. It just, I think something to look into from that perspective. It's a little tight on the 5 foot. Trying to get a car, you know, through there, you'd have to maybe get an easement from the lot that's next to you. I think I love the house and the layout of the house, and looking at this selection, I would maybe push this house to a corner lot, because then at that point you could actually get the garage to come in, or you could keep this house orientation and actually have that garage work and function maybe a little bit better from that perspective. But from that side, I think it's a great point that you're looking at there. I also just thinking through the pricing, I know what you're running into as far as you're seeing a lot of homes that are in the area. The existing home market is at a lot lower price point, and that's the tough thing about this project is we're trying to push that up into the next level and really set that standard for the area. Have you thought about ways that you could maybe push that price point up just a little bit higher? Because again, the house, I think, could support it, and maybe just, you know, looking at digging into that one a little more too, or if you have any thoughts on that one.
Yeah, so some add-ons that a buyer could buy if they chose to would be solar panels. And then also some of our luxurious add-ons would be heated flooring and smart tech.
Great, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I want to say that you guys did a great job also. I loved the presentation. Can tell you really practiced and, did a really good job. Being an architect, I also love the architecture. I think it looks really great. So I think this fits really well within the community, the guidelines. I think it's a very attractive home and would support this sale price. I actually think you probably could get more with the style of home, and you could even push the square footage on this a little bit more, and the site would support that. Do like it. I don't have a whole lot of questions. I think everybody else has kind of asked a lot of the questions I had and brought up the same things. I do think this house would be better on a corner lot for the same reason. I love the idea of the side load garage, so you don't see the garage on the front. I think it creates a much more attractive house. It makes it feel like a bigger house because you're not seeing that. So I like the approach of that. I love all the renderings you did in the fly-through. You did have a more detailed floor plan in your presentation here. I think in your proposal, if you guys were to supply some of those same things, it would be a little bit easier to see what was going on. It was just a small floor plan in your proposal, so it was hard to tell, but I see that you have worked on it and you've thought through a lot of those things, so nice work on that. But overall, great job, love it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good job.
And I presume you're all ready, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, go for it.
Extra, extra, read all about it. Breaking news, Greeley, Colorado set for a building revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, stop the presses. A groundbreaking story is unfolding right here in Greeley, and the bricks are making front page history. With the bricks, we're not just building homes, we're writing the next chapter in Greeley's story, one headline at a time. Now it's time for the lead story. Picture this, a walkable community, stunning architecture, bustling local hotspots, and beautifully designed spaces where neighbors become family. With every brick we lay, we're not just crafting a kind of town that people want to move to, but they dream of. As the bricks headline states, we build, we research, we innovate, and we integrate our cultural knowledge and awareness to better serve our community. Now let's see my newsworthy team. Hello. Life in Greeley will never be the same. The presses are rolling, the blueprints have been drawn, and the future's unfolding right before our eyes. The headlines of tomorrow start with the bricks today. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready as we present to you the Lark House. For this isn't just construction, this is history in the making. Now I'm going to pass to Joe for demographics.
Thank you, Keith. Now let's get into demographics. Greeley, Colorado is a rapidly growing city balancing small town charm with big city access. Just 90 minutes from Denver and 45 minutes from Fort Collins, it spans 49.3 square miles in a booming Weld County. Greeley is consistently ranked as one of the best places to live and work with over 40 parks, golf courses, and with the singular Project River. It's perfect for outdoor enthusiasts. The economy thrives on healthcare, energy, and technology, with major employers like JBS, USA Investors. The average household income is $95,213, rising to $123,319 in the Cash Project area, reflecting great affluence. Greeley's diverse population is nearly 40% Hispanic or Latino, adding rich cultural vibrancy. With a median age of 33, the city attracts young professionals, University of Northern Colorado students, and growing families. Education is a priority, with highly rated schools like Benjamin Eaton Elementary, Windsor Charter Academy, and Early College Academy, all within a 12-mile radius of our development. The Lark House will be in the Cash Project area at 2301 Reservoir Road, offering modern living, retail, and community spaces in a prime growth area. Now I pass it to Jordan for product design.
Thank you, Joseph. Now that you heard our demographics, it's time to come to life and talk about what everyone's been waiting for, the product, better known as the Lark House. And man, let me tell you, the Bricks Building Company has done it yet again. Positioned on Lot 54 of the scenic overlook properties of the Cash community, the Lark House is a two-story, single-family farmhouse that beautifully connects with Greeley's rich agricultural heritage. Boasting a total area of 3,597 square feet, which 3,097 are designated as livable space. Including a two-car garage, this home offers a harmonious blend of rustic charm and contemporary comfort. When approaching the Lark House, you're immediately captivated by this beautiful landscape that features native grasses and a classic farmhouse facade of a dark green foxboard siding and a sturdy 2-foot stone base that grounds the home in strength of character. A welcoming wraparound porch complete with rocking chairs is perfect for enjoying peaceful mornings with a cup of coffee or those golden Colorado sunsets. Large shutter windows bring warmth and balance, letting in an abundance of natural light while complementing the home's rustic elegance. Step inside the Lark House to find a serene and stylish home that embodies contemporary farm-style living. The main floor is designed for both comfort and functionality, with wide plank hardwood floors, warm wood finishes, LED light fixtures that illuminate the space, and forest grain accents creating a rustic yet elegant ambiance. The heart of the home lies in a spacious farm-style kitchen, a haven for culinary enthusiasts equipped with state-of-the-art appliances, custom cabinetry, and a sprawling central island designed for function and style. Adjacent to the kitchen, common living spaces are perfect for entertainment and relaxation, while the spare bedroom office space adds flexibility to the layout. Off the dining room, the back patio is perfect for outdoor entertainment and relaxation. Moving upstairs, the 3 bedrooms provide private retreats, each designed with attention to detail and tranquil charm. The master suite is a sanctuary of comfort and tranquility, with a private walk-in closet providing ample storage space, ensuring both style and practicality, while the bathroom is comparable to a spa-like retreat. So with its thoughtful design and connection to Greeley's agricultural roots, the Lark House is way more than just a home. It is a lifestyle. Now I'll pass it to Kendall with schedule.
Thank you, Jordan. Now that you've seen our exceptional design, we want to assure that our schedule reflects the high standards we uphold. When you choose to build with us, you're not only getting a beautifully crafted home, you're receiving our unwavering commitment to excellence, efficiency, and timeliness every step of the way. For the Lark House, the process begins with securing a land acquisition on March 3rd in 2025. The following day, we will conduct a construction site meeting to coordinate and plan for land development. This ensures we are ready to break ground on March 10th and continue with construction for a total of 102 days, finishing on July 22nd in 2025. In the initial stages, we will work hand-in-hand with the City of Greeley to secure the necessary permits and supporting documentation. This collaborative approach ensures that all aspects of the project align with local codes and regulations, setting a solid foundation for a smooth construction process. From day one, We prioritize the details, order materials early, and focusing on long lead items so our work crews have exactly what they need at every stage of the project. This minimizes delays and keeps the project on track. Our process rooted in a 5-day work week, striking the perfect balance between progress and attention to detail. We understand challenges like weather and unforeseen circumstances can arise, and we are ready to adjust as needed. Holidays and other possible disruptions have already been factored into our schedule to ensure we stay on course without compromising quality. The construction for the Lark House includes pivotal stages such as foundation, framing, MEP installations, and drywall. At each milestone, our project managers will perform detailed inspections before city evaluations, proactively ensuring all work is up to code and to avoid unnecessary delays. Now I'll pass it to Dania with the estimate.
Thank you, Kendall. Now let's get down to numbers. The Lark House financial structure outlines a clear path to a healthy ROI of approximately 21%, underscoring our expertise in residential construction, meticulous cost management, and strategic partnerships with local financial institutions. Our financing structure secures a loan amount of approximately $1.126 billion, covering the total construction cost of approximately $920,000, which includes materials, labor, permits, and other essential expenditures. The interest on the loan, totaling approximately $36,000, represents the borrowing cost over the project's duration. The projected profit for the Lark House is approximately $275,000, equating to about 21% return on investment. This detailed overview allows stakeholders to plan and execute effectively throughout the construction process. Acknowledging the dynamic nature of the housing market, we have conducted a thorough risk analysis, focusing on critical factors such as dates sold, fluctuation in construction costs, and interest rate changes. In our base scenario, a $1.325 million sale yields an anticipated profit of approximately $275,000, reflecting about 21% ROI upon project completion. If the project extends beyond the initial sales date of July 31st, 2025 to November 28th, 2025, the profits adjust to approximately $246,000 with a 19% ROI. Despite the changes in the timeline, the ROI remains within an acceptable and profitable range. A 10% increase or decrease in construction costs analyzed in 5% increments results in profits ranging from approximately $225,000 to about $326,000, with ROIs ranging from about 17 to 25%. Using interest rates ranging from about 5 to 10%, the profit outcomes range from approximately $288,000 at 5% to about $264,000 at 10%, with ROIs ranging to about 20 to 22%. Even under higher borrowing costs, the project remains profitable. This comprehensive breakdown of construction costs, loan amount, interest, and profit ensures transparency and robust financial planning for the Lark House project. Now I'll hand it to Autumn for marketing strategy.
Thanks, Dania. At Bricks, we redefine luxury living by creating an exclusive lifestyle for those who seek elegance and distinction. The Lark House, nestled in the Cash project development within Greeley's vibrant and growing community, is more than just a home. It's a rare opportunity to live in a sought-after location tailored for the selective buyer. Now let's discuss our marketing strategy to connect with our ideal clients. We use geo-targeted ads on platforms like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Google to reach the affluent buyers of the Fort Collins, Windsor, Denver, and Boulder areas. At Bricks, we showcase the Lark House using high-quality photography, 360-degree virtual tours, and drone footage, creating a captivating experience. We'll also be featured in Greeley's Lifestyle magazine, appealing to our lifestyle-focused buyers. Our open houses, timed with local events, give buyers an inclusive feel for the property. We partner with luxury brands and designers to elevate the home's appeal with VIP events, with real estate agents and influencers, complemented by wine tastings and art showcases. The Lark House is also listed on top platforms like Trulia, Realtor, and Zillow, ensuring maximum visibility. Bricks Building Company is mindful of the market's ever-changing nature and volatility. Even as we work to sell the Lark House, our goal is to secure a buyer before construction is completed through strategic MLS listings and social media campaigns. Should a direct sale not materialize, Bricks will utilize alternative options like engaging regional investors like the Wild Realty Group or Cornerstone Home Lending. Now back to Keith.
As we have taken you on this thrilling ride to the Lark House, I conclude with this. At the Bricks Building Company, we don't just build homes, we craft dreams. Our vision reaches far beyond the average brick and mortar. It's about creating a lasting legacy rooted in excellence. Thank you.
Well, I really enjoyed that, and you retired me from sales. I'm glad I'm a builder, because you would run me over selling any product. That was fantastic. I was trying to struggle to keep notes and pay attention, because I was like, what are they saying next? So thank you so much. That was great. I enjoyed it. I love the product type. The interior is very neutral, saleable. I think so many different people in the marketplace, the widest percentage of buyers are going to appreciate that look. That's great. You're marketing to a very large audience. Let's see, 102 days in construction. That seems pretty quick, so I'd like to dive into that. What you guys have, if you can elaborate on the construction schedule a little bit more. This is a slab-on grade, correct? There's no basement. We're just we're footings or there's no unfinished basement on this product, correct?
Yes, there's no basement.
Okay. And then the construction costs I have at $500,000, $505 for the 3,500. So I think that with the quality that you have there, you might have more construction costs associated with that. But I think that price that you're asking, you can elevate that with the quality, and you sure as hell can sell it. You guys can. So I would encourage you to maybe, dive into those numbers a little bit more. Maybe it's more local to our zip code where those are at. But I think if you find those prices and you increase them, that you'll be able to bring your price up. So it's not really an error in estimating, it's just more specific market details. But exceptional job. I really enjoyed all of that. I really don't have any questions because I'm still processing how awesome that was. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for that presentation. I was going to get another cup of coffee, but I think I'm good after that. Obviously, a lot of time goes into getting all that to work like it did, so hats off. That doesn't just happen. That's not easy. You've obviously been working on this for months and months, and it shows, so congratulations for that. Yeah, just kind of expanding on Ryan's point, can you walk us through how you came to those final construction costs?
Thank you for that question. So the $920,000 that I presented today, that includes our lot acquisition of $415,000 as well as the $500 that you spoke about.
So that 500, is that from RS means or where did that
Yes,
come
so we did market research as well as we calculated RS means for Colorado.
Got it, okay. Yeah, RS means is always a tricky thing, but for this quality of product, a next step might have been for next time to call some local builders in northern Colorado and just even gut check. Of course, not violating the rules we set out, but and still talk to folks to just get kind of rough numbers.
So we also talked to past teammates that are also in the industry, and we had them check over our numbers.
Got it, okay. And with your sales price, it does seem like there's some room there with this fantastic of a product. Can you kind of describe your competitive set that you looked at to support this market?
Thank you for that question. So with our sales price, we wanted to make sure we fell like right into the sweet spot of this market in the cash development.
Okay. Can you elaborate on kind of competing projects nearby where a buyer interested in this product might also be looking?
Yes, so we've seen nearby home builders that are also building nearby that with prices of 1.5 million, 2 million, and then some below around 800,000 range and about 1 million price point.
Okay. Switching gears, can you describe your capital stack? Clarify that a little bit.
Can you clarify the question?
Yeah, just kind of, there was a lot of information on the package, something about, sizing your loan based on finished appraised value and then 100% of cost. Can you clarify how big's your loan relative to your costs and the flow of funds there?
Thank you for that question. So the loan that we get is an appraise of 85% of our sales price, which is $1.325 million. So our actual loan is 1.126. Is that what you were at?
Yeah, that clarifies it. Which local lenders did you talk to help with that assumption?
So we have partnerships with local other lenders as well, and then what we chose was with Bank of Colorado.
Okay, you might have another conversation with them that does seem outside the box, almost more like an end user homeowner type financing on appraised value. This would usually be tied to that or a lower percentage of cost. you know, for an actual construction loan, there's just a little more kind of risk involved and, you know, of course, signing recourse to do this. So might double check those assumptions. But overall, great project. Thanks.
Great job. Could you tell us what you had for breakfast this morning? Unbelievable, right? I love the selection of the lot, and actually how you sited the house with the garage, again, coming off the side of the house rather than having that house dominated by a garage along the front streetscape. So I think that's a really good touch from that perspective. I think, you know, with this being one of our signature lots that we have in the overlook area, we would, as the developer, again, probably help push you or nudge you a little more to, hey, you know, could we push this up a little higher price point, those types of things. But in an overall sense, those are just some of the negotiations that we would have back and forth with you, just to give you a heads up on something like that in the process. Could you give me a little detail, if you had a chance to go through the geotechnical report and what you are thinking? You're not doing a basement here, but any additional prep that you might have to do the soils or how you might be treating this area?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, just on the prep for the foundation. We have a lot of times materials in Colorado that aren't conducive to just naturally building on top of them. So we have to do some prep. Have you guys dug into that, and have you thought about some options on that side?
So to answer your question, yes, we did, or we conducted soil tests and found out that the soil in Colorado in that area is loamy clay, and we also found that that would be, you know, great to build on.
Great, thank you.
I just want to say you guys did a fantastic job. I love the energy. Yeah, you get a 10 for that for sure. Really appreciate it. I love the design of this home. I think it would fit great within the Cache community. I love the wraparound porch. I love that you guys took a different approach and did kind of like a dark farmhouse, which is this moody farmhouse versus the white farmhouse that you see everywhere. So I think that's really attractive. Like the different features that you put in there. The design is very simple and elegant, which I also think is really good. Sometimes that's very hard to pull off. I do think that, like a couple of people have mentioned, that doing a basement here would be beneficial and something to consider in the future. It's one of the things that Colorado does a lot, and a number of other places don't usually do basements, but Colorado loves basements for some reason, where we can do them. So I think I would look at that. I also love the lot that you guys selected and the way that you designed this home. It's very custom in that nature, and the fact that, like Todd said, you're taking advantage of doing kind of a back garage, and it gives you a much more attractive front elevation, which I think demands, you know, more money when you can have a good-looking house that doesn't have a garage sticking right out front. What was your buyer type? You talked about the demographics in the area, but did you have a specific buyer type that you were going after for this design?
Yes, thank you for that question. Our target audience is young and seasonal professionals who are making well over $150,000 or $150,000 individually or $200,000 as a household.
So you think it's kind of like a young family maybe or something like that?
Yes.
Young professionals that might have kids in the future or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. I think this design supports that. You got the bedroom on the second floor with a couple of other secondary bedrooms up there, so that works really well for that buyer type. So that's all I had. Great job.
I would agree with my fellow judges. You did an incredible job today. Clearly, a lot of time and effort went into that presentation, and it was certainly noticeable. And yes, in terms of sales, I would love to offer all of you a job because you just brought so much excitement to not only the project, but to Greeley, and I just commend you on that, so great job. A lot of my questions have been answered. I had a question regarding competition, or comps rather, for your sales price, and I do agree that we can potentially, you could raise that a little bit and be more aggressive there. It's such a beautiful home. And then also your target buyer, which you just spoke to. So just some other comments on your marketing strategy. I think it's really smart. You mentioned you'd be reaching out to buyers in the Boulder, Fort Collins, and Windsor areas, which I think is very, very smart of you to do. There's a lot of buyers from those markets that are moving into Greeley. So very smart to kind of look outside of Greeley itself and into those markets. And I thought that, let's see, to secure a buyer prior to completion, obviously that would be ideal. And I made a note that in your presentation that your marketing costs seemed very accurate. So you clearly did your homework there. So I commend you on that as well. But I don't have any great questions for you because they've all been answered and you did such a good job presenting. So great job.
Good job.
Thank you.
just wait a second till the door closes for you. All right, ready? All right, go for it.
Good morning. We are Sugar Mill Homes from Utah Valley University, and this is the Heritage.
My name is Cameron Plant. I was in charge of the construction management side of things. We actually took a different approach to project delivery. We chose integrated project delivery on this build. Now, in particular with IPD, we wanted to take more of the residential side because it's a typical commercial side. With the residential side, you're working more as a design build concept. What was cool about what we found was awesome about IPD is you're working with architects, engineers, owners, subcontractors, and us as a general contractor / builder all together throughout the whole process, through pre-construction, throughout turnkey. In particular, we wanted to make sure we can maximize efficiency and lower the risk that we were going to have throughout this whole project. Now, this was a site logistics plan. We did have a big emphasis on sustainability in particular, making sure that, because Greeley's beautiful, we want to make sure we're not going to affect any of the surrounding area. We chose the cottage lot. It is lot 133 in particular, because we wanted to have a smaller home that we could turn and go faster with. Now, we have set staging areas to make sure that we're able to continue to have a clean site. Nothing's going to be affecting the environment, so we're able to maintain that construction process a lot more efficient and effective in that manner.
Hello, my name is Noah Patterson. I was the market analyst and marketing director for Sugar Mill Homes. The primary demographic we were going after are young professionals aged 25 to 40 with young families in Greeley, Colorado. We know that Colorado is growing faster than the national average at a 15% higher of increase in population than the national average, and Greeley even more so, at 30% higher than the national average. So we understand that people are moving to Greeley, Colorado, and these people need homes. Along with the increase in population, we can also see that the median income has increased 36.8% over the last 5 years. So not only are people coming to Greeley, but they are having more money to be able to spend on homes that we can produce for them. As far as marketing goes, we decided to lean into the digital marketing world of targeted Facebook and Instagram ads. As soon as ground break, we will have a virtual tour listed on targeted ads on Facebook and Instagram. Less than 1% of our budget is allocated towards this digital marketing plan, and this will allow people to walk through the home before it is built. And if they are interested, funnel them into a portal where they can put in their information such as name, number, and email. And interested leads will be called on through email campaigns and call campaigns to turn these leads into potential buyers.
My name is Reagan Olson, and I'm the lead designer with Sugar Mill Homes. As we began the schematic design process, there were a couple things that we wanted to keep in mind. The first was the natural landscape of Colorado. Greeley's beautiful, and so we looked to nature to inspire our natural color palette. Greeley was also founded in 1869, and so we did a bunch of research and looked to the historic homes in Greeley that were built at the beginning of the 20th century to inspire our architectural style. We strive to stray away from architectural fads and trends to create a timeless elevation that buyers would feel comfortable investing in. With our lot selection, we knew that the home was going to have a linear footprint. On the main floor, the kitchen is our focal point, with amenities such as the powder bath and the mudroom in close proximity. Towards the front entry, we have a flex space that can be converted to a home office or an additional sitting space for that added flexibility. On the second level, the primary suite is situated towards the back of the home to create privacy, and then we also opted for a Jack and Jill bathroom to accommodate 2 additional bedrooms upstairs. And finally, we added a loft area for that additional adaptability and ample storage space throughout the entire home to meet buyers where they need, and we feel confident that the Heritage will be able to do this.
Hi, my name is Presley Shaughnessy. I am the scheduler and pre-construction manager on the Heritage. Here at Sugar Mill Homes, we have a very integrated pre-construction process, which allows us to have a well thought out and efficient process with our estimate, design, and scheduling teams. All 3 teams have a very deep understanding of the project from the very beginning of the pre-construction process all the way to the end of turnkey. Here on the Heritage, we have a $384,000 build cost package, which allows us to cater to our ideal demographic of young professionals. But what makes Sugar Mill Homes really stand out and excel is our building standard to use integrated project delivery. This will include frequent meetings with trades, just-in-time material delivery, and BIM to identify conflicts with those trades early. Here's an overview of our schedule. We will start on Monday, June 2nd of 2025 and finish on September 4th of 2025. This is 69 days in total, which will include pre-construction, permitting, as well as inspections. We have crafted each task carefully to account for both unforeseen delays that we can account for now and taking into account our highly efficient IPD crew to make sure that each task is efficiently and thoughtfully planned.
Hi, my name is John Becker. I'm the lead estimator on this project. I wanted to hit on a couple of our numbers. We have our total materials and labor cost at $384,000 with a cost per square foot at $200. This includes our permitting fees and our impact fees at $20,000, as well as our contractors' fees and overhead at $69,000. This is not including our land cost, which is at $100,000, which is pretty high. As well as our impact fees which are included, which are pretty high as well for this area. That brings us to our profit margin at 16.5%, which is $96,000 with a total cost, our sales price of $584,000.
Howdy, I'm Cooper Anderson, financial analyst. And just going along with what John said, we wanted to go deeper into the land analysis here. We can see that the two lots on the right, compared with our subject lot 133, are valued around $18 a square foot. Our subject lot is currently valued at $41 a square foot, grossly overvalued for this market. We see that there's a 23.5% reduction that can be made. We will negotiate that with the owner of lot 133, bringing that price down to $75,000. This will help with the back end, keeping the ROIs nice and high, and giving us some leeway if challenges do arise. Our target sales price is $580,000, and when we look at that with the $480,000 of total costs, like John said, that gives us a net profit of around $100,000, and then a profit margin of around 16.5%. Very desirable for anybody trying to get into the market. As part of the risk analysis, we have two graphs here. The one on the left is the construction interest rate adjustment graph. This shows if our interest rate, which is currently at 8.5%, goes up to 11 or 13, 15, how that affects our returns. As you can see, even if it went up to 13%, we're still making around $80,000, which is a preferred return. Sales price adjustment, if we had to lower the home to enable buyers to get in a little quicker, if we had to hold it a little longer, we can lower it down to about $550,000, $540,000, and still produce a 10% return, which once again is pretty desirable. We know it's hard for folks to get into homes these days with the rates, especially compared to a few years ago. Wish I would have bought one. But the current interest rates are sitting around 6.8%, a little bit higher, a little bit lower. That's for a 30-year term loan. That would make the monthly payment around $3,000. We have partnered with First Bank in Greeley to do rate buydowns if folks obviously have to hit certain credit scores and metrics, but First Bank is partnering with us to enable buyers to get into the home that way. We see that as an advantage, and then another added advantage is the VA loan, which they can also provide. Based on our proposal and the hard work that we've all done, we see that we can enter this market and produce solid returns and quality homes. We are Sugar Mill Homes. Thank you.
Good job, guys. Great proposal and great presentation. There was great flow and participation from all of you. You obviously all worked really hard on this for a long time, and it all came together today. So you're almost there. But hats off for a great, well-rounded project. Interesting decision with that kind of lot. We didn't see that much of that, and I'm sure there'll be some more questions on kind of that thought process. On your decision to alter the lot price you were given, can you walk us through a little bit more of why you felt the need to do that?
I'm sure other people can answer this as well, but the quick answer is, with the small lot that we had, it's hard to, or difficult to, not hard to, we can do anything, but difficult to build a home and sell it for a profitable number. And so if we can, you know, etch away the land a little bit, that can help us in the sales price of the home. Because 580 sits around 300 square foot selling price. That's, you know, a little bit high for Greeley. It's around 285, 290. So if we can get the land down, heaven forbid we can, it'll bring the price down a little bit just to enable buyers to get in. But it's mainly because of the small footprint. It's hard to build a big home, 1,900 square feet, on that small lot that we had. If that answers the question.
Sure, yeah, lower
Answer that?
costs always make it more profitable, so that's
Yeah.
always helpful.
Yeah.
That average per square foot price you mentioned, is that like the overall average number you found for Greeley?
Which number, the 300 or the 285?
I guess, can you elaborate on what that average was, the stat you just threw out?
Yeah, so if the sales price of the home stat 300, the other homes are selling for around 285 to 290 a square foot.
Is that the average for brand new product?
Yeah, brand new products.
Okay,
And then homes that have been on the market as well, a little bit lower, but
sure.
new builds.
Yeah, hopefully there'd be some room in there, even
Yeah.
quite a bit of room for this size of product that would well support even a quite higher lot price. I think if anything, those lot prices are going to go up for a community like this. So always good to be conservative, but you know, there's even room in your margin, frankly, that you didn't need to do that, I don't think. So just some food for thought for next time with those kind of assumptions that we know you're being given to work with. But overall, a very reasonable proposals. Thank you.
Great job picking one of the, I think, a little tougher projects that you're getting into as you're exploring here from that side. And I think what we would do is we would ask you to buy, you know, more than just one lot, right? We'd say, hey, how can we get together and actually you do 50, because in that scale that we're talking about in these costs per square foot, obviously can definitely come down from that perspective. So a very unique way to solve that from that front. Yeah, I think as Owen was getting to, it would be something that we would negotiate from that perspective potentially. But we're typically seeing in the marketplace, no matter what type of home it is, unless it starts to push up into a very high-end home where you're getting the premiums on the lots too, but that 20% ratio is pretty close there from what we're seeing too, so appreciate that. Question for you as we get into the house design, and I'm sure Alex will dig into this a little more too, but one of the challenges that we have with cottages is, and these smaller lots, is actually the parking side of it, and then it translates into storage a lot of times. Could you just talk about that, or could you clarify too in your design? It appears to me that you have a one-car covered. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so as we began the design, we kind of threw around some ideas of how can we provide parking without having to sacrifice greatly in other aspects. And oh, yeah, we can click back. Or yeah, here, click back. But with that, we came up with a bunch of different solutions, and eventually we settled on a one-car garage, as there will probably be street parking as well, which does get a little bit challenging in Colorado with snow. But as for a solution, we're marketing towards these young professionals, these younger families. We felt that it was adequate to provide a one-car garage with a little bit of room for some storage in there as well, without having to eat into our floor plan, because we were so limited on the footprint. We bled as far as we possibly could on the setbacks of this lot. So we were really, really trying to maximize this, and for that lot price, get this demographic as much as we possibly could.
Yeah, great, thank you. And then just one other comment I wanted to make is, I think you're the first group as well that is really keyed in on the IPD delivery type of method. And I think that's also, again, as I was mentioning earlier, when you scale this type of product up, that's definitely something that's critical in production and keeping the cost down and making sure that everything is profitable, because you're very tight margins when you're getting into this. But I'm going to pass it off to Alex to get a couple more questions. So.
I want to commend you on picking this lot. I appreciate that you guys are going after a market of trying to bring in a different buyer type in here and support some housing that, maybe is missing in some places, and it brings it to a great community. So it enriches the entire community in the cash development. These are not easy lots to design on. When you're doing a custom home, having a nice big lot, you could do kind of whatever you want. But when you've got these restrictive setbacks and smaller lots, it becomes very difficult. I think you've done a really good job of creating a very efficient house to keep costs down. It's kind of a box, but it looks really good. You've got a great front elevation. You've talked about how you want to relate to Greeley and the surrounding communities and all that stuff, so I appreciate that. You even managed to get a small little front porch on there, which is very important. I think that activates the streetscape and all of that. I do agree trying to get a 2-car garage is important, especially when you don't have a basement. Having just a little bit of extra storage really helps with that. One of the things you talked about was that these are going to be young professionals with families, and it looks like you've designed a 3-bedroom house, so I could visualize like a young couple with maybe a couple kids or something like, or planning to have kids. In here, you don't have a dining room. How are you overcoming that as being one of the things you decided to sacrifice on?
Yes, so we did play around with it a lot. As for we were marketing towards young professionals, we kind of went back and forth of do we create a dining space or do we provide an additional flex space? And I think that as we were making this floor plan, we wanted it to be adaptable as possible. And part of that, because we are marketing towards these young professionals and things are starting to move more remotely, we ultimately decided that it was essential that we had a space that could be converted to a home office. So in that, we did have to make sacrifices with how tight of a footprint that we did have. And so I did expand the kitchen island to be as large as we possibly could with code regulations to combat for that lack of dining space.
Yeah, great answer. I think it's a good use of having a nice big island. People love that in kitchens like this, and having that extra program in there makes it very sellable. So I do think that was a good decision. I think that's all I had. Thank you.
All right, fantastic job. You can tell that you really put a lot of time and effort into this, a lot of thought into the design. I think it's very functional, very saleable, particularly for your target buyer, I think your price point is great for that buyer as well, that it certainly sells in our market, so really good job there. Could you expand on your marketing and sales strategy a little bit for me?
Absolutely. We decided to lean, because we are going after young professionals, we understand that a lot of people are on social medias. Mm-hmm. So going after virtual tours, having virtual renderings of the home as early as ground break, so people can walk through the home and see what it looks like and see how it's going to feel. And I guess get the most time for that, for people to be able to see it, so that once it's actually built, hopefully we'll have some pretty good leads from that. But is there anything in specific you were wondering about?
Just curious if you'd be handling your marketing and sales in-house, or would you be utilizing realtors? How does that look?
It's a great question. In-house, we put the commissions and everything into our general overhead number. So that a lot of that marketing, all of that marketing comes from that overhead number of, I believe it was $69,000.
Okay, perfect. And I apologize that I overlooked that in your presentation, but certainly glad that you have considered that. It's a big cost, so it's good that you've accounted for that. The other comment I had, I like your, I wrote down June through September as kind of your marketing window where you hope to get the home sold. I think those are great months to be marketing, avoiding that, holiday time when things kind of slow down a little bit. So I think that time frame is almost ideal. And just great job. I also, last comment, appreciate the nod to the historical element in terms of your design. I think that that's very thoughtful and very well done.
Thank you for bringing one of these cottage lots into the competition here. Appreciate that. It's definitely challenging, the smaller lot construction, site logistics, and all that. The presentation, I think, went very well. You all did a great job here today. On the IPD, with that communication, is there any software that's utilized, or how does the communication take place between the three entities there?
So we plan on having lots of frequent meetings that are planned out far in advance. It will be a contractual agreement between all of our people involved, so between the architect, the builder, the buyer, everything, and all of our trades. So we believe that our meetings will take place, and that will take care of most of the communication. We haven't figured out exactly what software we want to use yet to keep all of that organized, but we believe that our meetings and our plans thus far will get us a great start on that.
Perfect, yeah, great answer. I think especially for one proposal, one home, to Todd's point, with 50 homes, the software may be advantageous, but for one, from an overhead standpoint, that's fantastic, and that should provide a good, because your construction schedule's tight, so communication is going to be very important, but having a tight schedule will maintain profits, so I like all of that. And I know that you're here at 200 square foot with the 2-story construction, which is right there within market with a solid profit margin. Did you investigate in your vertical construction going to a basement, and any research there?
So the water table in particular on these lots was too high to be able to go put a basement in there, so we weren't able to put a basement in, because I think on this lot in particular, I want to say it was about 4 feet is what we had to work with, and we're like, because we looked into it as well. What was that called, the boring holes, or? Yeah, go for it. You're more on that.
So as we were looking at the foundation, we decided to do a stem wall foundation slab on grade, because we have our frost depth that is really high, as well as our water table that is high as well. And so when we were choosing our foundation, we chose to do a foundation that would accommodate for those things, specifically the frost depth and the water table. So that is why we didn't put a basement in our home.
Yeah, I think that's the correct answer. It's great you looked into that. Great job.
All right, great job.
Thanks.
Buenas tardes, dear judges, publics, and watchers here present. Right now we have the opportunity to present you our project. It's called Sérénité in French, and this is our team. Quisqueya Construction Group is a team from the Dominican Republic who stands out for designing our own projects and standing out for high quality projects. We came in from the Dominican Republic in representation from the Instituto Tecnológico de Santo Domingo. With a focus on professionalism and a drive to exceed expectation, we approach every project with unwavering dedication. Turning visions into enduring realities, at Quisqueya, we don't just build structures, we build trust, inspire confidence, and shape the future of construction. To secure the success of our project, Quisqueya Construction Group ran into a really deep market study to acknowledge about the demographic in Greeley, Colorado, and we found out some important factors and some points. First of all, we got that the average age in the zone is about 35 years old people. We found out that Greeley is being suffering for a steady population growth from the past decades where they've been growing into a rate of 1.06% annual in a yearly rate. And they came in, for example, for the last census, they've been 113,000 from 2024 for a projection to 2029 for 119,000 individuals. We heard that the average housing in Greeley, Colorado is conforming about 3 to 5 family members, and they prefer using houses from 4 to 5 bedrooms. Now talking about our cost structure for our project, we find out that this design for Sérénité stands out for people or that public that needs to be having an income from $109,000 to $188,000. And we are directing for families from 35 years old to 50 years old. And this is the cost structure of our project. We got a selling price of $1.8 million, a total construction cost of $765,000, a projected profit of $337,000 that represents a profit margin of 18.75%. Thank you.
Serenit, a modern farm residence. Serenite, a modern farm residence, offers a serene and balanced environment. This incredible design features 5 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms, and 2-car garage. This home embraces openness thanks to the large windows and generous opening, allowing the natural lights in and cross ventilation. The perfect fire pit is the perfect spot for gathering, sharing moments, and contemplating the lake, which enhances the home connection to nature. This is why we choose our name Serenita, because in this home you will truly feel serene.
Okay, I'm Ashley Vasquez, and now I'm going to tell you the scheduling. The Serenity project schedule is set to begin on March 4, 2025, with the land acquisition. In the following days, we will hold our construction site meeting with the whole or construction site meeting with okay, nice. Now, okay. Now I'm gonna tell you the pre-construction part. Let me go back. Okay. Okay.
Hello, I'm gonna talk about the construction management. We implemented a comprehensive logistic plan to ensure efficient safety and environmental protection. The main entrance is through the Road B, regulating the material and machinery entry, while internal routes are designed for a safe transit. Heavier machinery is restricted near the lake to prevent ecological damage. Storage workshops, portable toilets are strategically placed to optimize the workflows. The sustainable measures include LED linings, advanced HVAC, solar panels, smart irrigation, FCS certified wood, and a recycling program. Following the 2021 IECC solar ready codes. To this requirement, let us acquire the LEED certification. There is a street safe protocol that requires PPE, safety training, harness for heights, and daily scaffolding inspection. We engage with the NOCO-HPA to stay updated on industry trends and strengthen partnerships, or selected subcontractors include GLH Construction, Funding Builders, and H&M Electronics, among others. Suppliers streamline reduce the delivery time and ensure the material availability. And finally, the inspection ensure compliance with the state and municipal codes to maintain safety and other things. ASWPP prevent runoff and contamination with sediments barrier and soil protection during construction, and post-construction we have rain gardens and rainwater harvesting for sustainability. Thanks.
Okay, now I will introduce the project finance. The Serenité will have a total cost of selling at $1.8 million, and with a margin profit of $337,000, that represents a net profit margin of 18.75%. Our cost breakdown includes site work, foundations, framing, exterior finishes, major systems, interior finishes, and final steps. Additionally, we have some other costs, like the purchase of the lot, which represent $415,000, overhead and general expenses that represent $113,000, and finally the interest of the loan that represents $71,000. As Quisqueya Construction Group, we acquired a loan of $1.3 million with an annual interest rate of 8%, which will be used to cover our expenses. This loan will be paid in 8 equal payments of $171,000. Finally, we have made a risk analysis with interest rate fluctuation from 7 to 11% of annual interest rate, material fluctuations from increase 10% and decrease 10%, and finally, a selling
a different selling prices analysis coming from $1.6 million to $2 million.
Okay, at Grisea Construction Group, we have designed two home acquisition options. The first option is the turnkey option. It is a full build turn-in home, ready to move in. Here, the buyers can visit their home, their future home, and they wouldn't be able to realize structural changes. If they do so, it will cost extra charges. The other option is the pre-construction option. Here, the clients will purchase their home at a blueprint with an initial payment of 10% of the total cost. They will have up to 2 structural modifications with no additional charges, and we will provide them virtual tours and renderings for them to visit their future home. Our strategy marketing begins at pre-construction. As I said before, we will be able to project our clients' renders and virtual tours for them to get to know the house. And also we will be able to direct 1% of the home sales price to marketing. Thanks. Thanks.
Great job. Beautiful home. Love to get that one on our project as well. Couple questions for you, just going through. Could you clarify which lot that you're going to build this on? It looks like you're on the waterfront somewhere, but do you have the specific lot number that you're doing?
Yes, we choose the overlook lot, and specifically the number 4.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then you have a very aggressive construction schedule. That would be great if you can achieve that. I would maybe just touch on that and see if some of your subs actually show up and be able to deliver that time frame as well. But we would love to get it in 4 months. But just something to note there to maybe look at. I love the rain garden or sustainability aspect of what you're proposing on the project. Do you have a cost of what that adds to the house, or what detail that rain garden that you have?
All the costs of sustainability are taken into account in the material parts of the cost of the activity.
Okay, great, thanks. I'm going to let my other judges have a little time and ask you some questions too, but great job.
Yeah, I want to commend you guys. You did a great job. There's a lot of thought that has gone into this, and we can all tell that, so very nice work. I love the architecture. It feels like a very nice custom home. I think it would fit really well within the Cache community. I like your aspect of looking at some of the sustainability and the larger overhangs and trying to protect that from sun coming in. Was curious, what's the exterior material of the building? I couldn't quite tell what that was.
So the house is built out of wood. So it's
Is the outside all wood too? Or is it stone?
yeah, no, it's wood.
It's wood, okay. Yeah, I think that fits well within the neighborhood too. I think that type of material is a good choice. And then it looks like you've included a lot of outdoor living around on the outside, which is great. In Colorado, indoor living is very important, so I appreciate you taking that into account. It looks like you're kind of filling the whole lot with all that outdoor living and concrete. Is that true, or is there some more landscaping that's going to be around all of the kind of concrete area around it?
All the area of the lot is covered with concrete.
Okay. All right, thank you. Well, I think you did a great job, and I really appreciate it.
Yes, I agree. It's a very, very nice job. You can tell that there's a lot of effort that was put into it, and I commend you on that, absolutely. I think the home itself is beautiful, very saleable. I Loved the outdoor space, to Alex's point. That fountain that you had in the back I thought was beautiful. It felt like a high-end hotel, and it was just a really nice design feature. I also personally love the wine wall. I don't know if anybody caught that, but that was very cool. So I thought that was great and would be a really stunning feature to show to potential buyers. So great job on that. I saw that you had $18,000 for your marketing budget, and I'm just curious if you could elaborate a little bit on what that would entail.
So as I said before, we have two options of the marketing for sale, and one of those is the one of the pre-construction. Here we wanted to let the clients to know that they have the opportunity to know the house before buying it. So we direct that 1% to the marketing and on renders and virtual tours for them to get to know the house. Those videos will be uploaded on pages as real.car, Zillow, and
Okay, perfect. So for video and social media and things like that.
yes,
marketing.
1% of the total cost.
Perfect. That's thank you for clarifying that. And I like that you have the two options, the turnkey option and the pre-construction option, and that's laid out very beautifully, and it's very straightforward, those two options. So I thought that was really creative, and yeah, job well done.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'd like to commend you for being here and challenging yourselves with public speaking. It's awesome. I looked into the budget, and there's some overhead there that I think is likely allocated into building costs. So I think the fact that you're even in the realm with some of the difficulties you've probably had to understand the market needs is impressive in its own. So great job there. I noticed that you did quite a bit of homework to the City of Greeley permitting process in your electric submittal. So I appreciate that. I thought the site logistics were very organized. You utilized the entire space very well. If you plan to pour concrete in the entire lot space, I would just consider that line item, budget item, because it can be pretty costly, but that's easy to remove and adjust with your sale price, because it's uncommon in our market, but it's something easy that you can change. So, and local subcontractors, builders, contractors, communicating with them, that would be helpful. So moving forward, I think that's probably a good practice, is try to dive into that local market. The square footage you have and the house that you chose, I think, is beautiful. It's very functional and attractive. It would definitely sell in our market. So I don't really have any questions. I think you guys did fantastic. And again, great job coming out here.
Yeah, thank you guys for a really wonderful presentation. That was very thorough. You touched all the bases, everything we asked you to look at, and it came together really nicely. So thank you for all the hard work. This obviously takes a lot of time and a lot of resources. So just hats off for a really incredible project that you should be really proud of, both in the package and in your presentation. One thing that caught my eye was, and Sarah mentioned this, is your pre-sale option, where if you secure a buyer early, you can help customize the home a little bit more for them potentially. But you also talked about some risks with that. Can you expand on kind of the pros and cons of getting a buyer under contract while you're still under construction?
Okay, so that option is the pre-construction option. So here we can have, the client is allowed to make changes. The changes that they can do are changes that can affect the structural modification of the house. So they can change, I don't know, to change the fire pit or to add an additional thing that wouldn't change at most the initial cost of the house. So once the house is built, they can make the changes, because if they start making changes out there to the structural modification of the home, it wouldn't be safe enough to them to live. Thanks.
Sure. Yeah, one other thing with that is your longer lead items. You know, some things like if it's custom cabinetry or something, that can take a long time to procure. Have you thought about some of those other long lead items that maybe wouldn't be as customizable with your pre-sale option, just due to timing?
Well, in the changes that can be made in the pre-construction, there are changes that doesn't make times a lot of time changes, because we all know that in construction the time is a very important part.
Yeah, definitely. Good answer. I think for next time, you might, if you can, do a little more local market research on your costs. I think your costs may need to go up a little bit to deliver this high quality of custom home rather than a more production home. So your costs may go up a little bit, but I think your price may also be able to go up a little bit. So for next time, maybe look at that a little bit more and see what you can support. But overall, a really, really great job.
Good job. 10 minutes. Are you ready?
We are ready.
All right. Okay, go for it.
Good afternoon. We are UMA Builders, and today we'd like to present an exciting investment opportunity for the Catch Project in Greeley, Colorado. My name's Noah, and today I'm accompanied by Natalia, Isabel, Natalie, and Sip. Now I'll hand it over to Natalie to start with a market overview for this opportunity.
Thanks, Noah. So like Noah mentioned, the Cash Project is located in West Greeley on the border of Windsor, Colorado. Greeley has a median income of $70,000, and Windsor's median income is about double that. Additionally, Windsor has grown over 50% since 2019 in population, and Greeley is the third fastest growing city in Colorado. The Cash Project, or we found from US Census data that the median or the average commute time to work is about 30 minutes. So the target market here is going to be white-collar workers who are commuting to Fort Collins in Denver, Colorado. And the Cash is perfectly positioned for this as it has access to key highways. It is going to really mirror Windsor's resort-style communities, and it with amenities such as the Poudre River Walking Trail, its own parks, its own school, and access to major retailers, as you can see on the map here. Now to look at supply and demand in the market. So about 4,000 units are in the pipeline in the next few years. But if you look at the map here, a lot of the housing communities are more towards East Greeley, and in East Greeley and downtown, there is a slight amount of crime, but over closer to Windsor, where the Cash is going to be located, there is a lot less crime and it is much safer, so it's going to be a safer community. Additionally, almost 2,000 homes were sold last year in Greeley, which means that we are confident that this new supply is going to be captured, and the Cash has a competitive advantage in capturing this demand.
Next, moving on to our site selection. So we have selected a cottage lot. As Natalie mentioned, we decided to go with this lot since it aligned with the medium home price in the area, which is $425,000. So we were looking for an affordable option that had lower risk, and although the cottage lot is smaller, we feel it does offer the best value. And this is because early on, there's gonna be unfinished amenities, which is really gonna limit pricing for these premium luxury lots that are a lot larger. So we think in the initial stages of this development, it makes the most sense to start off with the cottage lot, since there's a lot lower acquisition cost, offers strong resale value, high margins, and reduced risk, considering the amenities won't be finished to get the top pricing for those luxury lots.
Thanks, Isabel. Moving on to the design. Our home features 1,700 square feet of livable area, which maximizes the building footprint on our small site. Some of the key features, as you can see, are 3 spacious bedrooms, including a primary suite, 2.5 baths, a study, and a 2-car garage. At UMA Builders, we're prioritizing providing our future homeowners high-quality finishes for their interior. For the housing floor plan, our first floor features a open concept floor plan combining the living, dining, and kitchen areas, while the second floor provides more privacy for the 3 bedrooms and study. Now you'll hear from Sib on the construction management plan.
Thank you. Today I'll be going through the pre-construction and construction management. At UMA Builders, we strive to deliver our scope on schedule, within budget, and with quality. We have carefully planned out all the details of our project, and we are confident we can deliver it efficiently and safely. Starting off with our estimate, our cottage lot will cost $100,000 with an estimated construction cost of $223,000 and a cost per square foot of $128. You can see our major estimate breakdown here on the right. Our schedule will run roughly 8.5 months with 246 working days and roughly a 6-month construction phase. Here are the major phases of our construction. Closeout will officially be over in March, allowing occupants to move in. Now moving on to construction management. Relationships are key in a successful project, and we have developed many trade partners in the Greeley area to subcontract our work and procure our materials. We are confident our trade partners share the same goals of delivering a quality project that we do. Our inspections will ensure that we are completing our work safely and properly. On top of all Greeley inspections, we will also conduct weekly UMA builder inspections, and as mandated by the CASH project, our design follows 2018 IRS building code, as well as all Greeley and Colorado city and state codes. Here you can see our logistic plan for Lot 130. The topography is very mild, which will allow us to easily excavate. The CASH project has also allowed us to use the neighboring lot for additional space. Here we'll have our laydown area as well as our storage area. There's also additional green space below our lot, which we're using for our parking, dumpster, and bathroom. Our main concern with the logistics is the tight space between lots. Therefore, we have sequenced all our main construction phases sequentially, so there's no overlap of additional workers or additional materials clogging up the construction site. Here you can see a map of the CASH project with our bodies of water for our stormwater pollutant protection plan. The cottage lots are located very far away from our bodies of water, and we have determined at the moment we do not need to install protective measures. However, as a contingency, we have planned to install protections if our inspections end up indicating so. Sustainability is also really important to us at UMA Builders, and we have designed our home with it in mind. Our high-performance envelope will allow the occupants to save money during the warm and cold months of Colorado. We have also oriented our windows for optimal natural lighting, and this will allow the homeowner to install a solar panel system with our south-facing roof and receive maximal sunlight. Lastly, safety is our #1 priority at UMA Builders. We have trained all of our employees on our in-house UMA Builder safety plan, and we have our site supervisor and emergency contacts available at all times. Thank you. We'll now go to the sales marketing.
Now moving on to sales and marketing, it's important to note our target demographic, which is going to be small families and professionals in the area earning over $90,000. These are going to be coming from Windsor, Denver, Fort Collins, and they're going to be seeking high quality affordable housing. So our marketing approach is going to be targeting with a local broker, KRE, which is the best in the area. With their incentive-based commissions, it's going to allow us to keep a lean marketing budget, and our marketing approach is mainly going to consist of geo-targeted ads targeted towards those commuters, as well as online listings on websites such as Zillow that are going to have high-quality visuals as well as virtual tours. In addition to that, we will have strategic signage in the area. So by listing early and having competitive pricing, we feel that we're going to be able to sell in 4 months, and we will also adjust pricing as needed based on the market demand.
Great. So now let's talk numbers. We've structured this project to be financially sound, minimizing risks and maximizing returns. We're targeting a sale price of $430,000, which is going to cater to our target buyer's desire for an affordable yet high-quality home. Our total project costs come in around $323,000, with land acquisition and construction costs at an efficient $128 per square feet. By keeping costs low and delivering a high-quality home, we're positioning ourselves for a very strong return. Now, our financing strategy is both balanced and strategic. We plan to put in 20% equity into the project, using this money up front to reduce our immediate interest costs. The remaining 80% will be financed through a manageable loan draw strategy with a 10% fixed rate loan through the Bank of Colorado. This approach allows us to keep our debt servicing under control while allowing for flexibility throughout the entire construction timeline. Now, we do understand that markets fluctuate, especially in times like today, so we've incorporated 4 key risk mitigation strategies to ensure project stability. First is a sale price adjustment. Now, our pricing is well supported by our market comparables. However, if demand were to shift, our low construction costs allow us to remain competitive and profitable. Second is the sale date adjustment. So to mitigate any potential delays, we have included a time buffer. We've also utilized an early listing strategy, and we've structured our agent incentives to drive buyer demand prior to construction completion. Third is a material price adjustment. As Sip mentioned earlier, we've already secured supplier contracts, and we've partnered with reliable local trades to ensure that cost stability. We've also included a contingency fund into our analysis to absorb any unforeseen cost increases. And lastly is the interest rate adjustment. Nobody really knows what interest rates are going to do over the next year, which is why we went with the draw schedule to allow us to maintain flexibility throughout the process and minimize those upfront interest costs. And we have also, as Isabel mentioned, we're targeting a demographic where they're earning over $90,000 per year, meaning small rate fluctuations shouldn't heavily impact demand. At the end of the day, this isn't just building a home, this is delivering a smart investment. With a competitive sales strategy, a strong market fit, and a clear financial roadmap, we truly believe this project is built for success. We're confident in our numbers, and that we invite you to be confident in us. Thank you all so much for your time. We'd now like to open the floor to any questions.
Great presentation. You covered a lot of great stuff there, so I commend you on that. Love everything that you've done. I really appreciate, I think this is the second cottage lot that we've seen, and having a choice of all the different lots. Curious why you guys chose a cottage lot over some of the other ones.
Yeah, that's definitely a great point. I think really, in one of the calls that we had that were talking about this project, they mentioned how there was unfinished amenities. So we felt it made the most sense, since these are houses, they're not condos or apartments. When you sell, you really have to capitalize on that one sale. And it made the most sense to save those luxury lots for when those amenities are finished, because at that point you're going to get top dollar for those luxury lots. Whereas these smaller cottage lots are kind of catering to a different demographic, so they might not care as much about these high luxury amenities.
I'd also like to add the housing developments you saw on the supply and demand slide. A lot of those were pricing at this same square footage, and the median home price of $425,000, around that range. So we think that the demographic is growing towards those luxury lots, but right now the Greeley area will absorb the 425, that kind of range right now, faster.
Great answer. I really like how compact the house is, and you guys have packed in a lot of stuff in there. I love the wraparound porch that you kind of created into this. It's a very inviting, and with these small lots, having a space that provides some type of indoor-outdoor living, even if it's a small space like that, is really inviting, and the Colorado market really loves that kind of space. So I think you did a really good job with that. Your graphics are really good. Can you talk about the exterior? There weren't a lot of images in your proposal of the exterior. Can you just kind of briefly describe what the exterior is going to look like and why you designed it the way you did?
Yeah, I'll have Natalia answer this question.
Thank you. So for the exterior, we really wanted to bring that kind of traditional American style that is associated with the American dream. It's kind of like what everyone pictures when you have a home, with a gable roof. And for the siding, we were thinking about like a white lap siding of some sort, including from like a local lumberyard or retailer, as well as just high quality windows and doors and fixtures throughout the entire structure. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that definitely does. I think that's great. That fits great within the cash development. Your description is perfect for what I think it could be. In the future, I would probably maybe add some more images in that just support the description you had. But what you're going for, I think, is great. So.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, guys. Great job on your presentation. You can tell that there was a lot of work, a lot of effort that went into this, and so I commend you on that. I think in terms of your home, a square footage at 1,700 square feet, 2 floors, 2-car garage, 3-bed, 2.5 bath. I think that's very, very sellable in this market. And I think it's very fitting to your target buyer. So I think you nailed it there. Curious if you could expand a little bit on the comparable sales you looked at. Clearly you did look at a lot of comparable sales, but just curious where those.
We have that in our appendix.
Yeah, so I think that's a great point. And when we were looking at comparable sales, a really big thing we were going for was the impact of the lot size on those comparables and what the price it was going for. So when you're looking at, we looked outside of just Greeley. When you're seeing those really large lot sizes, that's where you're getting the really high values. So we really wanted to focus in on similar lot sizes. As you can see, these are all sold in 2024, and they're all around, if not a little higher than what we're suggesting. We are very conservative with our approach for what we want to sell it at, just because we do want to get that early sale and get it off the market. However, we're confident, we kind of made this analysis a couple months ago. The housing markets continue to go up and up. So if we were to actually go to market with this, we would even consider pushing our price higher, which would just increase our returns. So we're very conservative, as you can see, with the prices in our comps, but we're confident that we could get that number even higher.
You took the words right out of my mouth. you've done a great job on your comparables, and I'm so happy to see this. These are great comps, I think, but to your point, I really think that you are being conservative on your sales price, which is great, but I think that you could certainly push above that.
Yeah, and as you can see, like, with the 430,000, we're looking at around 12%. If we got that up just another 30,000, we're looking at almost 18%. So like we said, in this kind of market, if we did go to market, we'd probably aim for closer to that 460, and hopefully that's the returns we'd achieve.
It's great to see that you've certainly done your homework there. So good job on that. And also wanted to commend you on making it very clear what your sales strategy would be in terms of having agent incentives and things like that. That was very well done and laid out for me. So I don't have a lot of questions on that because you did such a good job explaining it. So great job all around.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We definitely enjoy seeing the cottage lots. I think this was the first one that I've seen that managed to put the 2-car garage in there and still have an effective 1,700 square foot, 3-bed, 2.5 bath. So to Sarah's point, that's exactly what we're looking for. The schedule, I think you have time in there. It's conservative. You can gain a couple months there. Might help out on some interest, but it's better to be conservative and gain those months than to have something that's too narrow and not anticipate those. So nice job there as well. I see your rates, your price per square foot's around 128 to 131. To Sarah's point as well, I think that the budget might be slightly low for the zip code, which might naturally improve your sale price, maintaining the margin. So that's really just feedback. I guess I would ask, how did you, on the estimating and in particular the permitting, I saw some soft costs for 21 to 22,000. Do we know what's in the soft costs?
Yes, all of those we were provided from the documentation for, I believe it was for the water piping.
So our hard costs, we're mainly just going to see like your material, your building costs, your construction. Soft costs is going to be more of the permitting as well as architectures and any consultants we pull in. So it's more just fees, and then our hard cost is more of the construction, building materials.
Okay. Well, that explains a lot why the, sticks, concrete, drywall is at that 130, because some of the soft costs would typically be included, at least in my estimation practices, for that to bring that more to market. So thank you for clarifying. I did appreciate the local trade references with the imagery. It shows that you called around, or at least researched local trade partners who you'll be working with, getting supplies from. I appreciate that detail and research as well. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. This was a really well thought through presentation and really realistic. You guys are the first group we've had to bring, it's been a long 2 days, but a good little shot of reality back after you've been looking at waterfront mansions all day. And you still made the project work, and that was a really bold move for very obvious intentional reasons. And I think that's, worth recognizing. Greeley is an incredibly affluent and high-growth area, but it is a less established luxury market, perhaps. So it was great to see that really throughout your proposal. We've already talked about, I think your costs may have some upward pressure, but hopefully your price really does as well in a premier community like this. So, I think that all, will work. One thing I would point out is, or I guess ask the question, you, in your package, went through the other lot choices and why you didn't do them. If you were to do one of the other types of lots, which one would you work on?
Yeah, I think that's a great question.
I would say just because, like we talked about, the existing market, I don't know if is ready for those luxury lots without the completed amenities in the completed neighborhood. I actually just checked Zillow before this, and in the Greeley area, some of the larger, like $800,000 houses, they were on the market. I checked the market date, it was like over 100 days. So I would probably go for, I'm not sure exactly, the patio lot, like the second largest lot, and try to make that work just because of the acquisition costs to keep them a little bit lower and get it still in the median market. And then once that neighborhood's developed, I think the luxury lots will go for more, like Windsor area.
Gotcha. So just sliding up the affordability curve really is how you would approach that?
Yes, yeah.
Which is consistent with your methodology, so that makes a lot of sense. One question kind of on the risk side. In this proposal, your margin is pretty fragile. You know, a $10,000 increase in cost evaporates 20% of your margin. So that's a pretty big hit. If that were to happen, how would you approach that to preserve your profitability?
So you're saying if construction costs increase, how would we kind of mitigate that to maintain profitability?
Correct.
Yeah, can I just think about it for a second? Sorry. Yeah, if you want to start, I'll hop in.
Well, I think kind of the whole theme of our presentation is how conservative we have been. So I think we've kind of, accounted for that. And I think we would be able to sell for higher. So even if there was a 10%, increase in material, since we have taken such like a conservative approach on every other aspect of the property, I think, we'd still be able to recuperate strong margins. But I could pass it over to Noah and let him.
Yeah, I think one of the big things too is that we have secured those supplier contracts early. So with tariffs going on, obviously price increases is definitely scary for developers, and it's something you have to consider, which is why we really want to have those strong partnerships with the local suppliers ahead of time. And that's going to kind of allow us for stability throughout the project. And like I mentioned, we also did include a cost buffer just to absorb if any of those costs do rise that were unforeseen. That buffer can kind of absorb those hits.
Also, I feel like in reality of this project, all these houses would be being built together rather than just one single family home. So there might be able to be some contracts and some discounts for bulk orders with the suppliers. So hopefully that would help with the costs as well.
Really great answer. Thank you.
Great answers. And I think this is probably one of the best market analyses, if I can speak, that we actually received. You hit the market for exactly what's going on in Greeley, and you pick the lot based on that rather than going with, a waterfront lot, which is really fun to do, right? But if I'm an investor, I'm going with you because I know that you can probably turn things around, and you can make these little adjustments and those types of things. So I love your answers that you came up with, and I love your depth of the market analysis. You really understood it. And that's why we gave flexibility in the competition, too, to really kind of go with whatever you like to see. But if I'm an investor, I'm probably going with you maybe before a couple of the other ones, right? A couple things that I would just question, or if you can help me with to some extent, too. Just the amount of room that you need for storage, and I think you hit it as well, is you're going to get into a situation where there's more than one house going on and staging. And again, I would hope that you're actually building more than just one of these cottages, because that makes sense to us. How would you handle things a little differently if you got into a situation where, we split that parcel out and you were building half of them and somebody else is building half of them? How do you coordinate that, and how logistically do you think you can work through that?
Yeah, so like you said, you definitely need additional space. It's very hard if there are a lot of people working close together. But something like an easy strategy we could do is just simply alternate houses. For example, build one here, use the additional lot next to it for space in the meantime, and then move on and keep going. If you want, obviously you want to complete a lot of houses at once, so it would be best, to divide all of these, not just wait for one in an extra lot, but yeah.
Yep.
I also think that this area is a really great area. When we were doing Google Maps walks, there's a lot of land out there. So the Cache project does seem very large. So I feel like all that open land could be used, and the water 2B roads as well could be used for the storage.
You could negotiate other areas on our site potentially if they're not developed yet. You're right, exactly. And then just one note on the BMP side, even though you are pretty far away, we get very stringent in Colorado with even individual lot BMP, so I would just check that and, double check what the local regulations are. But again, outstanding job. I love the market side of it, and I think you really nailed it from that perspective. So great job.
Thank you so much. That means a lot.
Yep.
some minutes. Ready? Go.
Hello, my name is Erica Foster. I'm the CEO, and we are Teton Signature Custom Homes. Today, we are asking for a loan of $1.195 million for our custom home in the cash development in Greeley. Before we get into our project, I'd like to introduce some of our management team. Across all of our other Teton Signature builds that we have in the Wyoming and Colorado area, we've taken the best of the best to make the best team here in our project here in Greeley. As you get to know us and you get to know and you see our presentation later on, you'll learn that our mission is to make luxury living attainable. We do this through complete transparency with a client-first approach for them to understand our estimates and our schedules. And as additional to that, also making sure that they know that they're getting the maximum quality in every step of the construction process so that they know that all their money is going to their house. Now, I'd like to introduce Ironwood Heights. We've spent the last 6 months developing this home plan to be the best possible plan for any family now and decades into the future in an ever-changing family with kids going in and out of the home. I'll now turn it over to Tate to get into some of the details of our design.
I mean, that's a beautiful home right there. I love that home. I think I'm going to ask for a discount just so I can get it. Anyways, like Erica said, I'm Tate Jones. I'm head of design at Teton Signature. And today I'm just going to dive more into why our clients will love this home. With Teton Signature, we strive for timeless design. With our Ironwood Heights plan, you'll find reclaimed wood, beautiful natural stonework, and natural light, neutral colors, and all that natural light from those windows you see there amplifies all of those materials. We also strive for sustainable design. That's important to us, it's important to Colorado, it's important in this world and day right now. In our Ironwood Heights design, our clients will find energy-efficient materials and appliances, and we strive to keep as much of the greenscape from before construction started, thereafter, so that Colorado stays close to home for our clients. Moving inside of this home, this 4-bed, 4-bath home, our clients will find a gym, a game room, a movie room, a family room, a wide open living space on the main level with a beautiful view of the backyard, and plenty of outdoor space with 2 different decks to create memories and traditions that will last a lifetime. I'll turn the time over to Porter, who will get into our site logistics plan.
Good afternoon, judges. My name is Porter Trinnell. I'm the pre-construction manager here at Teton Signature, and I want to share with you our site logistics plan, which was on page 16 of our packet. So you'll notice that what sets our construction management approach apart is our take on site logistics. We've developed a comprehensive 4D modeling system that brings unprecedented clarity and precision to construction planning. One example of this is when we were talking about where we wanted to stage materials in the dumpster on our site, we're able to take our telehandler forklift and move it about the site as you would during normal operations. And this way we could ensure that at no point was it going to clash with any of the materials. We considered storing materials on an adjacent site and asking for permission. And while we could initially get permission for that, we can't ensure that that will stay free forever. And so we want to make sure that we're self-contained and we have control over the job site. Our trade partners are integral to this process. We're careful to choose trade partners that understand and have the same values that we do so that they pay attention and follow our site logistics plan. As you'll notice, it's a very visual style as well, which helps us to break language barriers at Teton Signature. We believe in an approach directly from management to the boots on the ground to help everything run smoothly. And this is just another step towards that. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is put the I in BIM to ensure that our project runs on time and stays current with our schedule. And talking about our schedule is going to be Matt.
Thank you, Porter. My name is Matt Hamilton. I'm the project manager here at Teton Signature. I've been with Teton Signature for a while now. I love it. They treat me like family. I love that. I'm going to kind of run through our schedule and our estimate today and just basically get you guys kind of familiar with it. And if you have questions, feel free to ask about them. So as you can see behind me, these are kind of our milestones here. We're looking to mobilize to our site on April 15th, which should give us plenty of time with the lovely weather in Colorado to not be frozen. Also gives us plenty of time for construction. We look to be dried in late July, and we look to have substantial completion of early October. This gives us a date range for our customers and our clients to be able to move in right before the holidays, show off their brand new home, make it fun for them, because who doesn't want to show off that home? Along with what Porter was saying with our site logistics, our goal at Teton Signature is to make sure our trade partners know this schedule like the back of their hand as well. So we send it to them early and often so that they can make sure they can coordinate their manpower to attain our dates, because we're nothing without our trade partners. Along with that, it will be our estimate. Our estimate, like Erica said, is $1.195 million for our total loan. That is with our direct construction costs of $746,000, $34,000 in our indirect construction costs, and a $415,000 lot purchase price. This roughly comes out to be $166 per square foot, including the basement, our finished basement as well. We are very accurate, and we believe heavily that these are the most precise numbers that we've had. With our trade partners, we use them through all of our projects. We like to just kind of use the same one so they know us, we know them, and we know we're getting the quality that our clients and that you deserve as well. Along with that, we know that this number is going to never change. Our number is what we are telling you today, and we won't be here asking for more money in 4 months. That's a goal that we have here at Teton Signature. At this point, I'm going to turn the time over to Emma to run through some marketing.
As a Colorado native on our team, it has been so much fun to research and prepare to sell this project in Greeley. And our unique market has a lot of veterans in it. A lot of these people have started their military career stationed in Colorado and then have been stationed places like Houston, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. We partnered with the Redfin Realtor chapter down there and found an influx of people moving from those areas to Colorado. And we believe that's because they've had the experience of living in Colorado once before and they're ready to settle there now. Our social media campaign has primed the area for Teton Signature's presence in projects. And we've been pulling leads from areas such as Windsor and Aurora. We know not everyone is as tech savvy as we are, and so we have some more practical marketing plans such as construction banners from previous projects and billboards in the area. And the Redfin Realtors have been kind enough to include our company and our upcoming projects on their mailers and previous projects, which we would look forward to in the Greeley development. We're also happy to include the proposed elementary school as part of our project. So as you can see on the left here, that Tacoma place that we are offering to our buyers at a 54% discount. Because we care about the Greeley community, we want to help people connect with each other. And where do the elementary kids want to go? They want to go play at their friend's house. So we want to help them have a playground so that they can play at their friend's house. And with that, I will turn the time back over to Erica to finalize our presentation.
So just as a recap, we are asking for a loan of $1.195 million. And what this is all taken into account the lot price as well as the entire construction process. In your packets, you'll see that we have included a draw schedule, which is synchronized with the estimate and the schedule of our construction. And additionally, we've also included 3 risk graphs, which take into account whether or not there's a different interest rate on our loan than we expect, whether we sell in November or even as late as March, and if we have to lower the price. And as you'll see, all of those are net positive. We will still make money, which confirms that you guys as the bank will get your money back. And we want you guys to have full confidence in that. And now we'd like to open it up for questions.
Well, great job on this home and the presentation. It all flowed very beautifully, so you can tell that you spent a lot of time and effort over many weeks and months, I'm sure, to prepare for this moment, and you did a great job, so I commend you on that. In terms of your sales price, so you're at 1.5. Did you look into some local sales comparables to get to that price, and if you could expand on that a little bit, I'd be curious.
To expand on that. So we were looking at comparable homes in the Windsor and Aurora areas, kind of a radius around Greeley, and we found 20 homes in the $1.2 to $1.5 million range have sold within the past 3 months. The average home in Greeley sells at an average of 49 days on the market, and these homes have been selling very quickly.
Okay, perfect. So you've clearly done your research. And curious also if you could expand a little bit on your sales and marketing strategy. It looked like you're partnering with Redfin, and then your social media campaigns, which I also noted flyers and billboards and some collaborations. If you could just maybe clarify for me, so you'll be doing sales in-house, is that correct?
Yes, we have realtors in-house that will be meeting with the buyer to customize the home. We're working with Redfin to mainly establish an education system.
Okay.
that they can answer. We know that $1.195 million is a lot for our customers to invest in us. So we're working with them so that our customers can be educated and they can feel comfortable asking any questions to the Redfin realtors about custom home buying, and then they will be meeting with our realtors in home to be able to sell them the house. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does. Thank you for clarifying. And let's see. Oh, a couple comments on the house itself, which I just wanted to mention. I think the house is beautifully done. I think it's very saleable. I love that rooftop deck. I think that was beautiful. And just the indoor-outdoor living. I think your bedroom, bathroom count is great, and just over 5,000 square feet. And then again with the finished basement. So all very great features that are very saleable in that market, and I think really speak to your sales price. So just in terms of overall design and saleability in that market, I think that you've really done a great job. So.
Thank you for the presentation. First, just a compliment on the branding, the Teton signature. I like the texture of the text you have there, and the effort just into logo and branding alone. I think that looks great. And then furthermore, involving the reclaimed products into your home. I feel like that brand represents that kind of product as well. So that segued into that very nicely. The site logistics looked really organized to me. I really appreciate that you had the opportunity to utilize adjacent lots, but they're right, things can change, and maybe there's a foundation that needs to break ground in 2 weeks and you have to move your material. So I think that's best practice if possible, but so that was great. That was a unique deal to have the opportunity, but still be self-contained, so that I applaud you for that. The schedule that you have is very efficient. You'll be working very fast on that job. As far as with that said, we know inspectors can cause delays. Where will you be permitting with, and then where were the permitting costs? Are they included direct or indirect costs?
Yeah, I can talk on that a little bit. So on the permitting side of it, our estimator isn't here today, so I don't have every single answer when it comes to the permitting aspects of it. They are, however, included in the direct costs, I believe, of the construction. Like I said, don't have that exact answer. But in the schedule-wise of it, it's kind of, it's built in with the float and everything, so we should be able to account for those delays and possible inspections and everything like that.
Sure. Just, I guess more I was asking, which entity would you be working with on the permitting?
So a lot of the permitting, at least, would be...
It would be from Wells County.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question, oh yes, in the indirect cost, what was in that line item?
So I believe that's the $34,000 one. I think that mainly included our contingencies, our overhead, and kind of things like that. But again, our estimators.
You're not the estimator, so sorry.
No, I kind of took over the role, but I can't fully answer that. If I can get back to you on that question.
Okay, just trying to thoroughly understand the 166 square foot, but I really like the product. What did you choose for the exterior cladding? It looks really attractive.
Yeah. So we're going to use reclaimed wood where we can, but also we like the composite wood siding. So it gives that natural look, but it's still affordable. It's not the super expensive, complete natural wood. So it still gives that feel, that texture that goes along with our logo. Sorry, I'm kind of close to that. But yeah, so the composite wood siding mainly, and then where we can, reclaimed wood, whether that's inside the house with the doors or outside, wherever kind of our customer wants.
Yeah, perfect. Some of the more composite material survives much better outside, and the reclaim is better to kept inside away from UV. So I think that's great building practice. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks. Yeah, really nice job, guys, from the branding to the lot orientation, the site logistics plan. Obviously, a lot of thought went into everything you were asked to look into. So a really, really comprehensive project, and it shows well. So great package and great presentation. On your construction costs, can you elaborate a little bit on kind of how you came to those final numbers in that budget? I know we're beating you up today.
Yeah, no, this is kind of what I expected. So direct construction costs, that's just including all of our framing, materials, roofing, things like that. Sadly, I can't go more in depth into that. I wish I could. Should have prepared a little bit more onto that side of it. But that's kind of what I got for you on that one.
Gotcha, okay. Well, and again, it could be in some other line item, but some things I didn't see in the breakdown were permit fees, which can be pretty substantial in this area. You know, the water fee in particular. Okay.
So we did miss the water fee. That is fully on us. We do have about $22,000 worth of kind of different fees. I believe it's in our earthwork utilities line item is where we kind of find that $22,000. So we did miss the $30,000 for the water kind of tap fee. After kind of researching that a little bit more, we found that. So we are short about $30,000. We have a little bit of wiggle room within our contingency that we can pull from, and also our profit at the end of the job. That's fully on us. We missed it, so that will come from us. We will make sure we're 100% correct on that, getting those permits and those fees.
Gotcha. Okay, good to know. The other thing I was curious about was kind of sales and marketing. I know you're using an in-house broker, and perhaps paying that person is absorbed into your overhead, but I didn't see any other kind of marketing costs for staging, advertising. Is that somewhere in there, or how'd you think about that?
For staging and marketing costs were calculated separate from this bid because we've established the marketing process on our other jobs in places like Estes Park and Aurora.
Okay, so where is that in your budget?
I believe that was in the miscellaneous line item.
I see. Okay, perfect. And again, great job being very clear with your ask. You're coming here looking for a $1.2 million loan at 10%, right? So great job on being clear on that. So that makes a lot of sense. One thing to look into next time is maybe call some local lenders or have another conversation with them on kind of general market terms. Again, you could absolutely find someone willing to do that kind of structure, but there might be some more nuance to what's standard, at least in different places. So just something to think about for next time, but overall a really great project.
I'd like to say one thing. We did call around to Wyoming, Colorado, and we found that 10% on average. And so we expect a 10%, and that's kind of like our worst case scenario. But again, that's why we include the risk analysis in case it is lower or higher. We're ready to balance either of that. So
Sure, it's beyond the rate, more to the structure of your leverage point, timing of funds. You know, are you prepared to sign personal recourse? Are you allowed to sign a completion and payment guarantee when you don't have any co-invest in the deal? And a lot of lenders are less comfortable with that. So again, that's more of a structure point and less of an interest rate point that would really just fine tune your proposal. But again, great job being very clear with what you're asking from us.
thank you.
Great job. I'm going to ask you a construction cost question. Just kidding. I think you did a great job on, the lot selection. This is one of the better lots that we have in the overlook area. If you're not actually up on top, this one that's down, it's got a lot of open space around it. It's permanent open space to that point too, and it's one of the bigger lots. So it's a great selection there, and I think you put a great house on the lot too. You're utilizing what was provided to you in that sense. On the site work logistics and the 4D modeling, which software package are you using for that?
So for that, we decided to use SketchUp,
Okay.
and we utilized their 3D warehouse, which includes a lot of really great construction materials.
Yeah.
And so.
Great. And it's great to really engage that new technology that's out there and visually get that understanding. It's very similar to the BIM world for us on the horizontal side. So that's great use of that. On the geotechnical side, did you get a chance to review that report, and what would you have to do with the soils for the preparation for this house?
I can talk on that one a little bit. So we did look at all the boring samples. There wasn't a specific one that at least we could find for our lot. So I personally kind of went through and averaged it all out.
Yep.
We should be good. We're built on a little bit of a hill slanting down towards that detention pond. So we're not digging too far deep into, I think we're about 5 to 6 feet digging down into it. Most of the groundwater was hit right below that, between the 8 to further down. So we should be good. Just to have some safety nets behind, we do have it's in our quote, in our plumbing line item to include a sump pump if that is necessary, and that will run off into the drainage around the foundation as well. And we also have some waterproofing that we will be including on that foundation, just overall safety, so we don't run into problems in the future.
Okay, great.
Where's that in your estimate? Just kidding.
I just wanted to hit on you, and also to clarify, the basement is 2 feet above that water table.
Yep.
We ran into that when we were designing. We were like, oh, wait, we're right by this retention water. Are we close? How far deep can we go? So we looked at that, and yeah, so that's just to clarify. Yeah.
Great clarification. Thank you.
Great job on your proposal. I love the presentation. I think the home is designed great. It looks like a custom home of this price point. I liked the clarification you gave, Ryan. You talked about reclaimed material on the outside. Knowing that most of that is composite and that you're using it in limited places, I think is good. One thing that you might run into is warranty or maintenance issues with that, but if you're using it in limited places, say for the front door where it's protected, I think that's a good way to do that. So I appreciate that. I appreciate your sustainability approach, also using reclaimed wood or different other things that you were doing for that. What was the specific buyer type? I know you talked about the demographics, you talked about kind of the military families there, but was there a specific buyer type you had in mind for this house?
Yes, our buyer type are families that are aged where the heads of the families are aged 35 to 44, people who have kids, families that are within that age range that will have students that will be going to the school and students that will be going to colleges in the surrounding area. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, no, it does. I think that's good for the design of the home because it sounds like it's families with older kids maybe, which I think is appropriate to this design because a lot of times if they're younger kids, you know, the primary bedroom would want to be on the same level, but you kind of have more of a ranch house with the top with the bedrooms, which I think is appropriate to that type of family.
Well, teenagers want their space.
Right? Yeah, lock them upstairs, right? No, so I think that's really good. One last thing I want to just pick on is that at the very beginning of the presentation, you said you want to provide attainable housing. Why did you choose this lot and this price point over one of the smaller lots that's a lesser price point?
The comparative marketing analysis we received in the important materials had a lot to do with that. We were originally looking at an estate lot because we loved the views of the pond and of the water. But then we felt that that was really too expensive for the incomes we were seeing from people in Greeley and in Windsor. And we wanted them to be able to have a pond view. And so we found that lot that has still a pond view without being at the price point of an estate lot. And then when we were doing our comparative analysis, we were encouraged by how many were so close. Over 20 homes in the past 3 months. It showed a strong demand for homes in that area. So we were excited about investing into Greeley to set the standard for the Greeley area there.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. Nice job, guys.
Good job.
Good afternoon. We are Silver Spur Construction, and today we proudly present to you our River Rock Estate. So here at Silver Spur, we believe that a home is more than just a building. It serves as a catalyst for families to build strong foundations and create lasting legacies. We like to have input from all of our stakeholders, clients, and homeowners in order to build the home they dream of. My name is Kevin Osorio. I'm the Director of Sales and Marketing.
Sullivan Lewis, I'm Interior Design Manager. Tyson McGuire, the Exterior Design Manager.
Ben Agamy, Project Scheduler. William Allen, Senior Cost Analyst.
I'm Brooks Liv, our Project Manager.
So we intend to build a 5-bed, 5.5 home. We seek a loan of $1.17 million with a sale price of $1.589 million with a profit margin of 20%. Our home is located in Petty Lot 67, which is towards the back of the Lakash neighborhood. The main reason we chose this lot is just due to its private nature. So after very, very extensive market research, we found that Greeley, Colorado is a seller's market, meaning there's more buyers than there's units. Currently, there's estimated about 40,000 rental homes and units for sale in the market, with the median home being on the market at 39 days. The employment rate has surged to 61.1 over the past few years, with various employment opportunities in government, energy, and sales administrative support. And over the past year has seen a 2.8% population increase, with the population being at about 331,000, and the fastest growing age right now is 65 and above. So why Greeley? Greeley offers both great public and private school districts for families looking to find the perfect school. It's also very well situated, well within Fort Collins and Wesley, and Greeley being in the middle. And it's also an hour away from Denver, so you get the perks of being in a small town while also being close to a big city. There's also various employment opportunities along with community, which is very sought after in Greeley, along with various outdoor and recreational facilities.
So we designed our River Rock Estate to have the characteristics of a farm-style home. That's going to include our stacked stone wall running along the base of the home with our board and batten siding, and then our roofing is going to be a luxurious black standing seam. That's going to house our solar panel system. And then along the back of the house, we have a fully covered and finished outdoor kitchen where the homeowner can host gatherings. And then around the property, we've picked some native Colorado landscaping, such as the Colorado spruce, to give that home the true Colorado feeling.
So heading into the interior part of the home, we have a 2-car garage that automatically goes into a mudroom, and on your left is your laundry room as well as a half bath. We decided to go with the open floor plan concept, so we have the living room right when you walk in and the kitchen in the bath. We also have a master bedroom in the back as well as a back patio. On the second floor, our main amenities is a home office as well as a hangout area and an in-law suite. As we walk into the house, we have our living room with fine leather seating as well as plenty of wall space for decorations and TV needs. Heading into the kitchen, we have an island that occupies 3 people as well as a dining room on the left and a door that leads to the back patio. We also have faux beams that span across the entire first floor. Heading into the master bedroom, we have a king-size bed, a door that leads to the back patio, 2 dressers, a walk-in closet, and a master bathroom. Upstairs, we have our hangout area for the in-laws as well as kids. As you can see, we still have crown molding and trim throughout the entire part of the house. In the home office, we have plenty of natural lighting as well as plenty of luxurious space for home office and lounging needs. Down the hallway, we have our in-law suite with a king-size bed, 2 love seats, a coffee table, and a dresser. Heading in the bathroom, we have a bathtub, a dual vanity, and a walk-in shower. Out of the bathroom, we have 2 more bedrooms, as well as another guest or kids' bedroom, with each of their own walk-in closets and bathrooms.
As Tyson previously mentioned, we have a solar panel array situated on our standing seam roof. Solar panels can typically cost around $8,500 to $30,000, with a 6-kilowatt system costing around $12,700. Our system will run us about $15,000. This could save us up to $1,500 annually, so in about 10 years, we can more than make up for this initial investment. Colorado also gives us a 30% tax credit for these solar panels, and to more efficiently use the power that we're generating, we have a Tesla Powerwall, which can store up to 13.5 kilowatt hours of energy. This is for when we're away at work and we're not using as much power. We can store that energy and we can use it when we come home when our solar panels are not producing as much power.
So given the smaller size of our patio lot, we feel that it's very important to have a strategic layout of our site utilities, such as our material laydown and dumpster and things like that. And this is to increase efficiency and make sure there's no conflicts between subcontractors on site. And then backpacking off efficiency, we identified a logistical plan. This is our material delivery route, just so there's no traffic in the neighborhood and everything flows smoothly.
Taking a look at our drainage plan, we plan on utilizing silt fencing as well as straw bales as needed throughout the construction phase of the project. Now, as when the project has been completed, any rainwater accumulated on the property will shed off the front and back of the yard and will follow the natural topography to the nearest storm drain opening. So at Silver Spur, we want to maintain and ensure a certain standard of quality, and to do that, we've categorized some of our strategies into two groups for you. And so that's going to start with some of our strategies and procedures that we have in place before the construction project starts, and those will be things that we will follow through the project. Then we have some of our inspection protocols, and those will be ways for us to check up on that during the project to make sure that we are meeting those standards. Safety is going to be a top priority for us, and we want to hold ourselves to the OSHA standards. And so we plan on having daily safety meetings that's just going to go over the certain hazards that will be present that day depending on what we're working around. And to help ourselves identify these hazards, we've come up with a simple yes-no checklist that will require someone to manually go around the job site and identify the things that could be hazardous that day. So risk management is going to be crucial to ensuring that this project stays on time and on budget. And so we've identified things that we can run into throughout this project, and we've also come up with some strategies to mitigate any of those issues. So our communication plan is here. It's going to be essential to keep in clear alignment with our stakeholders. We've divided our stakeholders into direct and indirect stakeholders, and we're going to tailor our communication approach to them differently. We plan on communicating with our direct stakeholders and holding weekly meetings, whether that be on or off the job site. And that'll just be for good updates and any changes that need to be made, we can be there, and our stakeholders will be present and we will be present. And then for our indirect stakeholders, we'll kind of just contact them when we start the project, and we'll just update them as needed throughout the project.
So looking here at our schedule, we're going to be breaking ground this May, and 302 days later, our home is going to be move-in ready of March in 26. And to keep our schedule on track, we're going to have a strict subcontractor selection process. Make sure our subs are qualified and can do their scope of work in their specified amount of time. And we're going to have some luxury amenities on this house, so we're going to make sure we've identified those items with longer lead times. And we've come up with a procurement log to track those lead times and make sure we order things early so they can be delivered on time. And in ordering things early, we're hoping to combat some tariffs that maybe arise in the next few months. And also to combat those, we're going to be sourcing things domestically when possible, like lumber from Washington State.
All right, on to the cost estimate. As Kevin previously mentioned, we're seeking a $1.17 million loan. Our lot price was $325,000. Our construction cost was $844,000, and our total interest on our construction loan was $62,000. This brings our total cost to $1.231 million. With a 20% profit margin, this brings our sale price to $1.539 million. We also identified some value engineering components like the Tesla Powerwall. We can take that off to meet a budget with a potential client. We can also add amenities like a heated driveway to also help with clients.
So obviously our main goal is to sell this home within the first 30 days of it being fully done, but we're actually going to start offering it the minute we start building with the renderings already available. And we'll also be using two different strategies. We'll be having our online, offline marketing along with partnering with local realtors and brokers. So our offline is going to include hosting open houses for buyers to come in and tour the place. Our offline is going to be including us having our home listed on our website as well as websites such as Zillow and Realtor.com. We'll also be partnering with local realtors and realtor brokers in order to find that home buyer faster and quicker. And we've also already identified local realtors who specialize in $1 million home sales. So we expect this to be a mortgage home. So we've identified the best in the field. Optimum First Mortgage offers the lowest rate, has offered the lowest rates in the last few years, As of December of 2024, the APR was at 6.589. We also identified qualifications in order to meet this. Thank you so much for your time. And if you scan this QR code, it'll take you to our website. We are now opening the floor to questions.
Great job.
Great job, gentlemen. That backspace there, I thought that was pretty unique, how you maximize your second-story living and provided shade covering and natural patio. That's great. That caught my eye right away. It was just there, so I mentioned it. So, I was studying this floor plan here, and the square footage you were able to achieve. A lot of plans we're presenting on similar lots are 2,200 to 3,200, so that was a great job to get that amount of square footage on there. On your price per square foot, we're, in my math, landing on construction costs of $845,000. We're at about 230 square foot. And you have some very nice amenities in there and that metal roof, and that's great. So I think you may end up there. What are some of the costs or the items in the home that you're presenting that are adding up to that value? Because that's a nice budget for a lot of nice amenities, and you do have those in your renderings. But what are some specific ones if you had to reduce your budget to maybe reduce your sale price?
So we have oak flooring throughout the entire part of the house, so we can take some of that out, as well as Sub-Zero and Wolf kitchen appliances, so we could also take that out.
Perfect. Yeah, I think those are excellent plans there. I would love to see you get that 1.5 in that patio home market, but in case after more research you're not able to, think of those things. 302-day schedule. How many construction work days? I assume there's some permitting, there's some listing and closing days on the front and back end. How many days do you presume construction related from foundation to certificate of occupancy are in there?
So the days I have in there from May to March, that's just construction. So that first day is the first day of site work.
Okay. And I guess likely Owen will speak to the finances, but with the size and square footage of home, if you can improve that schedule at all, that's going to help with your margin. A 20% margin is great to shoot for. That's really minimal criticism, constructive criticism. Solar panels are installed on this home at that construction cost? So that's substantial. That's another item that you could potentially wire and back out that cost as well if you need to. So yeah, I think you guys have really covered the numbers very well, which is not common in the presentations. They most have been on the other side. So you have conservative estimates. Yeah, the only feedback is maybe tighten the schedule, but it looks like a beautiful property you're presenting. Great job.
Yeah, great job, guys. I didn't have much to criticize, and Ryan covered my main point. So, yeah, not a whole lot to really, question you guys on. It's a great project and great looking back patio that looks like a great place to hang out and enjoy this beautiful community. And great discussion on kind of being realistic and paying attention to what's happening in the world with the prospect of tariffs and how you might mitigate that if it starts to impact your project. Let's say you build the project and for whatever reason you're not hitting that sale price of over $400 a foot. How might you go about mitigating that to preserve your profitability?
Great question. So again, we factored the tariffs into our cost estimate, but we also, with the value engineering, we're willing to take out amenities to further lower the cost of the home for home buyers. And we're also willing to negotiate. We can lower our sales profit by a little, or we can just negotiate and take out things and replace with amenities that the home buyers are willing to buy.
Gotcha. It sort of looked like you were targeting a 20% margin. Is that correct? And did you have some market support, some other communities to pull from to support that level of pricing?
Yes, of course. So when I did the market research, the communities of Fort Collins and Wesley, they all both had homes ranging from the $1.2 to $1.6 million price ranges, and they actually included less footage. They had like 4 beds maybe 5 baths or less amenities, stuff like that. So when we came up with our design and our cost estimate, I think we really nailed it in the middle. You get the bang for your buck, you get what you're paying for and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think your sales price is definitely supportable. Next time you might dig in a little bit more, even closer than some of those places you mentioned, maybe 30-plus minutes away. So there are comps out there, and maybe drill in a little more on this is exactly why this is supportable, and that just instills confidence. I didn't see impact fees or a contingency in your budget. Was I missing those? Were they in another place, in another line item?
They were in Division 1. I think they were in fees. I don't think we plugged in enough, sufficient amount for that. That's a mistake on my part. But yes, I think it was around $3,000. I know it's going to be more than that, of what I've gathered.
Sure. Yeah, add a zero and then some. And the final question, you guys are very clear about the ask of basically a loan for the entire project, right? Did you talk to some lenders about kind of those assumptions, and was that ask realistic?
Yes, so we have contacted a bank, and then we've also done some extensive research into these lenders, and we found that Mountain Valley Bank provides very competitive loans, and so we are shooting for a 8.25% as of December 2024, and so we plan to finance that. But however, we're taking out the loan for the portion of our lot, and we are going to use that as our equity for the loan, but we still want to make our money back from that portion.
I don't quite follow that. Can you describe that a little bit more?
Yes. So to secure this loan, we have to have a portion of our equity in this project. So we're using the property as our equity for the $325,000 lot price, and so that'll kind of be like our collateral for this loan if it were to go bad.
Perfect. That's a fantastic catch and a great assumption. I'm not sure I caught that in your package. So next time maybe just be clear, because your loan is really less than that. And your draw schedule also didn't have that accounted for, I don't believe. But great catch, and good to hear you're having those conversations.
Great job. And I also like the selection of the lot, too. Again, you're on one of these lots that is going to be butting up to open space, really probably not have anything in front of it anymore. So the views out of this back that we're seeing right here are going to be great from that side. Can you help me through the construction part of it? Because what will most likely happen is that all the landscaping up to your lot line and around it, in front of it, will be as we do our master improvements. How will you ensure to us that you won't be getting into that landscaping or disturbing that landscaping, as we may have residents already out there, and how will you work around that side?
So like I mentioned earlier, we've strategically thought about our site utility layout. And obviously, as the project goes along in phases, we're going to have to maybe move around our material layout or our dumpsters and things like that. So I think we're going to have to evaluate it on maybe a weekly basis and see how far along our subs have gone, and maybe talk with them to see if they need anything moved anywhere.
Okay, good. Continue to work with us throughout, right? Great. From that side. And then just one last question. You had a chance to look at the geotechnical reports, and there's very high water in this particular area. Any specific mitigation that you were looking at doing?
So we have silt fencing and straw wattles, things like that. We looked at the geotechnical reports, and we didn't see anything that we were going to run into issues with, since we're just building slab on grade.
Okay.
So I think we should be good on that.
Okay, so keeping all your foundational elements above that groundwater side of it. Great, thank you.
Nice work, guys. I love the elevation. I love the style of home. I think it fits really well within the community and the design guidelines. I also like the selection of your lot. I think it's a good location. You're going to have some good views, and then you kind of have open space on two sides, so that's nice. typically on these lots, they're going to be what they call alley-loaded lots. So you're going to come in from the alley with the car, but usually the front door is on the opposite side. And so you guys put the front door on the other side. The house lays out really well with the way you did it, but you might want to look at getting your front door on the other side. That's where most of the front doors would be. But in general, like the layout. What was your buyer type for this when you were designing the home? Did you have like a specific type of buyer, be it a family buyer, an empty nester, or something like that?
So yeah, we're shooting for that top 10% in Greeley. So that's any up-and-coming families looking for their home who can afford this in the budget, or any well-established families who are looking to upgrade. You know, these can include business owners, families who like have generational wealth and are able to purchase this home. And with the fastest growing age of 65 and above, there's a lot of retiree couples moving out into Greeley due to its surroundings and very calm settings. So we're also targeting them. You know, they can host the grandkids, they can host family gatherings and stuff like that with this type of property.
Oh, that's great. I don't know if this was intentional, but I call it a dual master or dual primary. You kind of have a primary bedroom on the first floor and you have another one on the second floor. I think that's great. It supports multi-generational living, which also would help support this price point. And it gives you the flexibility of how you might design this house. So it either becomes a great, second bedroom for parents who come back and want to stay and they're on the first floor and the parents are upstairs. Or if it's empty nesters and then they're just having family gatherings and it allows them. So I think that's a really great design aspect for this house and opens it up to a lot of different buyer types. So nice work on that. So thank you.
All right, guys, I echo what my fellow judges have said. Great presentation. You can tell that you put a lot of time and effort into preparing for today, and it's evident. So want to commend you on that. Also, your visuals are fantastic. I think the fly-through is very helpful for myself as a visual person. For visual buyers, it's fantastic, a great tool. I think your QR code, these are a nice touch. So you've really come prepared in terms of marketing. Obviously done your research in terms of sales, which is great to see. I think that your sales price is certainly you've done a great job there. I think that you're right on the mark with that. In terms of bedroom count, bathroom count, and overall square footage, I also think that that's very saleable. And lot selection, I think, is fantastic, which I know has been mentioned, but I was talking to a prospective buyer last week, and this is the exact lot that they chose out of all of the patio home lots, so I thought that that was an interesting coincidence. But overall, just really, really good, and a lot of my questions in terms of target buyer and things like that have been answered, so I don't have a lot of additional questions for you, but just really wanted to commend your hard work. Great job.
presentation. Are you ready? Oh, you can, hey, come on. You definitely
Not allowed, not allowed.
Hi, I'm Zoe.
Nice to meet you. Todd Braxton.
Nice to meet you.
Hi. Braxton,
Sarah.
nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you. Carson, nice to meet you. Ben, nice to meet you, Ben.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Zoe Walker, and I'm going to be the estimator for this project. And we are proposing about a $300,000 loan for our build in the cottage lot number 14 of the new Cache neighborhood. And next, I will be passing this to Braxton for our mission statement.
Hello, everybody. Braxton Brown, project manager. Our mission for this project is to create a affordable, semi-custom home that promotes sustainability and comfortable living through quality craftsmanship while upholding our environmental responsibility. Next, again, I'm Braxton Brown. Let's meet the rest of the team.
Hi, I'm Aiden Malone. I'll be the site superintendent.
I'm Carson Holmes, and I'm the architect.
I'm Zoe Walker, and again, I'll be the estimator.
I'm Ben White, the schedule manager.
And I'm Kay Petrowski, the marketing manager.
So a little bit about the location of where we wanted to build our semi-custom home. So we decided on the city of Greeley, Colorado, which is located in the northwestern corner of Colorado. And next, we decided to go with the new development of the Cache because it offers nice amenities that our potential home buyers would be interested in. From there, we decided the cottage lots, and we did this because that's a lot size that we're familiar building our past projects on, so we knew that we'd be comfortable doing it again. And finally, with lot number 14, we selected that one for two specific reasons. One, you have no backdoor neighbor, so there's nobody looking into your lot, which is always nice. And then the second, you get a nice view of the mountain range from your backyard. Next, I'll be passing it over to Braxton for some comparable homes.
Thank you, Aiden. So yeah, for some comparable homes, over the past several months, Aspen Ridge Builders has designed, built, and sold these comparable homes in the northern Colorado corridor. After extensive market research, we have found that homes similar to this one, similar size and similar price, are perfect for the market due to we found that most homes have sold for under $500,000 in the market, along with the median home price in Greeley currently bouncing around the $400,000 bubble. Next, I'm going to pass it to Kay to talk about some target market. Or sorry, Zoe to talk about budget.
Yeah, thanks, Braxton. So as Braxton and Aiden mentioned, we have built many houses like this before, and therefore we have a pretty solid budget for this project in general. So as you can see, our soft costs and property costs make up a good chunk of this, and we like to keep our soft costs and property at about 33%, which allows us to have more room for interiors and MEP. Our MEP cost is pretty high compared to other homes that you might see, and this is because we are using geothermal systems as well as solar panels. Carson will go into more information about this and how this affects our buyer. Also with interiors, we have noticed about a 6% increase over this year in material pricing, and so this 13.6% allows us for more wiggle room when building our home. And like our mission statement says, we are focused on affordable luxury, and this is one of the ways that we will do that. So all this being said, our total construction cost comes to about $413,000, and our sales price per square foot will be around $300. And next, I will pass it to Braxton for financial.
Thank you, Zoe. To talk a little bit about the financial analysis, we will acquire the property in-house with cash for $100,000. We come to you asking for a $312,000 investment opportunity to fund our construction loan over a 7-month period. This will last the duration of the project. After us taking home a 10% profit margin, we'll sell the house for around $478,000, leaving us with a $42,000 in profit. Now for Cade for the target market.
Thank you, Braxton. So for the target market, this home is ranging between a family with double income that will allow for a comfortable living environment, something that everyone can enjoy, along with the convenience of being super close to local hubs like Denver and Fort Collins. A lot of this has a focus of lifestyle featuring close to work, close to school. A lot of this can be found and allow for people to have an urban job environment. So even though you don't have the high costs of living in the city, at least you're close enough to be able to reach those cities and be able to live in a nice place. For like long-term investments, this market is growing, so we're hoping that as we build and construct this home, that this won't be the first home. This will be one of many. Similar to how you see in the bottom picture, we kind of have idea that we can build across multiple of these college lots, so that this won't be the first project we'll have with you guys. Next, I'm handing it to Carson for design.
So for our design, we chose to go with a shotgun-style home to help maximize our narrow lot. And I chose to go with an open floor plan with a lot of windows to help naturally light the space rather than relying solely on artificial lighting. Sorry, I'm having a brain. And so the main, the main two parts of the house are the hearth and the kitchen. We wanted to keep it pretty open and really use that space as the core or the heart of the home to help add a space for people to entertain guests and family. And for our design longevity, we're located in a very sunny part of Colorado that has a lot of geothermal potential. And so what we decided to do is use photovoltaics for the roof, as well as a geothermal heating system for our home. And we realize that does increase a lot of the upfront cost of the project, but we do think that that is in turn going to help the future owners of the home, by decreasing their overall utility use per month by 50%. And through our research, we came up with about $250 of savings per month. I'll pass it off to Aiden.
Thank you. So next, going into kind of the project management side of things. So for our site logistics, we really wanted to focus on maximizing on-site efficiency while also respecting our neighbors and building a good relationship with them, since this is going to be a new development that we want to continue building in. So for some safety, we got your regular PPE, hard hat, gloves, safety glasses, as well as fall protection, since we will be installing those solar panels on the roof. We want to make sure our guys are safe. And then finally, electrical safety procedures such as lockout and tagout. And then for our pre-construction phase, we're going to conduct a site assessment and analysis, as well as create a in-depth and detailed budget and schedule. And then following that, we're going to be contacting our subcontractors that we're going with to start the material procurement process. And next, I'll be handing it over to Ben to talk about the schedule.
Thanks, Aiden. So based on the size of the home and the overall environment in Greeley, we have decided to follow a 7-month construction schedule. Now, this construction schedule we split into 3 different phases, the first being exterior phase 1, which will have a start date of March 3rd, 2025. We hope to have the majority of exterior elements of the home completed for this, so that a potential buyer can drive through our neighborhood and visualize themselves in one of our homes. Next, interior phase 2, we plan to have all interior elements of the home completed during this phase, which will lead to the final exterior phase 3. In this phase, any exterior element remaining will be completed, and it will have a completion date of October 3rd, 2025. Now I'll hand it off to Cade, who will talk about the market plan.
Awesome, thank you, Ben. So for the market plan, we'll have an amazing opportunity at Aspen Ridge to work with Sotheby's International Realty. They're an amazing group of people that we get to work with. Their brand brings both an idea of luxury and excellence that no one else can bring to the table like them. For this community, it's a close-knit, sustainable living. So a lot of these people will be able to come and be able to feel welcomed into this community. For the exit strategy, we're hoping to sell these homes within a 3-month schedule. If it does not get sold within those 3 months, we're going to look and focus on extending that duration for another 3 to 6. So after that 6 months, if it doesn't meet that, we'll look into other strategies, both in media and reaching out to the community. Next, I'll hand it off to Ben.
Yeah, so thanks, Cade. In our risk analysis, we identified 4 key risks for this. First is location. Now, Greeley's location does offer the benefit of a suburban environment. However, it does not currently have the same level of amenities surrounding areas do, such as Denver. Economic. In a slow economy and high interest rate, our buyers' purchasing power can be affected by that. Demographic. Our demographic may prioritize affordability over luxury due to the slow economy. And market saturation. Increase in development in northern Colorado can lead to the market being saturated. Now I'll pass it off to Zoe, who will give closing remarks.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. So this might be the first time we're presenting this house to you, but it will not be the last time we build something like this with you guys. So again, we are requesting a $300,000 loan for this project, and now we will open it up to Q&A.
You guys are more organized than we are.
Yes.
It's not unusual, probably. Hey guys, great project and great presentation. You all look really good in your matching quarter zips as well. That's a great touch. The home looks really nice and kind of an urban setting that you're bringing to the community that feels like would be a great kind of, density supplement to the project overall on these smaller cottage lots. Great point, pointing out that competition is a key risk. I think that's the first time it's been highlighted in a presentation, let alone in your package where you have, a couple paragraphs on that. Can you talk more through kind of if that competition becomes a risk and you're slow to sell, how you would navigate that?
So yeah, that's a great question. One of our marketing strategies, if we do have competition, is building multiple of these semi-custom homes so our buyers can kind of go through and pick different furnishings or anything they want to change about the interiors. This will set us apart from our competition and hopefully make us one of the main builders in the Cache neighborhood, setting us above our competition in the market.
Well, you're also adding to the competition, though. By doing that, you're increasing your market exposure. If you, believe it might get soft and you're building several spec units, how else might you kind of look at just elevating yourself in the competition if you have to go secure a buyer in a soft market?
Yeah, so most of this it has to do with the marketing, trying to push out our product and make sure people see it. So a lot of that will have to do with like being on site with people that want to buy it, outreaching to these local venues that have a way to kind of bring people together to see this. So like hosting our own like parade of homes or a walkthrough, having like on our website, on our social media, all that kind of stuff, like visual walkthroughs of everything there. A lot of the times when I've been a part of these parade of homes, every home that sticks out is ones that have the builders there, that have the marketing there, that are willing to put their foot in the door and say, hey, this is what we're going to give you, and be able to work with the customer. So we as Aspen Ridge are really driven to work with our customers, and that's why we said we're custom here. So we're willing to work with them whatever they need and whatever they want. So what they see on the lot is not necessarily what they're going to get, whereas a lot of other homes, a lot of our competitors may not be as responsive or as quick to custom. So we're willing to work with them any way we need to.
That's a great answer, great way to phrase that. And of course, you can also leverage your high-end brokerage partner, right? You selected that for a reason. Your soft costs, I think they were roughly $27,000. Do you have a quick breakdown of what's in that?
Yeah, so our soft cost includes everything that comes pre-construction. So that would be, our salaries, different permits that we needed to buy, anything that comes non-material wise. That's what we're kind of doing with our soft costs.
Gotcha. I might double check that number and dig a little more into the permitting and other impact and utility fees in this area, but overall your costs look really good. It seemed like you kind of targeted a 10% margin. Is that approximately?
Yes, we did.
Okay. For next time, I might even suggest leaning into that a little more. If you're going to use a target margin, try and build a little bit of a buffer there. Less than 10% would be hard to get on board with. As a lender, if you're giving us 7.5, that doesn't leave a whole lot of room before, everyone starts to get in trouble. So I think your sale price has room and the margin is there. Don't be afraid to make money if you can support it. But overall, great project.
Yeah, thank you.
Great job. I like the selection as well. Again, from a market perspective, this is actually where most of the sales will occur within the Greeley area, especially at this price point too. Can you help me a little bit about your orientation of this house on the lot? We we feel that these will probably be alley-loaded lots, and so just your front door compared to your garage and so forth.
So I chose to orient this house. We picked the lot first of all for the view of the mountain range. That was like our whole goal with that. But this, but yes, the orientation was it's a very narrow lot and it is hard to kind of like squeeze everything into that. And so we did just kind of want to fit everything we could into this short little space in the front.
So you, and then along with that, is it correct you have a one-car garage?
Yes, we do only have a one-car garage.
And I'll let-
There's not a whole lot of room in the space or in the lot for a two-car garage. When I went through and looked at the setbacks and everything, it just wouldn't fit. So we had it result to a one-car garage.
Okay, great. The geothermal that you're talking about, what is that footprint? Does it fit on the lot? Is it in other places? Could you give me a little more detail on that?
Actually, we haven't really done a ton of research, like deep dive research into that and how much space it would take up. We're just more focused on the potential of that and the potential of adding that into our project in the future.
Okay. And then just in general, you talked about actually adding more units or doing more units, which I think is appropriate for this line and these cottages and so forth. Where do you feel a good number would be from your production standpoint? Is that 5 units? Is that 10 units, 50 units? What do you think is a good mix for your group?
Yeah, so with this one house only making 10% profit margin, we also didn't like that number. However, banging out 20 to 30 of these, maybe in this cottage lot, could show a lot of potential, maybe get some build costs down, and give us a better ROI on that.
Great. Thank you.
Hey, great job, guys. Love the presentation, love the proposal. In terms of the architecture, the exterior looks great. I love the design. It's like a mountain modern. You got a lot of glazing on there. Very contemporary. I think that it's very, very attractive. So I appreciate that. I would echo what Todd said. I think if you would have put the front door on the other side of the house, you would have been able to get a 2-car garage there, and that's probably how you would have solved that problem. Looking at it also, on the inside of the house, do you anticipate that your guests would have to use the master bathroom?
Yes, we did. We tried to position in a way that we could have easy access for the guests to use that bathroom right on the side.
Okay.
Again, just a lack of space.
Sure.
To fit in.
You're just trying to cram in a lot in a little spot.
Very
I
small
understand.
lot, yeah.
In my line of work, I call it the war of inches because it comes down to every inch that you can find.
There's a lot of trial and error.
Yes. So I commend you on that. I appreciate that you guys chose this lot. You could have chosen to go with one of the higher end lots and make your life easy and design some big cool house, but you chose to go with the smaller lot. I appreciate that you're looking for more of the attainable market, and your profit isn't as great, but you're reaching a larger audience, and I think you're doing a really good job with that. So I commend you. Thanks.
Hi there. Again, wonderful presentation. I think you've done a lot of research, put a lot of time and effort into this, and that's very, very evident today. I love your logo. I think that really stands out. I think your branding is great. And your home, it's a beautiful home. I love those windows that, right at the entry. I think it's beautiful. I think it would show really well. Love that you've incorporated the staging into your images here, and it really gives a buyer a great feel for this house. I think that your quality level is fantastic. That being said, I think that you could certainly push that price point. I appreciate that you dove into comps, and I'm very familiar with the comps that you pulled. They're not building this level of quality, which is very hard to, gauge from afar. I completely understand that, but on those price points in the 4s, even in the high 4s, they're not what I think you would get for this beautiful of a home. With all the things that you've incorporated into it. So just something to consider, that I think that you could certainly push that price point a little bit higher. but you've clearly done your research. To, you know, Alex's point, I appreciate that you chose this lot. It's challenging in a lot of ways, but in terms of market share, I mean, you're certainly capturing the largest share of that Greeley market. There's a lot of buyers in this price point that would appreciate this home, and it's a niche that we just don't really have. So I commend you on that. Great job. I really appreciate the detail that you went into in terms of, you know, your marketing and sales strategy. Can you explain a little bit more, just so I understand more clearly, the relationship with Sotheby's and how that all works?
Okay, so we chose Sotheby's for one main reason, and that is this Greeley area is right next to Windsor, and we are trying to bring in buyers from Windsor that, you know, maybe want to go there but can't quite afford it. And I know Sotheby's is a really big real estate agent in Windsor, so that is kind of just bringing their market down to us, and that would also make the larger lots, I don't know, it would help sell them better if we have, you know, this luxury real estate group.
Sure, no, it's a great choice, and they have, you know, this would fit in well with the customization that you're pushing. So I think that it's great. In terms of you mentioned a 3-month schedule for sales. At what point in the process are you? I could have just overlooked it, and I apologize if I have. But at what point in the process are you starting your marketing efforts?
So most of this marketing will happen at the very beginning. So as we're building, even before, once we get the money from you guys to get started and break ground, all this marketing will happen pretty much immediately. Outreaching, getting people out there. And I mean, we're willing to walk the site. Our superintendent is really good at keeping the site clean and available for us to walk through and kind of see what people are wanting for. I mean, a lot of these options here, we're maxing out a lot of the visuals on this, so people can see the broad options that they have. So all this marketing will start from the beginning and all the way through the process, and will continue as we build more in y'all's beautiful neighborhood.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the clarification on that. Yeah, I think it's a job well done, and it's, you know, you've clearly done your homework on it, so I commend you on that.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed the performance. Thank you. I had a question. If the competitors in the market are preventing a ceiling of your sale price with your branding to quality and custom, what are items in the home that you could potentially reduce to still be profitable in that environment if you had to look at price reduction or something of that nature? And does it align with your brand?
Yeah, so like I said, this is a semi-custom home, and our estimate and our visuals are basically our maxed out interior finishes. So we can bring any of those interiors down, and also geothermal and solar panels, we can make those optional as well. As you saw, our MEP was about 15% of our entire budget. So that's another good way to bring our costs down, and then also market to people who might want to spend less on the house and kind of go with a less insane kind of interior finish.
Yeah, it's beautiful. But I agree, this monorail stair systems and the geothermal in comparison to conventional HVAC systems might have some glaring cost savings. And so would your approach be to present this product to the market as is and then react to that on future models? Or how would you go about that?
Yeah, so I think one of our plans for marketing on Zillow is uploading different renderings of our product. So we'll have this maxed out one. We could also upload a render of maybe not as, fancy on the inside, probably leaving out, geothermal. So it's kind of uploading those different renderings to our cache on Zillow and just making sure people can kind of go through and see the cost differences based on, a base package versus this maxed out version.
Okay, and I know we're a minute or two over. The last question I had, if we can go to the scheduling slide. Looks like we're March 3rd breaking ground, and October 3rd is our landscaping date. If you were to look at this schedule, do you see any opportunity in stacking certain items from phase 2 to phase 3 to improve this schedule?
Yes, so this schedule is definitely rough in the sense that if someone comes in and wants to change some features, we built in the time to move certain items. That was the goal with the schedule in terms of being 7 months. It takes into delays and changes. So yes, you could take an interior item into phase 3 if you really wanted to.
Just from the maybe the opposite standpoint, if you're approaching some extra finish items in September, and we do get an early winter or some cold snaps that prevent materials from curing on the outside. I see that you have, was that furniture right there on September 8th?
Yes.
And extra items following?
Yep.
Have you considered moving some of those phase 3 items into phase 2 and overlapping them? That may save you some time on the schedule. Is there any consideration for those kinds of
Yes, so obviously Greeley gets a substantial amount of snow, Colorado in general. Obviously, if we're building, let's say in December, we would want to move the exterior elements like landscaping, for example, into a warmer month and then move those interior elements into phase 3. It kind of just depends on the time of year. Obviously, with this schedule, March 3rd to October 3rd, we intentionally picked months that weren't going to be cold, which is why we have it currently laid out, but it is flexible in how it goes.
It's definitely, seems like a window sometimes to build there. If you were able to condense the schedule at all, that might shape on interest and help with that 10% margin growing, and from a volume standpoint, be even more productive. So, but great job. Until you put the work in, very well done.
Thank you.
right. Y'all ready? Yes, sir. All right.
Hello, everybody. Just wanted to thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I'm with the Dunwoody College of Technology. Our company's name is Summit Ridge Residential, and this is the High Plains Haven Estate. Taking you over a quick introduction or overview of our agenda. We will be starting with our introduction, moving into our executive summary, then market analysis, following up with construction and design management, and closing out with some final remarks. Here at Summit Ridge Residential, we don't just build homes, we build places for people to thrive. And with Summit Ridge, your dream isn't just a possibility, it's a promise. Introducing our team members, I am Michael Muck, the project estimator, joined by Sophia Krocek, our scheduler, Ron Finch, who is our project manager, and then Raul Solorio was our project executive. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, was unable to join us today. And I will now turn it over to Ron for our executive summary.
Looking at our executive summary, one of our biggest market opportunities is that the healthcare industry is the #1 job sector in Greeley. Our population is expected to increase in 2025, and there is an increase in the demand for housing. Our buyer profile is younger families looking for a modern, affordable, and sustainable home. Healthcare professionals who appreciate energy-efficient homes that align with their health-conscious lifestyles. Our project overview, our project's going to cost around $880,000, and we plan to start in March of 2025 and end in October of 2025. Getting into our market analysis, we are focusing on the bachelor's degree and up people looking for anywhere above $45,000 to $55,000 with a dual income. Moving on to Greeley migration, we see a lot of people coming from other highly populated areas with higher housing costs. So our pricing should be competitive. Looking at the housing market between 2022 and 2024, we see price increases, but we also acknowledge that there might be a chance for price reductions in the upcoming year. Moving on to site selection with Michael.
Thank you, Ron. The reason we chose the overlook lots is due to their close proximity to the school, the amenity center, and the park, allowing for our future residents to walk around the complex and meet a lot of their other neighbors, as well as Greeley's events like the Greeley Stampede, which are geared toward younger families, as well as Greeley's city is leaning towards water conservation, including their water stewardship program, which aligns with the buyer profile we're targeting, as well as Greeley's heritage. It was a smaller agricultural community that is growing in the coming years and maintaining some of that agricultural feel while still offering lots of opportunities. I will now go into some of the sustainable highlights for the project. We'll include infrastructure for future rooftop solar installation, allowing for our resident to make that choice with a lower upfront cost, as well as a 240-volt electrical termination in the garage, allowing for the future installation of an EV charger. We will also use recycled building products in our building materials and include an air source heat pump for the mechanical system, as well as Energy Star appliances. Going into construction and design management, a high-level overview of our estimate. We're seeing a total cost of about $880,000. That includes the $40,000 for permits, sewer and water investment, as well as development fees, and that's included in our general conditions number. Some of our largest numbers are the contractor's fee, MEPs, as well as our framing and roofing, which will be self-performed. And I will turn it over to Sophia.
Thank you, Michael. Next up, what we have is the return on investments. In regards to the sale price, if we were to sell this home at a $930,000 mark, we would have a return on investment of that 6%. However, depending on what changes the homeowner or the buyer would like to make, we are looking at a project of about $1 million with a 14% return on investment. Next up, we have the adjustment schedule. This schedule here is going to give a brief overview of what that home is going to look like and what that profit and loss is going to look like over time as that home sits on the market. Next up, we have the schedule for the home. I'm going to go through a couple of the points that I would like to highlight. The first thing is the notice to proceed. Once we have the notice to proceed, we are good to start with that dig date. Going forward, we're going to build the footings and the foundation of that home. We'll do the slab on grade, then we're going to start moving up. We're going to do the framing of the home, finish it with the roof, sheathe it, and then shingle it, Tyvek the home, and at that point, we're going to be at the dried-in state. Next up, we're going to move forward with the rough-in plumbing, electrical, and mechanical. Plumbing, electrical, and mechanicals, those rough-ins, get those all inspected, and then we will follow up with that framing inspection. Before moving forward, we will get that pre-drywall walk with the homeowner. This gives the homeowner an opportunity to see a behind-the-scenes view of that home before we move forward. Next up, we have, we're going to go through that drywall process, and then over the next 2.5 months, we're going to be working on those interior finishes, wrapping up with those mechanical, electrical, and plumbing finals. Once we have those finals signed off, we can get the certificate of occupancy, and then about a week later, we will have that homeowner move-in date. One other thing I would like to note is risk assessment. In all construction projects, there is that risk mitigation factor. For this home, we are going to be making informed decisions throughout the construction process. We will also be prioritizing clear communication between the contractors and the buyer as well. And then we'll also be focusing on completing this budget within the schedule and within budget. Next up, we have the market risk. As this home sits on the market, the interest rate is bound to change over that time period. This will likely impact the affordability factor of that homeowner, again, just as that mortgage rate changes. Next up, we have construction management plan with Ron.
At our construction management plan, it'll start off with a thorough bid review process, having 3 bids for each trade, making sure we're leveling all of them, as well as making sure we receive past project information like insurance, their EMR, and any safety information that's required. We'll also be proactive with procurement process, making sure we're contracting with any of the long lead time trades like the HVAC, electrical, and roofing. And then with quality control, we will be conducting daily site inspections, having pre-construction meetings with each trade partner before they get on site and commence work, as well as having punch walks at the end of each milestone, like site work, framing, and finishes, as well as other third-party inspections. Moving on to the SWIP plan, we will be stabilizing the site using erosion control blankets. We'll be reducing the impervious surfaces, controlling the perimeter with silt fences, projecting adjacent waters with storm drains and filters, and as well as pollution prevention measures with waste management and recycling. Next, our safety plan will conduct weekly safety audits, provide safety report to our field staff each week so they can make changes, as well as providing education and training for all our on-site management personnel, making sure they're certified in first aid, as well as completing annual construction safety trainings. We'll also make sure that any new employees are getting an on-site orientation to make sure that they're acting within our best interest in maintaining safety. Our quality control will be a pre-construction meeting with safety documentation, weekly toolbox talks, utility locates, and daily pre-task plans to make sure that everyone knows the risks involved with each upcoming task. Next up, our EMR score is currently 0.62. We hope to get that to 0.56 by 2025. Moving on to house design with Sophia.
Thank you, Ron. Once again, we are featuring a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home, slab on grade. This home features a large front porch at the front of the home. It also has a large area outside for that family to spend a good chunk of their time. And also we have that open layout in that main area of the home. Next up, we have the floor plan. In regards to the floor plan, if you start at the front of the home here, off to the left, you have the office. If you go straight back to the far left, you have the owner's bedroom. You have the owner's bath, the walk-in closet. And then going back into that living room space, we have the fireplace. Off to that kitchen area, you have that formal dining room space. Off to that, you have the 2 bedrooms with a bath in between. And then to finish off, we have that mudroom and the garage door going to that 2-car garage. Lastly, we just wanted to say thank you to both the judges as well as the NAHB for giving us the opportunity to come out here to present to you. And we honestly feel that we would be a great choice for you to choose. So thank you. Feel free to open up now to questions.
Great job. I do not envy the 3 of you doing a job of what we've seen in other groups of probably 10 plus people. So outstanding from that perspective. I know it's a lot to go through. You're down a team member as well. So kudos to you on that side of it. And you're in time as well. Great job. Just a couple questions that I have for you. You picked the overlook area. Why, just in general, did you pick the Overlook compared to some of the other options that you had, and why specifically that lot too?
So the reason we chose the Overlook lots is, again, because of the close proximity to the school. We understood in that mission statement that we initially got, it was about encouraging a sense of community in the area. So we want to encourage our resident to be able to walk back and forth to the parks, to the schools, as well as having enough space on that lot for us to have that 2-car garage and the large front porch that was asked for. And so that's why we chose the Overlook lots.
Yeah. Great connection with the front porch. That is definitely a theme that we're trying to incorporate into the overall project. Another question, just on the price point side of things, you're around the $1 million mark there. And of course, with these lots being a little higher there too, there's not a lot of room for you from that perspective. Do you think if the market did support, because you did a great job in a market analysis and figuring out what was in the area, but if the market did, in your mind, allow you the opportunity to push that a little higher, what would you add to this house maybe to help, get to that point of, let's say, $1.5 million, another $500,000?
I would love to answer that question for you. Since we're specializing again in that custom home building, there's lots of things that the homeowner could choose to customize, or that buyer. For example, they could have different options for flooring, different options for trim. I've seen, for example, some of the things that I've seen today throughout the exhibits, those the nicer appliances, for example, flooring, carpet, wall finishes. There's a bunch of things that you could choose to kind of extend that price range. Electrical, just again, adding those options, giving that person the ability to make changes if they are interested.
Okay, so this number could be, if I was thinking about it, maybe more on the spec level side. Starting out, you engage a potential owner, and then it's sky's the limit, right?
Gives them that option to kind of customize, and let us give them the option to show them what kind of different options we can give them.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, I want to echo what Todd said. Great job with a small team. You guys covered a lot of stuff, and you did a great job. I think you covered everything, so really appreciate that. In terms of the home design, I really like the elevations. I like the floor plan and everything. In terms of your buyer type being more of a younger family, did you consider either doing a 2-story home to get costs down? What led you to wanting to do more of a ranch plan, having everything on the one floor?
I guess I can answer for that one. One of our team members, Emma, who is not here today, she had a very large part in regards to the design of this, and so I would say she definitely pushed for that slab-on-grade home, but I definitely like the idea of kind of expanding into that 2-story option as well. Thank you.
Yeah, it would be just something to explore. And in addition to that, too, you could always go down on these lots as well and do basements. We do a lot of basements in this market. I know a lot of other markets don't do that, but that would be something you could take advantage of as well. The only other question I had, and you may not know this, but you talked about offering future rooftop solar. I'm not exactly sure the orientation of the house, but was there any study done on how to maximize the solar panels to make sure they're in the right orientation with the roof design?
I will answer that. There was not a study done to maximize the solar potential. We're leaving the option open by increasing the size of the breaker and adding a transformer to change it from AC to DC to use in the house. And then we would defer to that solar consultant that comes out there to see if there's any angles or certain sides of the house that would be more beneficial to have rooftop solar.
Sure, that's good. When you do the design, since you have influence over the design, that's something you're going to offer. You might look at that, because I'm not sure your roof plan is completely conducive to getting maximum solar out of it. But I love the thought. I love being sustainable and incorporating a lot of those different features. So well done.
That's a good note. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, guys. Want to commend you on a great-looking home, great-looking presentation as well. But the home itself, from a sales perspective, actually really like the ranch style. Like budget-wise, that's not totally my lane, but from a real estate agent perspective, I think that it attracts a lot of buyers. older buyers who don't want to deal with stairs, younger families that don't want their kids dealing with stairs. So I think that it's fantastic in terms of saleability. Regarding your sales price, can you walk me through maybe some of the comparable sales that you looked at to justify that sales price?
As far as comparable sales, we were looking at the median home sale in Greeley over the past couple of years, which we saw was a little bit on the lower side, around $500,000 to $600,000 for what we were trying to include, especially with being a new development and with higher lot fees and higher development fees. We didn't think that that was achievable. So we were hoping with the general increase of prices across the country that going 30% above that wouldn't price us out of a potential resident.
Perfect. Well, I think that the sales price is great and certainly attainable. I think that you're right on in talking about the historical in median sales prices for Greeley. I think that this home pulls from a little, or has a little further reach into Windsor and Fort Collins and some of those demographics. And so I think that it's great, and was just curious if you had, kind of considered those things, and it appears that you've definitely looked into it. And then last question, if you could just kind of walk me through your sales and marketing strategy and what that looks like in a general sense.
That looks more like we're trying to get buyers in at the beginning, where we want to make sure we're building them a home that they're really going to love, that has everything they need. Like in addition to the ability to add solar panels or have an electric car charger, we're building this for the potential owner. So we're hoping to get these owners on board as quickly as possible through networking, through hopefully our realtors.
Okay, perfect. So would you be utilizing a realtor in-house, or would you be utilizing outside realtors? Have you thought about that process?
We'd probably have to get back to you on how that would pan out.
Okay, no, that's absolutely understandable. I think for next time, it can be a large cost in terms of commission and closing costs and things like that. So just something that I think it's important to consider and kind of just think through, how that looks, even just in a general sense, and what that does to your bottom line. But very well done overall. I think it's a great presentation.
Thank you.
We understanding correct, this is the first time for the small custom home build submittal? First time here at the IBS? Nice job, very well done.
Yes, very well done.
We didn't pick up on that.
I didn't.
I was, well, furthermore to that point, you brought up something very advanced in construction practice. That's the only presentation that I've recognized where someone's talked about having insurance with subcontractors. It's common practice to have, service agreements with subcontractors for protection of yourself, and that's, as far as risk mitigation goes, that's a huge part of that. So great job with that topic there. What is the total square footage of the 3-bed, 2-bath? I just might have missed it.
2,503 square feet.
Okay. And then on my question, I need a little clarification on the margin. The desired margin is 12.5%?
So since we are actually designing, building, and developing the area, as well as doing the saling, the kind of full investment, we have a 12.5% fee, and that's on the contractor and design side, as well as whatever we'd actually be able to sell the house for.
Okay. And did that, you referenced a couple in-house trades, which is framing and one other. So how are you allocating the profit of those two trades? Is that built into that 12%?
It is built into that 12.5%, yep.
Okay. And then on the change orders, we saw 6 to 14% based on increase in cost of construction. How can you elaborate on how you plan to accomplish that with a client that may come at framing or rough in stage?
So I think when we're talking about the change order percentage from 6 to 14%, some of those items I think would, if we're talking about only adding in different bathroom vanity material cost only, no real cost on the labor side, where we get an exact quote, give it to them. I think we can drop that to a lower percentage. If we're doing a wholesale design change, so they want a layout change of the house, I think that's where we'd bring that change order price closer to 16 or 6 or 10% to cover our risk on that end.
Okay, so.
Any potential rework.
Sure, in your spec process, it's just something that your design firm is offering to the client to customize the home for more profitability.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's it. I think you guys did a fantastic job, in particular for the first time. Nice job.
Yeah, really great job, guys. Very comprehensive project. You obviously spent a lot of time really in all areas, and it was really well put together. So a great proposal and a presentation. It's definitely not easy with a lean team. So I know you all are incredibly invested, but you're almost there. Your costs are really appropriate. They seem, spot on. One thing you could do is maybe reorient your kind of presentation of your costs and your profit. I think we just got a little clarity on how you're thinking about your sales price. I think we maybe were led to believe it was that kind of 878 amount with your markup included, but you were maybe contemplating a higher actual sales price. Is that correct?
That would be accurate. At the 878 rate, we would feel comfortable selling it. I think we'd consider that our floor, but understanding that the market trends are very volatile right now. If there's an offer for higher, we're not going to say no. And I think that a lot of it comes down to the time that the homeowner decides to get in on the house. If they get in early enough, that's one of those things that we can lock it in at a certain price at that time in the market. If it stays on the market longer without a buyer, I think there's an opportunity to increase that sales price to increase profitability.
Sure, great answer. One kind of component to maybe just add to the list for next time is that in-depth market analysis on not only what the home costs, it seems like you've got a great handle on that, but what it might be worth. We think there's some upside in that number and certainly a lot of growth and justification for that. So that might be something to lean into a little bit to help support even better profitability. And then you may, for purposes of this presentation, pull out those markups and just treat it as kind of total profit. And then you might go into the profit centers, but that may help it be easier to follow. But overall, a great proposal.
Good job. Good job.
Good afternoon. We're the University of Florida presenting as Summit Homes with our project Cedar Ridge. I'm Bryce Miller. This is our team, Emma, Daisy, and Gabe. We're Summit Homes, established in 1972 in the Colorado area. We've been a leader in the residential, the luxury residential construction space since then, and we really pride ourselves on delivering homes that align with our customers' visions and lifestyles. So diving into our market analysis, Greeley is a rapidly growing city. In the last decade, its population has grown by over 37%. It's a city that has a really stable economy, and it's bringing a lot of young professionals and families. And it's also a city where the residents have a wide range of outdoor recreation and a high quality of life that they have access to, like trails, parks, and access to the Cache La Poudre River. The luxury home market is hot. There's a high demand for luxury homes. This has shown over 90% of the home sales in the area are single-family detached homes, and new sales have an 11% price premium over resales. And then as far as who we're targeting our home to, we're looking for somebody who's family-oriented, affluent, someone that prioritizes luxury, privacy, and sustainability, likely in the age range of 35 to 54, which comprises over 35% of Greeley's population, and likely a part of a household that earns over $150,000 a year, which makes up over 16% of Greeley's population. And then as far as the competitors, we're familiar with Woodland Homes and Belfiore Construction's work, and they do produce quality homes, but we're confident in our competitive differentiation with our prime location in the Cache and our energy-efficient features. Moving on to lot selection, to start off, we're within the Cache development. This is a really premium community that's going up, and it's a nice blend of exclusivity while also maintaining access to community amenities. Within the Cache, we opted for the patio area. For us, the patio area was the best balance of space, cost efficiency, and buyer demand, which allowed us to come up with a product that would still be profitable, but also marketable. And within the patio, more specifically, we chose lot 113. It's the largest lot within the patio, and they're all priced the same. And it's over 9,000 square feet. It's going to fit our 5,000 square foot home very comfortably. And now I'd like to pass it over to Emma with product design.
Thank you, Bryce. I am so excited to introduce you our home, Cedar Ridge. It is 5,026 square feet. It's 4-bed and 4.5 bath. It's 2 stories. We have a super open concept floor plan. Each space flows directly into the next. And we have a front patio as well as a back patio to connect you with the Colorado landscape. I'm now going to take you on a walkthrough of our home. Our front exterior has a beautiful stone facade, and when you walk in the front door, you're greeted by the living room, which flows directly into our kitchen, which provides you a beautiful back view of our patio. Walking into the mudroom, it connects you to the garage, which has an EV charging station. Our owner's suite is on the first floor, providing a bit of privacy. And we have a movie room upstairs for any family to kick back and enjoy their time at the house. And we have an executive office upstairs, perfect for working at home. And one of the best parts of our home is the front and back patio, which provides opportunity for the family to cook out, enjoy, and really easy access to all the Cache trails. I'm now passing it on to Daisy with the pre-construction plan.
Thank you, Emma. The pre-construction team at Summit Homes places an emphasis on 3 major pillars: efficiency, quality, and proactive planning. We've been building beautiful luxury homes since the 1970s in a timely manner, and this is no accident. It's due to our dedicated pre-con engineers and our intricate procurement process. Our journey with Cedar Ridge begins on February 26th of 2025 when we will acquire lot 113 in the Cache community. During this time, we will begin to procure our most critical items that typically cause project delays, such as our custom doors, countertops, and light fixtures. Based on our experience and relationship with the municipality of Greeley, we predict a 15-day turnaround period to get all of our building permits submitted and approved, allowing us to break ground on March 21st of 2025. In the following months, we will complete the foundation and underground utility phase of our home, leading into our building dry-in phase on July 5th, and we will wrap things up with final MEP inspections on the tail end of September, leaving us with an aggressive yet logical substantial completion date of September 30th of 2025. Our project duration is 216 days. This is roughly over 7 months. And now let's take a dive into our estimate. We acquired lot 113 for $325,000. Our total construction costs are roughly $811,000. We have accounted for $68,000 of indirect costs. This includes our sales and marketing as well as our financing costs, leaving us with a total cost of $1,203,359. After breaking this number down, we can see that the cost to build per square foot for Cedar Ridge is $295.23. With our listing price of $1.485 million, this leaves us with a beautiful profit margin of 18.97%. Now, if I direct your attention to the chart on the right of the screen, I would like to point out our top 3 largest cost drivers. This would be our exterior facade, our framing package, and our interior finishes. We purposely just decided to dedicate our time, money, and efforts into the materials in these 3 categories because we believe this is what our client is going to value most. When you think about it, the exterior of the home, it's the home's first impression. We want our client to fall in love with Cedar Ridge as soon as they see it. The framing, it dictates the strength and the longevity of the home. It's the backbone. And the interior finishes, they provide the warmth and functionality to suit the homeowner's lifestyle, whatever that may be. And now I would like to pass it off to Gabriel for our construction management plan.
Thank you, Daisy. So starting off with trade partner management, over the past 50 years, Summit Homes has established proven, reliable trade partners in the area. At times when we've had to replace certain subs or obtain multiple bids, we've relied on our local HBA. For material procurement, for the most part, our project managers are responsible for creating detailed material logs, as well as identifying any materials that may cause a delay to our project. Over on the right-hand side, our inspections and safety go hand in hand. Our inspection process begins with pre-work huddles, as well as site walkthroughs, just to simply make sure we pass our inspections. And then our pre-inspection coordination is mainly done by our superintendent. And then for safety, we have an established safety officer that is responsible for all of our homes. Now moving on to our site logistics plan. Site access, we decided to place a site access gate on the east side as well as the west side. We felt this created the best flow from one side of the lot to the other side of the lot. For material management, we strategically placed one material laydown on the east side as well as the west side. We felt this was best for material deliveries as well as hauling anything away off of site. And then environmental considerations, we decided to place a silt fence around the entire perimeter of our lot, as well as a sediment fill barrier over on the east side. And then these are some of our sustainability initiatives. We have an EV charging station. Over the last couple years, there has been a large rise in electrical vehicle usage in Greeley, so we really figured this was a good feature to add. Our low E windows make our home much more energy efficient than your average home. And then our smart thermostats, those can be controlled remotely, and they also align with our sustainability goals. So with that, I will be passing it on to Emma with our marketing plan.
Thank you, Gabe. Summit Homes offers a really unique incentive for buyers. We don't want our house to sit on the market, and we want to get them involved early on. So we provide a 6% discount if they buy in after framing goes in. They can personalize their finishes, customize anything they want. And then we provide a 3% discount after drywall installation, so they still have some personalized touches. And then our regular pricing is $1.485 million. It's turnkey home, ready for the family to move in. We have very extensive experience. We've been established since 1972. We have very strong relationships. And in order to sell our home, we have been partnered with Poudre River Properties Real Estate. We've been selling houses with them for many years. We have a 5% commission agreement with them. And one of the things that's unique about us is we have an in-house designer. So they help the buyers personalize those finishes, give them advice on what to pick. And we also help sell our house through social media engagement. So we do interactive virtual tours, VR walkthrough, behind-the-scenes content, and we even host events in our house so the families can come in and see what it might be like to live there. And on the right, we have our QR code to our website if you want to scan more and learn a little bit about our company. I will now be passing it off to Bryce with financial and risk analysis.
Thank you, Emma. So taking a look at how we financed our project, to begin, we bought our lot using company resources, all $325,000. We were able to do so due to Summit Homes' past success, and we were approved for a $1.5 million construction loan with an 8.5 APR, opted to only draw just over $810,000 just to cover construction costs, and did so in 4 draws to optimize our cash flow and to limit the interest expense we're carrying throughout the duration of the project. As far as risk analysis and mitigation, We conducted 3 sensitivity analyses on 3 different factors that could affect our profitability. To begin, our sales date. The longer we're holding on to our finished product after substantial completion, the lower our profitability is going to be. And to mitigate this, we have built into our marketing plan early sale and timely sale incentives, and we're actively monitoring the construction process for delays. As far as material cost change, this is another factor that can affect our profitability. We're working with suppliers that we have relationships with on early price locking and early procurement when applicable. And lastly, interest rate financing volatility. Luckily, this isn't something we have to worry about since we locked in our interest rate at 8.5%, but this is something that's important to consider on projects in the future. On behalf of Summit Homes, we thank you for your time, and we're looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Awesome. I think you guys did a great job. And I know it's probably hard going last, and you know, you've been waiting a long time, but you did it. Great job. You made it through that. I love the house, the exterior design of it looks like it would fit really well within the Cache community. There definitely is a lot of cost that you have associated with that, and you explained that was something that you were trying to do, being a lot of masonry and everything, and you know, moving forward, if for some reason you did have to cut some cost out, that was one way that you could do that. But it is a beautiful home. I do think that on the lot, could you pull up the site plan? There you go. And I think this might have been just a little bit of an oversight. The dashed lines on the side, I think this is kind of like an open green space. So if you were to just rotate the house 180 degrees, you'd have access to the alley, which is, I think, the way that you'd want to orient it. You do that, the house lays out great still. So still very good design, simple fix, but that's all you would need to do for that. Your front porch would be facing there. I really like the outdoor spaces that you've created. You've got a great front porch, which is something that's really important to the Cache community. That's something that we're trying to incorporate. And then I also like the living off the back. You get kind of more of that private living back there. So you're kind of taking advantage of 2 different places. It works well with the interior of the home. Curious, what was you talked about your target buyer being 35 to 54. Did you have a more specific buyer type, be it empty nester, a family, anything like that you were looking at in terms of the design of the home?
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for your question, Mr. Alex. Yeah, so further than the age demographic, which we really pinpointed that age demographic given where people normally are in that stage of life, given that this home is, you know, a little bit on the pricier side and a luxury home. But we are looking for a more family-oriented buyer, given that the Cache is in a community that's eventually going to have its own school, have access to the amenities and the Cache La Poudre River. So that's kind of what we're marketing towards.
So maybe a family that has older kids or something. It's a little more established family, not a family with younger kids or something. Is that kind of what you're saying? Okay, I think this is a good design because you've got the owner suite on the main floor and the kids' bedrooms upstairs, which would probably work very well. With a young family, it may not work as well, but with the buyer type that you're going after, I think that works well. I think that's a great target buyer for this level of house too, for somebody who's a little more affluent and has money for this. That's probably a great house. I think it opens up too that if you did have more of like an empty nester, you're not closing off to that as well, people who don't have kids. So the design works well for other buyer types because they may want to live there and then maybe they got grandkids coming to stay and they can put them up there or any guests. So love that you have volume space in there. So overall, I think you guys did a really good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Great job on your presentation. You can tell a lot of work was put into the written presentation, and that certainly is the case here as well. So you did a really good job. I think the home itself is beautiful. I love the stone on the exterior. I think that that's beautiful, a great selling point. The main floor master or primary suite rather, to Alex's point, I think is a fantastic selling feature. We see that a lot, or that in terms of buyer requests a lot. Overall, just a really marketable home, a home that I would love to sell, and on a great lot. So I really commend your lot choice as well. In terms of your sales and marketing strategy, I think it's really interesting. You kind of thought outside of the box in terms of the concept of exclusive incentives for early buyers. Can you walk me through that thought process a little bit and how you came to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things we wanted to worry about was we didn't want the house to sit on the market. And oftentimes with like custom homes, it's kind of hard for it to be custom if the buyer isn't involved. So we wanted to get the buyer involved early on. We want the house to be off the market before it's even done. So I think it was a really good idea to kind of have them come in early on when we're in the wood framing stage so that they can pick their finishes. It can really be a custom home and not as much like our custom home.
I appreciate that. I think that that's a very good answer to that question. And then how did you determine those discount points, the 6% and 3%? Just curious.
Right, so with that, we kind of I felt like the wood framing stage was like it's really early on. It's a crucial point. Like the house is there, but not everything else is there. So we need to make it enough so that it's incentive for them to buy into it, but not too much so it messes with our profit.
Sure.
So we kind of took that into account, and then after drywall goes in, you're a bit more completed on in the project, so we took off another 3% because it's halfway. So that's what went into that.
Nice. I think it's very creative and not something that we've seen. So I commend you on, again, thinking outside of the box. And in terms of your comparable sales, were you able to pull some comps to support your sales price?
Yeah, we did pull comps in that area through Bryce's market analysis and just looking at Zillow and stuff in that area. And there are custom homes from that square footage selling at around a very similar price. Some of the smaller sales price homes are smaller square footage, so I think that's where we have a leg up, and that we're 5,026 square feet, and so it kind of justifies our price.
Okay, sounds good. I think you, again, it's a great sales price, a great footprint in terms of square footage and things like that, so I think you've done a very good job.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. I think that's all I've got. Great job.
Great job, great presentation. One of my favorite lots, just minor on that, flipping the structure there, no real change to anything as far as your estimating, your scheduling, anything. I'm really concerned with the target buyer, because we're building on these lots. I was interested to hear that you clarified that very well. We appreciate learning that information. I feel like the schedule that you have is appropriate. It's aggressive. It's what's needed to get a project of this size done. And it was explained very well, so thank you for that. Nice job. The margin there is strong at 19%. The incentive purchase was very creative, and with that margin like that, it's a great offering. We've had some leaner margins that don't have the luxury of offering that, and I feel like that's great to go build out one of the largest lots with the most amount of square footage that we've seen on that lot. So I think it's aggressive, and I like it. I don't really have any comments for your scheduling or estimating or construction practice. I think the architecture's very attractive. It's what's selling now, so I think it was a great presentation. Appreciate it.
Yeah, really good job. You definitely spent a lot of time in each area. We've heard positives really from everyone on the different components, and I would follow that. In your package, your schedule and your estimate might have gotten kind of disoriented, or they didn't PDF out maybe how they were supposed to. So it was a little difficult to confirm those numbers, but I think we got there today. Your total cost, including land and everything, is roughly 1.2, is that right?
$1,203,359.
You got it.
Roughly 1.
Nice.
Okay, perfect. I hear you. So no, that seems really appropriate. Your sale price is definitely reasonable and supported. You know, one thing we even talked about in the Q&A a couple months ago was exploring why did you pick this lot, and you kind of opened with that. Would love to hear more about, on the finance side, what those other margins looked like if you ran those numbers.
Sure. Thank you for your question, Mr. Orr. So as far as lot selection goes, we looked at the overlook in the waterfront areas, and we knew that those are bigger lots, nicer lots with a nicer view, but they come with a loan of 2 to 2.5 million. And it wasn't so much a concern about the margin we could pull off of the project, but I think that the patio gave us the best cross-section of there's a target market here and there's people that will buy this house, where we weren't really pulling comps where people are buying a $2.2, $2.3 million house in the area. So it wasn't so much about the margins as the buyer demand and what we felt would best suit the area.
Okay, so more of a depth of market perhaps that just solidifies your buyer's going to be there. Is that kind of?
That's correct.
Gotcha. Okay, I think that's a fantastic way to approach it. That's, being very realistic with the location that hopefully has, I think, a lot of upside, but that's protected and not way outlandish. We've definitely seen a lot of proposals today where they go and throw up a really incredible property in, a market that's developing its luxury presence, but less established than some of the competing areas in the state. So it's great to hear that thought process. The only other thing is curious from kind of a risk-reward standpoint, your pretty severe credit that you're offering to buyers to come in early. That would certainly be attractive, but it also sacrifices over 30% of your margin at the end of the day, which isn't even on your sensitivity table. Like, it's more severe than that. So can you talk through kind of how you see it in terms of the actual risk you're taking off the table by giving up that type of profit?
So with that, if a luxury home is sitting on the lot and you're just sitting there with it, your loan price, your interest rate is going up, you're losing all this money. And at the end of the day, our priority is our clients. So if we can make them a bit happier, we get more clients in return. So we're making the connections, we're making the money that way. And yes, we may be losing a bit of profit, but we're saving the risk of losing our loan interest, like all of that, so.
Yeah, I mean, your loan interest is not $90,000, it's not $30,000 a month, right? So I might question that a little bit from a finance and risk side, unless you view the market really softening. I mean, one way to think about that might be all of a sudden the economy hits the skids. We need to get this under contract. We need someone hard now to commit to this. That would be a good reason for that. If you believe in the project, I may hesitate to offer that deep of an incentive early on. If you hit that point, after you've brought it to market and you're just not getting the feedback you thought you would, then certainly those type of things would solve that. But just kind of pointing out the severity of that credit on your bottom line. But overall, still a reasonable and very well-supported project.
Thank you.
Great job. And I think just fielding the questions from us, great responses from that perspective as well. I like the buy-in incentive that you do have there, and I agree with Owen on that one. There's probably some sensitivity that you can play with in the marketplace, and you'll definitely figure that one out as well. And then I had the same comment that Alex did, is just the orientation of the home on the lot. But I think your home design really offers a lot of flexibility there too, that simply turning this 180 degrees, it will work on this particular lot. And frankly, where your garage is, situated in the house, you could actually have it come off and go to the south too. So you got a lot of options there, and even some flexibility in the marketplace, I think too, because we potentially see 2 and 3 car garages at a price point like this too. So I think you've got that flexibility in there as well. Just one more question I have, or just inquiring. You were provided with some environmental reports and also geotechnical reports. What risks do you see within the area from any of those?
Yes, Yes, so we reviewed all of that information, the topographical maps, so we actually realized that the water table was at 3.5 feet. So that's part of the reason why we were using that proposed fill, really to grade the lot well, and using the stem wall and everything we have detailed in our estimate and schedule. So that was pretty much what we had in mind.
Great. And that's exactly what you would have to do.
Yeah.
We are dealing with some high groundwater, and we actually have high sewer in this area. So it's very unique for homes like this in that particular area too. So great answer to that point too. I appreciate it. You did a great job, and thanks for being the last one as well. I know that's always tough from that side too. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Long end, yes.